To fix our economy, we've actually got to change the pictures we draw of it first. Have you ever felt like the way the global economy runs just doesn't quite line up with the realities of the modern world? Welcome to The Explainer. Today we're exploring a seriously fascinating premise. The images in our heads dictate our policies. And right now, we're using wildly outdated maps for a 21st century journey.
Okay, let's dive right into this. Visionary systems thinker Donella Meadows, well, she definitely didn't mince her words. For decades, our entire global culture has been absolutely obsessed with this idea of endless economic growth. More output, more consumption, just more. But why? Who's actually paying the cost for all this endless growth? And, how much is enough? This deeply baked-in assumption that endless growth is the ultimate purpose of human society is exactly what's on the chopping block today.
And this challenge, it isn't just coming from outsiders. It's a full-on rebellion from within. Starting in the early 2000s and really kicking into high gear after the 2008 financial crash, economics students all over the world started revolting. They looked at their own curriculum and realized it completely ignored real-world crises. I mean, while they were sitting there learning abstract equations, the global financial system was literally in freefall and climate change warnings were flashing bright red. They saw a massive, undeniable disconnect. By 2015, that discontent completely boiled over. Rebel economics students literally plastered the Boston Sheridan with giant, subversive messages right during the American Economic Association's annual meeting. They occupied these very sedate panel discussions and completely hijacked question times. Their goal was pretty straightforward: challenge what they saw as a dangerously narrow and completely outdated ideological perspective dominating mainstream economics. They demanded a framework that actually addressed the messy, multidimensional challenges of the 21st century. So it begs a really fascinating question, right? Why are the exact people dedicating their lives to studying the economic system the ones most angry about it? No other academic discipline has provoked its own students into a worldwide revolt quite like this. The answer is that these students recognize something crucial. The foundational mental models of economics, the actual lenses through which we view human behavior and societal progress, are just dangerously out of date.
And the secret to those mental models? Well, the most powerful tool in economics isn't actually money. It's not algebra either. It's a pencil. See, our brains are completely wired for visuals. Over half of the nerve fibers in our brains are linked directly to vision. So, whoever draws the pictures that define our economy effectively dictates human thought, public policy, and ultimately our collective future.
Think back to Nicolaus Copernicus in 1543. For centuries, humanity firmly believed Earth was the center of everything. But with just a few concentric circles placing the sun at the center, Copernicus triggered a massive paradigm shift. And this brilliantly illustrates how images can completely overturn deeply held beliefs. A single, simple diagram can unravel established doctrines and completely rewrite our understanding of reality. Now, economists harnessed this visual power a really long time ago. Back in the mid-20th century, Paul Samuelson effectively defined modern economics by using a very specific, genius tactic. He kept all the abstract, mathematical equations for the academic specialists, but he purposely crafted visual diagrams for the masses. He knew those pictures would slip directly into the long-term memory of the hundreds of thousands of returning WW2 veterans taking his mandatory classes. And the visual heritage of those diagrams tells us a lot. In 1871, William Stanley Jevons intentionally drew his demand curve to mimic Isaac Newton's laws of motion. He was trying to make economics look like a hard science, like physics. Later on, Samuelson based his famous 1948 circular flow diagram heavily on the metaphor of water flowing through plumbed pipes, a little nod to the engineering students he was teaching. These foundational economic images basically trapped our minds in flawed 19th and 20th century mechanical metaphors. Because these visual frameworks rarely stated what the actual goal of an economy should be, they left a massive vacuum. Enter the cuckoo in the nest. Just like a wily cuckoo kicks out original eggs and tricks unsuspecting parents into feeding an imposter, the single metric of GDP, gross domestic product, completely hijacked the true human-centric goals of our global economy. The timeline of this takeover is pretty staggering. Back in the 1930s, Simon Kuznets devised the national income metric simply to help President Roosevelt monitor the Great Depression. That's it. But by the 1960s, it had become a political weapon, with JFK promising a 5% growth rate just to win an election. Fast forward to 2014, and you've got the G20 nations stubbornly targeting 2.1% global growth, completely overriding severe, pervasive warnings about climate change from the scientific community. It became a dangerous political addiction. And we fell for this metric hook, line, and sinker because the exponential GDP curve perfectly mirrors our deeply embedded human metaphor for progress. Think about a child learning to walk. They pull themselves up and they move forwards and upwards. In our culture, good is up and good is forward. So a simple curve moving forwards and upwards across a chart totally bypasses our critical thinking and perfectly aligns with our psychological desire for progress. But here is the ultimate irony of the whole shebang. Even the very creator of the GDP metric explicitly warned against using it this way. Simon Kuznets flat out stated that the welfare of a nation can scarcely be inferred from a measure of national income. He pointed out that GDP completely ignores the massive value of unpaid household work, how wealth is actually distributed, and the immense cost of the environment. His warning was entirely ignored by policymakers who just wanted a single, simple number to chase. Let's move on and see how this builds. With the GDP cuckoo overgrowing the nest and those old mechanical diagrams completely failing us, we desperately need a new visual compass for the 21st century. We need a picture that doesn't just measure the sheer volume of money exchanging hands, but actually maps out human thriving in balance with the planet.
And here it is. This is the brilliant solution proposed by economist Kate Raworth, the donut. Now, it might seem kind of funny at first, a sugary, deep-fried pastry acting as a blueprint for humanity, but it's actually a profoundly powerful visual compass. The primary goal of the 21st century is vividly clear here. We need to get all of humanity into that sweet spot, the safe and just space, right there between the two rings.
Let's break this down a bit, starting with the inner ring. This represents the social foundation. It sets out the absolute basics of life on which no single human being should be left falling short. If you fall below this inner ring, down into the hole in the middle, you're experiencing critical human deprivation. We're talking about a lack of basic human rights here: hunger, illiteracy, lack of clean water, and lack of decent housing. Now, what's really interesting about this next part is the outer boundary. That outer ring acts as our ecological ceiling. While 20th century economics just kind of assumed the environment was this infinite resource, this framework acknowledges hard scientific limits. If we push outwards past the ceiling, we put dangerous, potentially irreversible pressure on Earth's life-giving systems. Overshooting this limit leads directly to catastrophic planetary degradation. So instead of relying on a blind metric like GDP, true global prosperity requires a holistic dashboard. The donut tracks 12 social basics, things like food, water, education, and equity, against 9 specific science-backed planetary boundaries, including climate change and ocean acidification. It's a comprehensive, integrated framework for actual human survival and prosperity. And understanding these ecological limits is more absolutely crucial now than ever before. For the last 12,000 years, humanity thrived in an extraordinarily stable, benevolent climate epoch called the Holocene. It was the perfect home. But the great acceleration of human economic activity since the 1950s, the massive surge in energy use, water use, and pollution, has physically pushed us out of the Holocene. We've now entered the Anthropocene, a highly risky, uncharted geological epoch shaped primarily by human activity. To survive this new epoch, we've got to fundamentally rewrite our mental maps. This requires a major paradigm shift, 7 distinct ways to transition from 20th century to 21st century economics. The big takeaway here is that we must proactively unlearn our old, deeply ingrained habits. We literally have to scrub the old economic graffiti right out of our minds so we can redraw systems that actually serve us. So the crucial point is we must make a few key mindset shifts. We need to change the goal from endless GDP growth to the donut. See the economy as deeply embedded within nature, and get savvy with dynamic complexity over simplistic mechanical levers. Extreme inequality and ecological destruction, they aren't inevitable economic laws. They are design failures. And by shifting our perspective, we gain the power to design much better systems. Which leaves us with the ultimate question. Are we finally ready to evict the GDP cuckoo from the nest? Are we prepared to abandon the blind pursuit of endless growth and instead actively design an economy that brings humanity into the safe and just space of the donut? The maps have been drawn. The real work is just deciding to use them. Thanks for joining me on this explainer. Keep questioning the pictures you're shown, and I'll see you next time. Welcome to this explainer. Today we're unpacking Jason Hickel's fascinating book, Less is More. We're going to explore a pretty bold argument that our ecological crisis is, at its core, a specifically capitalist problem. To kick things off, let me ask you a question that might trigger a childhood memory. Have you noticed fewer bugs on your windshield lately? Compared to a few decades ago, it's kind of this strange, quiet realization. If you think back, you might remember those long summer road trips ending with the front of the car just absolutely covered in moths and beetles. But today, you take a long journey and the glass stays, well, eerily clean. Well, Hickel points to a genuinely devastating scientific finding from German nature reserves to explain this. They found a 75% drop in flying insects over just 25 years. So it validates that weird feeling with hard data. This isn't just some nostalgic illusion, right? It's a measurable collapse of the insect populations that literally form the foundation of our entire global food web. And that brings us right to the core of today's explainer, drawn directly from Hickel's deeply researched work. He argues that we are essentially sleepwalking into a mass extinction event. And because of that, we absolutely must fundamentally rethink our global economy. So we're going to break down the historical and economic analysis that builds this argument. Here's the agenda for our journey today. First, we'll look at the ecological emergency. Second, the growth imperative. Third, a dark origin story. Fourth, animism versus dualism. And finally, the degrowth solution. All right, let's jump right into section 1, the ecological emergency, beyond the windshield bugs. So Hickel highlights these cascading ecological tipping points to really show us that we're experiencing a rapid breakdown of the very living systems that human civilization relies on. I mean, look at this. 40% of planetary soils are degraded from industrial farming. 85% of global fish stocks are depleted or actively collapsing thanks to industrial megatrawlers. Then you add in ocean acidification driven by warming, which historically is a phenomenon that causes mass extinctions. And honestly, perhaps the most terrifying part is the rising potential for multi-breadbasket failures. That basically means we could see severe food shortages hitting multiple continents all at the exact same time. The sheer weight of all those statistics can be completely paralyzing. Hickel actually references the philosopher Timothy Morton here, who argues that our obsession with these terrifying eco-facts is kind of like a PTSD dream. It's like we're trying to anticipate a trauma that has, in reality, already arrived. We just endlessly repeat these facts, subconsciously trying to insert ourselves into this fictional moment right before the disaster hits so we can somehow prepare for it. But Hickel really wants us to grasp that the trauma isn't waiting for us in the future. We're already right in the middle of it. Let's move on to section 2, the growth imperative, the root cause of the crisis. We often conflate capitalism with simple trade, but Hickel draws a really sharp distinction here. Markets and trade, they've existed for thousands of years, and usually in relative harmony with the earth. Capitalism, though, is a relatively recent system, and he argues it's uniquely organized around what he calls the totalitarian logic of perpetual expansion. Basically, capitalism doesn't just equal markets, it equals growth for the sake of growth. The absolutely crucial point Hickel makes here is about the mathematical reality of this system. Under capitalism, global GDP needs to grow by at least 2 to 3% every single year just to stave off a recession, and that demands ever-increasing extraction of energy and resources. But here's the catch. Because this is an exponential curve, 3% growth actually means doubling the size of the entire global economy every 23 years. It's this baked-in, structural imperative that literally forces us to constantly overshoot the Earth's safe planetary boundaries. Which leads us to section 3. A dark origin story, the creation of artificial scarcity. The author traces the violent historical creation of this system to prove a point. It didn't just naturally evolve. Back in the 1300s, peasant rebellions against feudalism actually created this cooperative golden age in Europe. It was a time marked by high wages, collective resource management, and even ecological regeneration. But as you might guess, elites responded to this loss of power. In the 1500s, they initiated the enclosure movement, violently forcing peasants off common lands. And simultaneously, from the 1500s all the way to the 1800s, colonization and the slave trade enforced global resource extraction. Hickel outlines how this whole process essentially stripped away human self-sufficiency. The goal? To create a captive, desperate labor force that had absolutely no choice but to work for low wages just to survive. And Hickel uses this history to perfectly illustrate what he calls the Lauderdale paradox. This was identified by the Earl of Lauderdale way back in 1804. The paradox reveals that abundant public wealth, think free land, healthy forests, clean water, it actually has to be actively destroyed or restricted in order to generate artificial scarcity and private riches. I mean, makes sense, right? You can't extract massive profits from resources that people can just access for free. So the book argues that capitalism actually required that public wealth fall and that scarcity be artificially created just to drive this engine of relentless productivity. All right, moving on to section 4, animism versus dualism, the philosophical shift. Hickel argues that simply enclosing the land wasn't enough. They had to enclose the mind, too. He contrasts the ancient animist worldview with the dualist philosophy. So for about 97% of human history, people operated with an animist worldview. They saw nature as a relative, deeply interconnected with humanity, something requiring reciprocity. Simply put, you wouldn't strip mine a relative. But this new capitalist system needed a new ontology. Enter dualism, popularized by thinkers like Descartes. Dualism reduced nature to an unfeeling, inert machine. It framed nature as completely separate from humanity, existing purely as an object to be dominated and owned. To really capture the brutality of this shift, Hickel points to Enlightenment thinkers like Francis Bacon, who explicitly sought to strip the earth of its spirit. Bacon actually wrote that science should, as it were, torture nature's secrets out of her. That kind of thinking paved the way for totally guilt-free exploitation of the planet. The book asserts that by convincing society the Earth was nothing but dead machinery, these early capitalists essentially removed all ethical barriers to endless extraction. Which brings us to our final section, the degrowth solution, a path to a post-capitalist world. Now, if you think moving past our current system is some impossibly fringe idea, well, Hickel presents survey data showing a massive, quiet shift in public sentiment. A full 70% of Americans actually agree that environmental protection is more important than economic growth. Majorities all across the globe are yearning for a system that doesn't just blindly prioritize relentless economic expansion over the safety and health of the living world. To achieve this, Hickel proposes what he calls degrowth. It's defined as a planned downscaling of energy and resource use to bring the economy back into balance with the living world in a safe, just, and equitable way. Now, he strongly emphasizes that this is not a chaotic recession. A recession is a disaster, right? It's what happens when a growth-dependent economy suddenly stops growing. Degrowth, on the other hand, is a planned, purposeful downscaling of unnecessary production. It's about shifting our focus away from endless capital accumulation and toward genuine human well-being. So, what does this look like in practice? Hickel's post-capitalist vision means we actively scale down destructive industries like fossil fuels and stop practices like planned obsolescence. And here's the cool part. Because we're producing less unnecessary junk, we actually need less labor. This allows us to shorten the working week, giving people their time back while still maintaining full employment. We distribute income and wealth more fairly to end extreme inequality. We invest heavily in public goods like universal healthcare and education. And fundamentally, we return to that ontology of interconnectedness. We remember that we are not separate, but deeply, deeply intertwined with the living world. As we wrap up this explainer, Hickel leaves us with a really profound thought. Are we permanently locked into this destructive trajectory, or is the growth imperative just a 500-year-old coding error that we finally have the power to rewrite? We aren't trapped by human nature. We have the intelligence and the imagination to build an economy that heals rather than extracts. So what do you think? Are we ready to rewrite the code? Thanks for joining me on this explainer, and I hope this analysis has helped you see both our history and our future in an entirely new light.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're tackling a massive concept that dictates the future of our civilization, yet we rarely pause to truly understand how it works: growth. Drawing from Vaclav Smil's comprehensive book, Growth, From Microorganisms to Megacities, let's dive into how things actually scale up in our world.
So, what do the towering Himalayas, a tiny silicon microchip, and yet, even your waistline all have in common? It sounds like the setup to a strange joke, but the answer is the invisible force driving all three: growth. Every single one of these things is governed by trajectories and patterns of expansion that follow very specific, measurable rules.
Growth is an omnipresent reality. Basically, it marks an increase in physical size, capabilities, or complexity over time. It dictates the cellular metabolism of a tiny microbe just as much as the sprawling infrastructure of a megacity. But, as you might guess, not all growth happens at the exact same pace.
Section 1. Natural versus technological speeds. Let's start by considering the sheer, unstoppable patience of the Earth. The Himalayas were created by tectonic plates colliding millions of years ago, and they are actually still growing today, but at a minuscule 10 millimeters per year. I mean, that is a tiny annual increment. Yet over deep time, it literally alters global climates and ecosystems. So that's our baseline of incredibly slow natural growth.
Now, contrast that geological creep with this massive number, 10.2 million. Just think for a second, what human invention could possibly have multiplied its capacity by over 10 million times in a single human lifetime?
Well, the answer is the microchip, governed by Moore's law. Back in 1971, a standard Intel chip had about 2,300 components. By 2018, that number had absolutely exploded to more than 23 billion. That 10.2 million-fold increase has totally mesmerized us, making us kind of expect explosive progress everywhere else.
But when we study growth, our historical clock really has to adapt to what we're actually looking at. Bacterial generations double in minutes. Crops take months. Human physical growth takes years, and those tectonic shifts, millennia. Understanding scale requires completely adjusting our perception of time.
Section 2. Scaling up human artifacts.
So while our computers have been shrinking, the heavy physical things we humans build have done the exact opposite. Just compare the world's first mass-produced car, the 1908 Ford Model T, with a modern bestseller like the Ford F-150. The difference in sheer bulk is pretty astounding.
To put some numbers to it, the Model T weighed just 540 kilograms. A modern F-150, it clocks in at around 2,000 kilograms. Over the last century, the average mass of American vehicles has jumped 3.4 times over. Enclosed metal bodies, heavier engines, safety frames, our quest for comfort and capability is incredibly heavy.
And it's definitely not just our cars. Back in 1950, the average American house was 99 square meters. Fast forward to 2015, and it had ballooned to 240 square meters. That's 2.5 times larger. But the real kicker here is the mass required to build it. A modern home uses about 4 times the building materials, wood, stone, wiring, plumbing, compared to a 1950s home. Our material footprint is just growing immensely.
Section 3. The limits of immaterial growth.
Okay, you've probably seen this claim floating around in viral tweets or business presentations. It took 75 years for the telephone to reach 50 million users, but it took the game Angry Birds just 35 days. People love to use this to prove the world is moving impossibly fast today.
But making that comparison, it's an indefensible categorical error. Why? Because you are comparing a complex physical infrastructure with a simple piece of entertaining software. Think about it. The telephone required a century of digging trenches, laying copper wire, building power plants, and erecting cell towers. An app only spreads virally in 35 days because that massive, physical, incredibly slow-growing infrastructure was already built for the whole shebang to ride on.
Section 4. Linear versus exponential trajectories. So we all know the basics here. Linear growth is slow and steady. You're just adding a constant amount over time, kind of like sand falling in an hourglass. Exponential growth, on the other hand, compounds. It multiplies by a constant rate, so things scale upward dramatically. Under linear growth, say a stalagmite in a cave grows a tiny fraction of a millimeter every single year. But if it grew exponentially, that power of t means it would shoot right through the roof of the cave in no time at all. The math simply soars.
And that mathematical soaring leads a lot of technologists to make some pretty incredible predictions. Ray Kurzweil, for instance, believes technological change is entirely exponential and that it's going to soon lead to the singularity, a point where machine intelligence actually surpasses human intelligence, totally breaking the fabric of human history. This is exactly what happens when you assume exponential growth can just continue unchecked forever.
But we really have to counter that vision with the reality of biological constraints. At the end of the day, our civilization is just a subset of the Earth's biosphere, and the biosphere has very strict physical limits. In nature, growth always forms an S-curve. It starts slow, accelerates, and then, as it runs out of space, energy, or resources, it levels off. Whether it's the size of a bacterial colony or the height of a massive tree, physical realities eventually put the brakes on exponential growth.
So, if biological growth is governed by the S-curve, if everything from a single cell to a giant forest inevitably hits a physical limit, can human economic and technological growth truly be infinite? Can we really keep multiplying forever on a finite planet? It's a pretty profound question to leave you with as we look toward our future. Thanks for joining me on this explainer, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we are completely stripping away the hype to get a real, grounded look at the scientific and historical realities of growth. I mean, think about it for a second. We are constantly surrounded by this concept, right? It's literally everywhere. It dictates our personal milestones, our retirement portfolios, and the ultimate fate of the global economy. But honestly, how often do we actually stop to look at the real mathematical trajectories of growth instead of just, our heavily biased expectations of it? So it's a question definitely worth pausing on. Why is everybody, from chief economists pulling their hair out trying to forecast GDP to parents proudly marking their kids' height on a doorframe, so completely captivated by the idea of endless growth? We kind of treat high growth rates as this default setting. We just assume that the rapid economic and technological explosion we've lived through over the last century is going to effortlessly continue forever. It's built right into the very fabric of how we define success and progress. Well, to answer that and get some much-needed perspective, we're diving into Václav Smil's meticulously researched book, Growth from Microorganisms to Megacities. Now, Smil is famous for his strictly quantitative, no-nonsense approach to history and science. He breaks down exactly how we measure growth across both nature and society. And in a world absolutely full of hype, we're going to use his strict quantitative realities to guide our whole analysis today. Smil really grounds us in the actual physics and biology of how things expand. Here is our quick roadmap for this explainer. We'll hit the ubiquity of growth, our modern growth explosion, the illusion of speed, linear versus exponential growth, and finally, the absolute limits of growth. Let's start right off with Section 1, the ubiquity of growth. Before we even touch human economies, we have to look at the baseline of the Earth itself, right? The Himalayas are a brilliant illustration of this incredibly slow tectonic terraforming. The collision of the Indian and Eurasian plates creates an uplift of just 10 millimeters, that is exactly 1 centimeter a year. It's a stark contrast to our human impatience, but it fundamentally constrains our climate and our habitation. Out in the natural world, growth operates on these deep, massive time spans that are totally detached from our modern need for instant results. Nature is just unbelievably patient. Which brings us to Section 2, our modern growth explosion. See, for most of human history, growth was agonizingly stagnant. Progress was really only visible over centuries. But the Industrial Age, it fundamentally flipped our expectations. Suddenly, in practically a single lifetime, the scale of our physical world just exploded. Take the American home. We didn't just add a closet or two. We ballooned from modest 91 square meter homes back in 1950 to massive 240 square meter estates by 2015. And a new house today swallows up roughly 35 tons of wood compared to just 12 tons in the past. That's not even counting the ridiculous amounts of concrete and far heavier materials we demand today. And this explosion totally applies to what we drive too. Over 1 century, the average mass of an American vehicle skyrocketed by 3.4 times. We went from the lightweight 540-kilogram Ford Model T in 1908 straight to massive modern road behemoths like the Ford F-150, which weighs in at roughly 2,000 kilograms today. We've just kept adding heavier engines, bigger reinforced frames, safety systems, and endless luxury accessories, and that demands a massive extraction of raw materials. But wait, it gets crazier. We aren't just making them heavier. We are making vastly more of them. Global car sales saw a staggering 700-fold increase over that exact same period. So do the math with me. The total mass of new cars sold annually is now 2,500 times larger than a century ago. Take a second to really process that. 2,500 times more physical mass rolling onto the streets every single year. That is the literal, undeniable weight of our modern growth explosion. All right, let's jump to Section 3, the illusion of speed. Because of this extraordinary explosion we just talked about, we've fallen into a dangerous trap. We have started believing progress is always accelerating. We're essentially mistaking a unique historical anomaly for a permanent law of physics. The quintessential marker of this is Moore's law, this straight line on a semi-logarithmic graph showing an astonishing 10 million-fold increase in microchip components since 1971. But here's the catch. By mapping it on a semi-log scale, an explosive exponential curve is visually flattened out into a neat upward marching line. And because we've seen this incredible scaling in the digital realm, we mistakenly assume the physical world of atoms, energy, and agriculture works exactly the same way. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. This dense data trend has fueled some seriously breathless, almost utopian predictions. You've got futurists like Ray Kurzweil claiming we're going to experience 20,000 years of progress in the 21st century alone, culminating in the singularity by 2045.
But these grand pronouncements completely ignore the state of the biosphere. They basically assume machine intelligence can just code its way out of physical reality, totally brushing aside the absolute limits of thermodynamics and raw energy generation.
Analysts make this fundamental categorical error all the time. You'll hear them compare the 75 years it took to build physical telephone infrastructure for 50 million users to the mere 35 days it took the app Angry Birds to hit that exact same milestone. They use that as ironclad proof the world is speeding up. But come on, you absolutely cannot compare laying millions of miles of actual copper wire to a viral piece of software riding on a network that already took a century to build. It's a total illusion of speed. You're comparing the deployment of bits to the heavy lifting of atoms.
Moving on to Section 4, linear versus exponential growth. To truly de-jargonize why some growth feels slow and other growth feels dangerously explosive, and why that explosion has to end, picture a deep, ancient cave. In one corner, a linear stalagmite grows by a constant 0.1 millimeters a year. 1,000 years later, it's added a steady 10 centimeters, simple, straight-line addition. But in another corner, an exponential stalagmite grows by a tiny, compounding rate of 0.05% per year. Because it grows as a percentage of its current size, after a millennium, it literally dwarfs the other one, adding nearly 65 centimeters. Exponential growth builds on itself relentlessly. The larger it gets, the faster it adds mass. But, and this is a massive reality check, infinite exponential growth simply does not exist in the physical world. Almost all natural and engineered growth actually follows a confined S-shaped logistic curve. That means those rocket ship phases of compounding growth we love to celebrate, they are strictly temporary. They start slow, hit a blinding acceleration phase, but then they inevitably, unavoidably plateau and decline as they hit the natural limits of their environment, whether that's a lack of space, a lack of fuel, or a lack of nutrients.
Which perfectly sets up our final section, the limits of growth. So what happens when human ambition collides with that S-curve? Well, when we objectively map the data out, the reality check is completely unavoidable. First, our modern civilization is entirely bound by the biosphere. We cannot out-innovate the basic biological need for clean water, arable land, and physical energy. Second, infinite exponential growth is just a mathematical myth when applied to finite resources. Third, drawing straight lines from historical growth rarely accounts for unpredictable disruptions. And finally, whether it's the size of a mammal, the thermal efficiency of a power plant, or the yield of a wheat crop, every single physical process ultimately faces a plateau.
If endless exponential growth is physically impossible, I want to leave you with this final, provocative thought. How do we redesign our modern world to actually thrive within the very real physical limits of our planet? We have got to stop treating the recent explosive burst of the industrial era as our permanent baseline, and instead start planning for the realistic plateau. Thank you so much for joining me for this explainer. Keep questioning the data, and I'll catch you next time.
It's completely wild to think about, but I want you to imagine walking into a medical clinic today for like a terrible fever.
Okay.
You're sitting there in the paper gown, you're shivering, and you're expecting the doctor to, pull out a thermometer, order some blood work.
With the standard stuff.
Exactly. But instead, they walk in with this rolled up medieval parchment, slap a chart of the four humors on the wall, and start talking about how you have an excess of yellow bile.
Oh, wow.
Right? And then they casually just pull out a jar of leeches.
Yeah, no thank you.
I mean, you wouldn't just politely decline, right? You would sprint out of that clinic. You'd be furious that someone was charging you money for archaic bloodletting when modern science exists.
Absolutely.
But what if I told you that the very system dictating almost every single aspect of your life right now, your rent, the interest on your car loan, the price of your groceries, your job security, is running on an operating system that is functionally the equivalent of a medieval leech doctor?
It sounds absurd when you put it in those terms.
Yeah.
But honestly, the comparison holds up incredibly well.
It does really.
It does.
Yeah.
I mean, we are navigating the 21st century, a world of, artificial intelligence, global pandemics, and unprecedented climate instability using economic software that was coded in the 1950s.
The 1950s.
Yeah, and the terrifying part is that the 1950 software was built entirely on theoretical frameworks drawn up in the 1850s.
That is staggering.
We are literally using archaic maps to navigate a completely new planetary reality.
Which brings us to our mission for today's deep dive. We are bringing you along on what I can only really describe as an intellectual heist.
I love that framing.
Right. We're going to uncover the hidden visual graffiti that has secretly wired the world's political and economic systems for failure.
Yes.
And we're going to figure out how to scrub it off the walls of our minds. Because today, we're diving into a completely revolutionary framework laid out in Kate Raworth's phenomenal work, Donut Economics.
It really is a phenomenal book.
It is. And let me be clear right up front to everyone listening. This is not like a dry, dusty academic review of supply and demand curves.
Not at all.
This is about dismantling the matrix we've all been unwittingly living in.
Yeah, the intention here is to systematically explore the main thesis of the author's work by identifying the core enemy ideas that have held us hostage.
Enemy ideas.
Exactly. These deeply entrenched economic myths that pose as immutable laws of nature. We'll look at the fascinating, often shocking real-world evidence the book presents to dismantle those myths.
Right.
And importantly, we're also going to examine what the book intentionally leaves out, the blind spots.
Because if you want to build a new system, you need to know exactly what tools are missing from the toolbox.
Precisely.
Okay, let's unpack this. If we're going to look at this new donut solution, we have to understand the crisis that provoked it. Like, why did someone feel the need to write a book completely tearing down the bedrock of modern economics? What is this enemy idea we're actually up against?
So the primary target here is the neoliberal worldview and mainstream neoclassical economics.
Econ 101, basically.
Exactly. This is the orthodox curriculum taught to millions of college students every single year in almost every university on the planet. And this worldview is built on a few core tenets that are treated as absolute, unquestionable gospel.
Okay, lay them out for us.
First, it insists on the absolute necessity of endless gross domestic product, or GDP, growth. The line just must always go up.
Right, forever.
Forever. Second, it bases its mathematical models on this fictional protagonist we call Rational Economic Man, who's this deeply selfish, isolated, calculating creature.
Sounds like a fun guy at parties.
Oh, the worst. And third, it treats the entire economy as a closed mechanical system of equilibrium. It views the market as a machine that just naturally balances itself out if you leave it alone.
A machine that magically fixes itself, which, sounds fantastic on a blackboard right up until the moment the machine completely explodes and sets the house on fire.
Which is exactly what happened.
And it's what sparked this massive academic rebellion. There's a story in the sources about this young woman, Yuan Yang, that perfectly captures this cognitive dissonance.
Oh, the Oxford story.
Yeah. She arrives at Oxford University in 2008. She's ambitious, she wants to change the world, and she thinks understanding economics is like the lever to pull to make that happen.
Makes sense.
But she gets to campus just as the entire global financial system is an absolute terrifying free fall.
The timing is just incredible. The 2008 financial crash is dominating every screen. Millions of people are losing their life savings. Foreclosures are sweeping across nations.
Total chaos.
The global banking system is on the brink of total paralysis. And Yuan is sitting in her elite, world-class economics classes at Oxford, waiting to dissect this real-time catastrophe.
Yeah.
And the syllabus is utterly silent. The crash is completely ignored.
That is wild.
She is actively being taught that the financial sector isn't even a particularly important or impactful part of the broader economy. Meanwhile, outside the walls of her lecture hall, that exact financial sector is causing widespread global ruin.
I mean, imagine paying Oxford tuition, raising your hand, and asking your professor, hey, what about the global meltdown happening outside?
Right.
And they basically pat you on the head and say, don't worry your pretty little head about it. The models say this shouldn't be happening, so we're just going to study the models.
It's infuriating.
It really is. She even goes on to the London School of Economics for a master's degree, hoping for answers. And it's just more abstract theories and complex math equations completely divorced from reality. But rather than just taking her prestigious degree and cashing in on Wall Street, she snaps. She rebels.
Yeah, she connects with other students who are feeling the exact same profound disillusionment.
It wasn't just her.
No. What begins as a few frustrated conversations in dorm rooms and coffee shops sparks a legitimate global student rebellion. We're talking about the formation of over 80 student groups spanning more than 30 countries.
Wow. From India to Germany to Peru.
Exactly. By 2014, these students are publishing open letters declaring that the teaching of economics is in a state of intellectual crisis.
Yeah.
Because they recognize something vital.
Which was?
That the theories taught in these introductory classrooms literally shape the minds of the next generation of policymakers, central bankers, and politicians. If the bedrock is flawed, the society built on top of it will inevitably crumble.
And the visual evidence of this rebellion is just fantastic. It wasn't contained to angry blog posts or like polite academic journals.
No, they took it to the streets.
They did. Jump to January 2015. The American Economic Association is holding its massive annual meeting at the Boston Sheraton Hotel. You have thousands of the most prestigious orthodox economists in the world gathered in one place. And this student movement, operating under the banner Kick It Over, practically ambushes the conference. They plaster the hotel corridors, the elevator banks, the bathroom mirrors with these subversive posters. And my absolute favorite detail, they hijack a projector.
Oh, yeah, the projection.
They blast this massive glowing message onto the street-facing facade of the conference center that just reads, "Is economic growth killing the planet?"
The historical context of that moment is staggering, honestly. No other academic discipline has ever triggered a worldwide coordinated revolt by its own students against its core teachings.
Never.
Like, we don't see chemistry students staging mass walkouts because they vehemently disagree with the fundamental structure of the periodic table.
Right.
We don't see geology students protesting tectonic plate theory.
Exactly. Going back to our medical analogy, it's like if medical students across 30 countries suddenly walked out of their labs and protested in the streets because the textbooks were completely ignoring the existence of bacteria.
This is systemic intellectual failure.
But if the model is so obviously catastrophically broken, if it completely failed to predict or even acknowledge the 2008 crash, and if it just completely ignores the destruction of the environment, how did it survive?
That's the real question.
Right. How did these flawed ideas become so deeply embedded in our collective psyche that even when the real world proved them wrong, the professors just kept teaching them?
The answer lies in the delivery mechanism. We have to look at how these old models were planted into our minds so firmly in the first place. And it comes down to something shockingly simple, yet scientifically profound.
Okay.
Pictures, visuals.
Like diagrams in a textbook. That's what's holding up the whole charade.
Yeah, the human brain is extraordinarily wired for visual information. The sheer biological computing power dedicated to sight is immense. 50% of the nerve fibers in our brains are linked to our vision.
Half of them.
Half. When your eyes are open, vision accounts for 2/3 of the electrical activity in your cerebral cortex. It takes merely 150 milliseconds for the brain to recognize an image.
That is fast.
And just 100 milliseconds more to attach a complex meaning to it. Words, text, and auditory information are largely processed by our short-term memory, meaning they require effort to retain.
Sure.
But images bypass that. They go directly into our long-term memory. They become indelibly etched in the mind's eye.
So the old saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words isn't just a metaphor. Scientifically, an image is a superhighway into the human belief system.
Exactly. Think about Nicholas Copernicus in 1543. He didn't just write a dense mathematical treatise to argue that the Earth orbits the sun. He drew a very simple picture of concentric circles showing the sun at the center of the solar system.
Right, the famous drawing.
That single, elegant image acted as what we might call stowaway intellectual baggage. It slipped past the brain's critical defenses, lodged itself in the mind's eye, and triggered an ideological revolution that completely upended the Catholic Church's doctrine.
Wow.
It transformed humanity's understanding of our place in the cosmos. Economics utilized the exact same neurological backdoor, but unfortunately, it used it to reinforce a deeply flawed system.
And the architect of this flawed visual system is Paul Samuelson.
Yes.
The story in the book about him just blew my mind because it is so incredibly mundane. We're essentially living in a world designed to keep bored college kids awake.
It's true. Paul Samuelson is widely considered the father of modern macroeconomic teaching. In 1948, he was this brilliant 30-year-old professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
MIT.
Right. He loved complex mathematical equations. His doctoral dissertation was notoriously dense and practically unreadable to a layperson. But his department head at MIT had an immediate practical problem.
Which was?
Following the end of World War II, college enrollments ballooned, with returning ex-servicemen utilizing the GI Bill. MIT suddenly had 800 engineering students who were forced to take a compulsory year-long economics course as part of their degree.
Oh, no.
And these engineering students absolutely hated it.
Because they're engineers. They want to build bridges. They want to study physics, fluid dynamics, mechanics. They want things they can touch and measure.
Exactly.
They do not want to sit in a room listening to abstract philosophical debates about the nature of wealth or political economy.
So Samuelson's boss, essentially begs him to write a textbook that these frustrated practical engineering students will actually tolerate. Samuelson realizes that his beloved abstract equations just won't work. To teach the masses, especially the scientifically minded masses, you need pictures.
Stowaway baggage.
Yes. In the same way the medieval Catholic Church used beautiful stained glass windows to communicate complex theology to an illiterate public, Samuelson used diagrams. And because he was pitching this to engineers, he consciously drew the economy to look like a physical machine. He created the iconic circular flow diagram.
I remember seeing this diagram in high school. It literally looks like plumbing. You have these pipes connecting households and businesses, and money is flowing through them like water in a closed loop.
He depicted income flowing around the economy as if it were fluid moving through plumbed pipes. It made the economy look like a closed mechanical system of fluid dynamics.
Perfect for engineers.
Exactly. It was neat, it was predictable, and it was entirely self-contained. That textbook, simply titled Economics, became a massive, unprecedented hit. It was translated into over 40 languages, sold 4 million copies, and became the foundational global gospel for Econ 101.
4 million copies.
Yeah. For generations, that single plumbing diagram became the mental framework for politicians, journalists, and everyday citizens trying to understand the world.
So when I turn on the news tonight, and a politician's talking about how we need to stimulate the economy or inject liquidity into the markets, they are literally using vocabulary derived from a 1940s textbook diagram that was sketched out as a quick fix to pacify a bunch of bored MIT engineering students.
That is exactly what is happening.
That is terrifying.
Yeah.
But if this plumbing diagram is so neat and tidy, what's the fatal flaw?
The danger of the mechanical plumbing diagram is what it leaves out.
Okay.
It's a closed loop. It completely leaves out the environment, the sun's energy, the soil, the materials extracted to make the products. It leaves out the unpaid care work, usually done by women, that actually raises the humans who go to work in those businesses.
Right.
It leaves out the concept of inequality. But the most insidious omission of all was that it left an empty space regarding the purpose of the economy. It didn't define a goal. And into that empty conceptual nest, a very dangerous cuckoo bird was laid.
The cuckoo bird metaphor from the sources is brilliant. For anyone who isn't a bird watcher, cuckoo birds are parasites. They don't build their own nests.
No, they don't.
The mother cuckoo sneaks into another bird's nest, like a warbler's, and lays her egg there. When the cuckoo chick hatches, it's completely ruthless. It literally kicks the other unhatched eggs out of the nest, screams for all the food, and grows to this absurd, monstrous size until it hijacks the entire ecosystem of that tree.
And that is exactly what happened to economics. See, economics originally had a very clear, human-centric goal. The ancient Greek philosopher Xenophon actually coined the term economics, and he defined it as the art of household management, ensuring the household thrives.
Okay.
In the 18th century, the foundational thinker Adam Smith explicitly stated that the goal of political economy was to provide a plentiful revenue for the people and the state. It was about public welfare.
Which sounds great.
It does. But as we moved into the 20th century, economists like Lionel Robbins and Milton Friedman decided they desperately wanted economics to be respected as a value-free, positive science.
Just like physics or chemistry.
Exactly. They didn't want to debate subjective morals or societal goals. They just wanted to objectively observe and predict behavior.
But the problem with trying to be value-free is that you aren't actually removing values, you're just abandoning the nest. You stop asking the fundamental question, what is all this production actually for?
Nature and intellectual frameworks abhor a vacuum. Into that unguarded, abandoned nest, the proxy goal of GDP growth was laid.
The cuckoo egg.
Yes. Because these 20th century economists needed a mathematical way to measure human utility, they decided the price people were willing to pay for things was a good enough proxy for value. And since the assumption was that people always want more things, continual income and output growth became the ultimate unquestionable proxy for human welfare.
Wow.
GDP growth hatched, kicked every other societal goal like health, equity, and ecological stability out of the nest, and grew into the singular, monstrous obsession of global politics.
The evidence of how completely this cuckoo bird has hijacked our brains is captured so perfectly in the story about the 2014 G20 summit in Brisbane, Australia.
Oh, that is a perfect example.
The host of this summit, Prime Minister Tony Abbott, is absolutely determined to keep the entire global agenda focused on one thing: economic growth. He explicitly states he doesn't want the summit cluttered by other issues. Cluttered. So, you have the leaders of the world's most powerful countries literally standing there stroking captive koalas for the press cameras while signing a pledge to boost their collective GDP by 2.1%.
The irony is painful.
And the dark irony here is that they are doing this mere days after the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a dire, apocalyptic warning that the world faces severe, irreversible damage from greenhouse gas emissions.
Right.
They are cuddling the very nature they are actively destroying, all for a photo op to celebrate an arbitrary 2.1% growth target. The cognitive dissonance is staggering. So if we recognize the cuckoo is destroying the nest, how do we evict it?
To evict the obsession with endless GDP growth, you cannot just offer criticism, you have to offer a replacement. You have to lay out a new, clearly articulated, visually compelling goal.
We need a new picture.
We do. We must shift the global mindset from endless growth to thriving in balance. And this is where we arrive at the core thesis of donut economics. The book argues that humanity's overriding 21st century goal must be to meet the needs of all people within the means of the living planet.
And to permanently replace Samuelson's 1948 plumbing diagram, we need that new picture to sneak into our long-term memory. Enter the donut.
The donut.
Now, I have to point out the humor in this. Of all the healthy, majestic, inspiring things in the natural world we could use as a compass for human survival,
Yeah.
the utopian shape of the future looks like a deep-fried, sugary American donut with a hole in the middle. It sounds like Homer Simpson was put in charge of the United Nations.
The irony of the pastry metaphor is certainly there, I'll give you that. But once you visualize the mechanics of it, it becomes incredibly powerful precisely because it destroys the linear up and to the right chart of GDP growth and replaces it with a circle of dynamic balance.
Okay, break it down for us.
The donut compass consists of two concentric rings, establishing a floor and a ceiling for human activity.
Let's start with the hole in the middle of the donut. What happens if you fall in there?
The inner ring of the donut represents the social foundation. This isn't arbitrary either. It is based directly on the internationally agreed upon United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
So basic human needs.
Exactly. It includes the absolute, non-negotiable basics of human life. Sufficient food, clean water, healthcare, education, political voice, gender equality, and social equity. The space inside that inner ring, the hole of the donut, represents critical human deprivation.
So if you're in the hole,
if you are in the hole, you are starving. You lack clean water. You lack basic human rights. The overriding goal is that absolutely no one should fall into that hole. Every single human being deserves to be lifted above that social foundation.
that makes perfect sense. We want to eradicate poverty. We want everyone to have the basics. But the traditional economic model says, great, to get everyone out of the hole, we just need to cut down every forest, burn every lump of coal, and maximize industrial output.
Which is exactly why the donut has an outer ring. The outer ring represents the ecological ceiling.
Okay.
The boundary is based on Earth system science, defined by a consortium of leading environmental scientists. It includes 9 critical planetary limits, things like climate change, ocean acidification, biodiversity loss, and chemical pollution.
So the absolute limits of the planet.
Right. If our economic activity pushes outward past that ring, we go into ecological overshoot. We begin irreversibly destroying the life-giving systems of the planet that we rely on to survive.
So the goal isn't just more. The goal isn't an arrow shooting off into space. The goal is to get into the dough.
The dough itself, the space nestled between the social foundation and the ecological ceiling, is the ecologically safe and socially just space for humanity. That is where we thrive in dynamic balance. It's a space where everyone has enough, but we aren't destroying the host that keeps us alive.
But the stark reality and the evidence presented in the text is just a brutal read shows that we are currently missing both marks by a terrifying margin. We are failing the donut on both sides simultaneously.
The statistics serve as a profound indictment of the 20th century economic path. On the inside of the donut, we have billions of people falling into the hole of deprivation. 1 in 9 people globally do not have enough to eat.
1 in 9.
1 in 4 live on less than $3 a day. Millions lack basic sanitation and political voice. Meanwhile, on the outside, we're blasting past the ecological ceiling. The top 10% of global carbon emitters are responsible for 45% of all global emissions.
That's a huge disparity.
It is. We are severely transgressing planetary boundaries on climate change, land conversion, and nitrogen loading in our oceans.
And the sheer structural inefficiency of this failure is what kills me. We often hear the argument that we just don't have enough resources to feed everyone, so we must prioritize growth.
Which is a myth.
Right, because the book points out that we could essentially end global hunger with just 10% of the food that currently goes to waste. When you consider that 30 to 50% of the world's food is lost in supply chains, left to rot in fields, or scraped off plates into the garbage, it becomes obvious.
We have enough.
We aren't failing because the Earth lacks the carrying capacity. We're failing because the plumbing system of our economy is designed to funnel resources to the top, regardless of the waste.
And what the donut model highlights so brilliantly is how inextricably linked the inner and outer rings are. Mainstream economics treats the environment as an externality, a footnote on the balance sheet. But in the real world, these systems are deeply coupled.
Give me an example.
Consider a corporation that decides to clear-cut a hillside to maximize short-term timber profits. According to GDP, that's a win. Income was generated. But in reality, deforesting that hillside accelerates local biodiversity loss and disrupts the local water cycle, exacerbating climate change.
The outer ring.
Exactly. This ecological breach leads directly to crop failures in the valley below. When the crops fail, the local community loses its food security and its income. Suddenly, parents can't afford basic school fees, so their children are pulled out of education.
Wow.
A breach of the ecological ceiling on the outside of the donut directly forces vulnerable people into the hole of social deprivation on the inside.
It's a single pulsating web. You pull one string, the whole thing warps. Okay, so we have evicted the cuckoo bird. We have a new goal, this donut, this sweet spot of balance. But if the donut is the new stage we are performing on, who are the actors? Because the current protagonist of our economy is a complete sociopath.
We have to completely rewrite the cast. For the last 70 years, the central character in the economic play has been rational economic man, or Homo economicus.
I always picture this guy as a ruthless, slicked-back 1980s Wall Street day trader.
Totally.
He's sitting in a tailored suit, completely isolated from his family and community, aggressively tapping a calculator to figure out how to extract the maximum amount of personal financial gain from every single human interaction, regardless of who it hurts.
That is barely an exaggeration of how the economic models treat him. The enemy idea here is the portrait of humans as purely self-interested, isolated, calculating, and dominant over nature.
Right.
Homo economicus has fixed preferences, and he acts entirely, predictably, based on market prices and financial incentives. Morals, guilt, and community do not factor into his equations.
Which is pretty bleak.
It is. And the immense tragedy of this is that it wasn't just a flawed, simplified model. It became a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you teach generations of university students that humans are inherently, biologically selfish and calculating, research consistently shows that those students actually alter their behavior to become more selfish and less cooperative.
So they emulate the model.
They emulate the model.
We literally sculpted ourselves into the image of a sociopathic cartoon character. We built a society that rewards his behavior. So what is the new portrait we need to shift to if we're going to live in the donut?
We must shift to an evidence-based portrait of humans as deeply social, interdependent, approximating, and embedded in the web of life. We are reciprocating creatures who possess fluid values depending on the context.
Not just calculating machines.
Right. The book details several fascinating behavioral experiments showing just how catastrophically the rational economic man model fails to predict actual human behavior.
The Haifa Israel daycare experiment. This is, without a doubt, one of the most illuminating examples I have ever heard.
It's a classic.
Okay, I want everyone listening to imagine a daycare center. Parents are supposed to pick up their kids by, say, 4:00 p.m. But inevitably, some parents are always running late, which forces the teachers to stay after hours, unpaid, to watch these kids. It's frustrating.
Very.
So a group of economists steps in and says, aha, this is a simple incentive problem. We just apply a financial disincentive. They institute a monetary fine for any parent who is more than 10 minutes late. According to the logic of rational economic man, the cost of being late just went up, so the rational consumer will ensure they are on time to avoid the cost. Late pickups should plummet.
That is the absolute logical assumption of mainstream neoclassical economics. But in reality, the exact opposite happened. The weeks after they introduced the fine, the number of late pickups didn't drop. It doubled.
It doubled? Why? How does adding a penalty make the behavior worse?
Because the economists fail to understand that humans operate on multiple wavelengths. Before the fine was introduced, the parents and teachers were operating on a social contract. If a parent was late, they felt guilt. They knew they were imposing on the teacher's goodwill and personal time.
Right. Nobody wants to be the jerk keeping the teacher late.
Exactly. But the moment a financial fine was introduced, that social norm was completely erased and replaced by a market transaction. The parents essentially thought, oh, I can just buy overtime care for a few extra bucks. Great, I'll stay at the office and finish my work.
Oh my gosh.
The marketplace completely erased the moral and social contract, and the most damning part of the experiment. When the researchers realized it had failed and removed the fine 3 months later, the late pickups stayed incredibly high.
Because the damage was already done, the price tag was removed, but the guilt didn't magically come back. The relationship had been commodified.
Exactly.
There was another experiment mentioned in the sources down in Dallas, Texas, dealing with kids and reading.
Yes, the Earning by Learning program. Policymakers wanted to boost literacy rates, so they decided to pay 6-year-old children $2 for every book they read.
Sounds like a good deal for a 6-year-old.
It does, and while their reading skills did show slight improvement in the short term, the philosopher Michael Sandel points out the massive hidden danger here. Paying a child to read fundamentally alters their relationship with the act of reading.
It turns it into a job.
It habituates them to think of reading purely as a chore performed to make money. It completely crowds out their intrinsic natural curiosity and love of reading for its own sake. When the market steps in, it taints the non-market norms we actually care about nurturing.
It's so sensitive that it even comes down to the literal vocabulary we use. The book highlights a survey concerning a hypothetical water shortage. When the survey framed the questions by referring to the participants as consumers, the respondents reported feeling very little personal responsibility and expressed low trust in their neighbors to conserve water. But when the exact same survey was given to a different group, and the only change was replacing the word consumers with the word individuals or citizens, the respondents reacted far more cooperatively and generously. Calling us consumers literally triggers our selfish, competitive instincts.
It really does. Words matter.
But I have to play devil's advocate here on behalf of anyone listening. If we are so inherently social and cooperative, look at modern reality. Look at Black Friday sales.
True.
You see grown adults literally trampling each other, getting into fistfights in a Walmart aisle over a discounted 70-inch flat-screen TV. That looks pretty close to the calculating, self-interested homo economicus to me. If we aren't inherently selfish, how do you explain that? How do we trigger the good citizen instead of that rabid consumer?
That is a highly valid pushback. The argument isn't that humans are purely angelic. We certainly possess the capacity for deep selfishness, greed, and competition. But the 21st century economist's job is to ask, what environmental and social dynamics are we currently amplifying? And how can we design systems that nurture the better angels of our nature instead?
So we're just feeding the wrong wolf.
Exactly. Our current society is hyper-engineered to stimulate the Black Friday consumer. We are bombarded by billions of dollars of advertising designed to trigger inadequacy in competition.
Right.
Instead of relying solely on market prices, fines, and advertising, we need to design policies that tap into nudges, networks, and norms. We need to trigger our intrinsic values like community pride, fairness, and reciprocity. If you design urban spaces, corporate structures, and policies that treat people as valued citizens and community members rather than just isolated extraction points for profit, the sociological evidence overwhelmingly shows they will step up and act cooperatively.
We build the humans we design for.
We absolutely do.
Okay, so if we aren't these isolated calculating robots, and our goal isn't just a perpetually rising line on a chart, then the whole machine metaphor starts to completely fall apart. If the economy isn't a plumbing system with water flowing perfectly through pipes to a state of equilibrium, what is it? Because when the 2008 crash happened, those pipes essentially exploded, and the textbooks had absolutely no explanation for why.
This is where we must smash the mechanical illusion. The ME idea here is the deeply embedded illusion of mechanical equilibrium. Historically, early economists suffered from massive physics envy.
Physics envy.
Yeah. They looked at Isaac Newton discovering the immutable laws of motion and gravity, and they wanted economics to be a hard, respected science just like physics. They wanted the economy to look like a predictable, ticking grandfather clock.
And the book makes this brilliant, poetic observation about Newton's apple.
It does. In 1666, Isaac Newton watches an apple fall from a tree, and he formulates the laws of gravity. Economists took that concept, the idea of physical objects naturally falling to a point of rest, and forced it onto human markets.
The pendulum swinging.
Exactly. The iconic supply and demand curve you learn in week 1 of Econ 101 is essentially a pendulum swinging until it finds a natural equilibrium point where price and quantity balance perfectly in thin air. But as the author points out, what if Newton hadn't merely marveled at how the apple fell, but instead marveled at how the apple grew?
Oh, that changes everything. If he had focused on the biology, the roots pulling nutrients from the soil, the rain, the complex pollination by bees, the blossoms turning into food economics might have modeled itself after a living, dynamic ecosystem instead of a rigid, dead machine.
Precisely the point. The economy is not a pendulum returning to rest. It is a highly complex, dynamic, evolving system driven by reinforcing and balancing feedback loops. And relying on the mechanical equilibrium model has caused catastrophic blind spots for policymakers.
Like the 2008 crash.
Most glaring, unforgivable example. The mainstream macroeconomic models used by the brilliant minds at the Bank of England and the U.S. Federal Reserve were entirely built on the presumption of equilibrium.
Right.
Incredibly, these models literally did not include private banks, commercial debt, or even money itself in their core equations.
Which is completely insane. I remember reading the quote from the economist Steve Keen in the book. He said, trying to analyze capitalism while leaving out banks and debt is like trying to analyze the flight of birds while ignoring that they have wings. How do you just leave the entire banking sector out of the model? What is the logical justification for that?
You leave them out because they ruin your math.
Are you serious?
I am. Banks create credit, and credit introduces wild instability. In a mechanical equilibrium model, everything must neatly balance. If you introduce private banks that can inflate massive housing bubbles through subprime mortgages, the pendulum swings wildly out of control and the mathematical model breaks. So rather than fixing the model to reflect reality, orthodox economists just removed the banks from the equations to keep the math looking elegant. They chose mathematical beauty over real-world truth.
That is just intellectual malpractice. Let's talk about another place the math is rigged. The success to the successful feedback loop. Because this destroys the enduring myth that wealth in a free market naturally balances itself out over time.
In complex systems, this is known as the Matthew effect, the idea that the rich get richer. The book mentions the game of Monopoly, or computer sociological simulations like Sugarscape.
Oh, Sugarscape.
Right. In these models, even if you start every single player with the exact same amount of equal resources, the internal dynamics of the system guarantee inequality. As soon as one person gains a slight early advantage, they use that advantage to extract more rent or resources from the others. It's a reinforcing feedback loop.
So it snowballs.
It inevitably leads to one person owning the entire board and everyone else going totally bankrupt.
Yeah.
Wealth in a capitalist system naturally concentrates. It does not naturally distribute itself.
Which brings us to one of the biggest lies we've been fed for decades. The Kuznets curve. I remember learning about this in college, and it was presented as an ironclad law.
Oh, yes.
It's this roller coaster-shaped curve that essentially tells policymakers, hey, don't worry about inequality. It argues that as a poor country begins to grow its economy, inequality will rise sharply. The rich will grab the initial wealth. But the curve promises if you just keep pushing for more GDP growth, eventually the wealth will naturally trickle down, the curve will peak, and inequality will naturally fall back down.
And it is a complete, unmitigated myth.
A myth.
Simon Kuznets formulated that idea in the 1950s based on highly specific, anomalous data from the post-World War II era. What he was observing wasn't the natural mechanics of the free market. He was observing a highly unique historical moment characterized by massive government intervention, unprecedented union strength, the GI Bill, and incredibly high marginal tax rates on the wealthy.
So it wasn't the free market at all.
Not even close.
Yeah.
But the curve was weaponized by neoliberal economists in the following decades to justify endless growth and austerity. They whispered to politicians, no pain, no gain, let the rich get richer, cut their taxes, deregulate, and eventually the market forces will even it out.
Trickle-down economics.
Exactly. But the data from the last 40 years proves the exact opposite. Trickle-down economics failed. Inequality is not a necessary phase of economic development. It is a conscious design failure of the system.
So basically, traditional economics has been treating a living, breathing, unpredictable jungle like it's a predictable grandfather clock. But here's the part of the deep dive that really makes my blood boil. The economists actually knew their math was busted, didn't they? They knew the equilibrium models were a sham.
Yes, they did.
Unbelievable.
In the 1970s, a group of brilliant theorists proved what is now known as the Sonnenschein-Mantel-Debreu conditions.
That's a mouthful.
It is, but let me explain how devastating this was. In microeconomics, if you track one person buying apples, the math works. If the price goes up, they buy fewer. It creates a neat little descending line on a graph.
Simple enough.
Right. Neoclassical economists assumed you could just add up millions of those individual lines to predict the behavior of the entire macroeconomy. But Sonnenschein, Mantel, and Debreu proved mathematically that you cannot scale it up.
Why not?
When you aggregate millions of complex human interactions, the math doesn't create a neat little X of equilibrium on a graph. It creates chaotic, unpredictable scribbles. The macro simply does not behave like the micro. The foundational math of general equilibrium theory was literally disproven.
So if they knew the math was busted in the 1970s, if the brightest minds in the field proved it, why didn't they change the textbooks? Why, in 2015, did my Econ 101 professor stand at a whiteboard and draw the supply and demand crisscross as if it were the immutable law of gravity?
Because of ideological convenience. As the Nobel laureate Robert Solow noted, the equilibrium theory was neat, learnable, not terribly difficult, but just technical enough to feel like science.
It made them look smart.
It gave economics departments prestige. But more importantly, the equilibrium model almost always guaranteed a laissez-faire free market policy recommendation. It mathematically proved that government intervention ruins the natural balance.
Ah, so it's political.
It fit perfectly with the massive political shift to the right that began in the late 1970s with Reagan and Thatcher. It was politically and financially rewarding to sweep the mathematical disproof under the rug and keep teaching the myth.
Okay, so if the economy is actually a complex, living system of feedback loops where wealth naturally concentrates at the top, that means we have to actively intervene. We can't just wait for the pendulum to swing back. Which brings us to the ultimate challenge of the donut and, honestly, the part of the book that is going to cause the most friction.
I know where you're going with this.
We have to address the sacred cow. We have to be agnostic about growth.
This is, without question, the hardest pill for the modern policymaker and the modern citizen to swallow. The book lays out 3 vital concepts for the 21st century economy.
Let's hear them.
First, design to distribute. We must create economies that circulate wealth from the start, rather than waiting to redistribute it through taxes later. Second, create to regenerate. We must move from a linear take, make, use, lose industrial model to a circular economy where the waste of one process is the food for another.
And the third.
And third, we must be agnostic about growth.
But hold on, I have to stop you here because this is where my panic sets in. We have structured literally everything in our modern globalized society around the baseline assumption of endless growth.
You're right.
My 401k and retirement pension are entirely dependent on the stock market growing every year. Our banking system relies on growth to pay off interest-bearing debt. Our entire political promise of a better tomorrow is tied to GDP.
It's woven into everything.
There was an economist mentioned in the sources, Wilfred Beckerman, who argued that if we abandon growth as an objective, we basically have to abandon democracy itself, because without a growing pie to share, society will tear itself apart fighting over the crumbs. Isn't saying we should be growth agnostic just a fancy academic way of saying we're going to accept economic stagnation, mass unemployment, and poverty? How does a society function if the line doesn't go up?
It is a massive intellectual hurdle, and your anxiety is exactly the knee-jerk reaction shared by almost every passenger on the GDP airplane. We feel like if the plane stops climbing, it will drop out of the sky.
Right.
But we have to unpick this conundrum carefully. The book acknowledges a very hard, undeniable truth. No country in the history of the world has ever ended human deprivation without a growing economy.
Right. If you are a low-income nation in the global south, you desperately need GDP growth.
Yeah.
You need to build hospitals, lay down sanitation systems, construct power grids, and fund schools. You need material throughput to get your citizens out of the hole in the center of the donut.
Exactly. For those nations, growth is a vital necessity. But the second half of the conundrum is equally true, and it's the part high-income nations ignore. No country has ever ended ecological degradation with a growing economy. The enemy idea here is the environmental Kuznets curve, the delusional techno-optimist belief that if a rich country just keeps growing its GDP, eventually it will get wealthy enough to invent green technology, decarbonize, and clean up all the pollution it caused along the way.
Just grow our way out of the problem.
But there is absolutely no natural law or historical data that says pollution gets better with endless growth. Look at the hard data. It would take 4 planet Earths if everyone in the world lived the material lifestyle of a typical Swede, Canadian, or American.
4 Earths.
We are massively, violently overshooting our ecological footprint in high-income countries. We cannot grow our way out of the ecological ceiling.
So what does agnostic actually mean in this context? Because it clearly doesn't mean enforce zero growth everywhere forever. It doesn't mean plunging back into the dark ages.
That is a vital distinction. Agnostic does not mean zero growth, and it certainly doesn't mean poverty. It means designing an economic system that allows us to thrive whether or not the GDP line goes up.
Thrive whether or not it grows.
As the author perfectly phrases it, today, we have economies that need to grow whether or not they make us thrive. We are structurally addicted to growth just to stave off collapse. What we desperately need are economies that make us thrive, whether or not they grow.
That is a massive paradigm shift. It means untangling our financial and political systems from their absolute dependency on the S-curve of growth. We have to figure out how to run a society where the total financial value of products sold might go up one year, might go down the next, or might just oscillate steadily, and the society doesn't collapse into a Great Depression when it stops.
Exactly.
It means redesigning how money is created, how businesses are owned, and how we measure success.
It is the defining economic challenge of our generation. How do you design a complementary currency? How do you shift taxation from labor to resource extraction? How do you decouple human well-being from material throughput?
It's huge.
And that brings us perfectly to the final phase of our deep dive, the blind spots. Because donut economics lays out a breathtakingly comprehensive, visionary new mindset, it tells us what the new compass looks like. But what is this book not telling us? What is missing?
I felt this tension while reading through the material. She gives us this incredible compass. She tells us we need to be regenerative and distributive. She tells us to be growth agnostic. But I kept turning the pages waiting for the checklist.
Looking for the manual.
Yeah. Where is the 10-point policy plan? Where is the exact marginal tax rate we need to apply? Where is the step-by-step blueprint for restructuring the World Bank and the IMF? It feels intentionally underplayed. She doesn't give us the instruction manual.
It is entirely intentional and for a very good reason based on everything we've just discussed regarding complex systems. If the 20th century economists failed because they suffered from physics envy, because they thought they could control the economy like a predictable machine by pulling a few mechanical levers, the 21st century economist knows the economy is a complex, ever-evolving adaptive system. It is a living garden, not a clock.
So trying to write a strict, rigid rulebook for the global economy of 2050 using only the localized knowledge we have today would just be repeating Paul Samuelson's mistakes from 1948. We'd be trapping the future in another rigid box.
Exactly. The blind spot is actually an invitation. It is an invitation for localized, dynamic experimentation. You cannot prescribe rigid institutional fixes from a top-down global perspective.
Because everywhere is different.
Right. The policies and regenerative designs needed for a coastal fishing town in South Africa are going to be fundamentally, wildly different from the solutions required for a dense, hyper-industrialized urban center in China or a sprawling rural agricultural community in the United States. The donut is a compass, not a map. You have to figure out the terrain yourself.
But there is a real present danger in that ambiguity, isn't there? Because without strict rules, I can already see the corporate co-optation happening.
Well, it's a huge risk.
Right. A massive, polluting, multinational corporation looks at the donut, hires a PR firm, and says, oh, neat diagram. We calculated our fair share of the ecological ruling, so we are scientifically allowed to emit exactly this many millions of tons of carbon and extract this much water. Look, we put a green donut logo on our website. We are a sustainable brand.
The greenwashing.
It's like a group of kids at a birthday party fighting over who gets the biggest slice of the cake rather than actually trying to change the recipe of the cake so it doesn't kill them.
That is a profound risk, and we see that exact type of greenwashing every single day. Shifting to a regenerative design doesn't mean asking how much of the Earth's limited dying carrying capacity can our corporation legally hoard before the system snaps. It means fundamentally completely redesigning the industrial process so that the waste of one process becomes the direct food for another. It is a shift from linear extraction to circular restoration. If companies use the donut merely to justify their continued extraction under the guise of taking their fair share, the whole model collapses.
Right.
We cannot simply rebrand the cuckoo bird. We have to build a new nest.
So what does this all mean for you, the listener? Because we've covered a staggering amount of ground today. We started with a broken 1950s plumbing diagram that trained us all to be selfish, isolated consumers obsessed with endless growth on a finite planet.
A long journey.
And we've charted a path toward a vibrant, living system, the donut, where social, adaptable humans act as stewards of a complex, dynamic ecosystem. How do we actually use this in our daily lives?
It means recognizing that economics is no longer a closed club reserved for mathematicians and ivory towers and central bankers. If the economy is a complex, adaptive system, then every single node in that network matters.
Meaning us.
Meaning you. When you change how you shop, how you vote, where you invest your retirement fund, how you run your local business, or even just the vocabulary you use to describe your neighbors, you are actively experimenting with the donut. You are testing these theories in real time.
That's empowering.
The era of leaving it to the experts who didn't even see the 2008 crash coming is over. We are all economists now.
I love that. We all have the power to scrub the old toxic graffiti off the walls of our minds and start drawing a new picture for the 21st century. And before we go, we want to leave you with a final, provocative thought to mull over. Something to take with you into your week and to use as a lens for the world around you.
Next time you watch the evening news and you see a politician standing proudly at a podium or a CEO ringing a bell on Wall Street bragging to the cameras about achieving double-digit growth, I want you to pause and ask yourself a few fundamental questions.
What should we ask?
Growth of what exactly?
Yep.
For whom? At what cost to the planetary donut? And perhaps most importantly, what intrinsic priceless human values did we have to put a cheap price tag on in order to achieve it?
That is the question of our time. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into donut economics. We hope we've helped you scrub off some of that stowaway intellectual baggage today. Keep questioning the diagrams, keep challenging the old models, and we will see you on the next deep dive. So in the 1950s, the United States economy grew at a rate of nearly 5% a year.
Right.
And if you look at the historical accounts, I mean, that era is remembered as this absolute golden age of prosperity. People felt like kings.
Yeah, a single income could buy a house, a car, a very comfortable life.
Exactly. And that 5% growth added about $3,500 of wealth per capita to the economy. But now, let's fast forward a bit to the period between, say, 2011 and 2015.
A very different vibe.
Completely. During those years, GDP growth was this sluggish 2%. And you probably remember the headlines from back then. Financial analysts were just panicking.
Oh, yeah. Politicians screaming about economic stagnation and, the death of the middle class.
Right. But here is the counterintuitive fact that is going to kind of anchor our entire conversation today. That sluggish 2% growth in the 2010s actually added $4,800 per capita in constant dollars.
Which is wild when you really think about it.
It is. The anemic 2% growth delivered almost 40% more absolute wealth per person than the vigorous 5% growth of the 1950s. Yet, we felt poorer.
We felt like we're failing, yeah.
Exactly. So why is our psychological and economic reality so totally divorced from our physical reality? Welcome to the deep dive.
It's a perfect question to start with, really, because it exposes this massive glitch in how we understand progress. We are so obsessed with growth, but we're fundamentally misdiagnosing what growth actually is.
Right.
How it functions in the physical world, and, most importantly, where it inevitably must end.
And that is exactly our mission today. We're pulling from an incredibly rigorous, just exhaustive source, Vaclav Smil's monumental work, Growth, from microorganisms to megacities.
Massive text.
It is.
Yeah.
And for those who might not be familiar, Smil is famously the author that Bill Gates says he looks forward to reading more than anyone else. But, Smil isn't a pop science writer selling you this breezy vision of the future.
No, not at all. He is an energeticist. He's a historian. And he's just a relentless, uncompromising realist.
Relentless is the word. We are going to extract the ultimate unvarnished truth about how things grow, from a colony of bacteria on a petri dish to the sprawling infrastructure of the Roman Empire.
Yeah, or from the mass adoption of the smartphone to the staggering 40 million person population of the Tokyo megacity.
Right. We want to bypass the daily panic about economic slumps and all that Silicon Valley hype about technological utopias.
Because our goal here is to give you, the listener, a clear lens to see the hidden patterns governing the world around you. Because if we distill this massive source material down to its absolute core thesis...
The real bottom line.
Yeah, the main argument is this. Continuous material growth on a finite planet is a physical impossibility.
Let that sink in for a second.
Right. It does not matter if you are looking at a pine tree, a yeast culture, or the global economy. Growth in the physical universe follows strictly confined trajectories.
So this modern economic obsession with endless compounding growth?
It's dangerously unmoored from the biophysical reality of thermodynamics. The backdrop for our conversation today is a very specific visual. I want you to imagine a graph.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
There's a curve that starts slow, shoots rapidly upward, like it's seemingly bound for the stratosphere, but then sharply, inevitably rounds off and levels into a flat, horizontal line.
To understand why endless economic growth is a myth, we really have to start with the fundamental mathematical shapes that growth takes in the real world. Our source material outlines three main architectures of expansion. Let's lay the groundwork.
So the first type of growth is the easiest to grasp because it's the most steady. It's linear growth.
Okay.
You add a constant, unchanging amount over a specific period. Like if you have an apple orchard and you plant exactly 10 new trees every single spring, your orchard is growing linearly.
Got it.
The volume of the addition never changes, whether you have 100 trees or 1,000.
It's like sand falling through an hourglass. Always the exact same amount of sand hitting the bottom of the glass every second. It's totally predictable, totally steady.
Exactly. Then we move to the second type. And this is the one that captures the human imagination and entirely dominates modern economic modeling. Exponential growth.
The famous one.
Right. In an exponential trajectory, a quantity grows by a constant percentage, which means it doubles at regular intervals. It leads to absolute explosions in size.
So back to the orchard.
Right. If your apple orchard grows exponentially at 10% a year, the number of trees you add isn't constant. You had 10 trees the first year, but 100 years later, you're adding thousands of trees in a single spring.
Compound interest is the classic example we all learn in grade school, right? You start with a penny, you double it every day for a month, and suddenly you have millions of dollars.
Yeah. Or looking at technology, we have Moore's Law.
Oh, sure. The number of components on a microchip doubling roughly every 2 years. We went from a couple of thousand components on an Intel chip in the early 1970s to, over 20 billion today?
Something staggering like that, yeah.
And when you plot exponential growth on a graph, it just looks like a rocket ship taking off straight into space. But, wait, I need to stop you there.
Okay.
If the core thesis of this text is that exponential growth is impossible in the physical world, how do you explain the internet? How do you explain the smartphone? Those don't look like confined trajectories to me, They look like a straight line up into the stratosphere.
And that is the exact illusion Smell wants to shatter. In nature, in the physical world of mass and energy, exponential growth never lasts. It is always, without exception, a temporary phase.
Always.
Always. And that brings us to the third and absolute most important trajectory for our deep dive today. Confined growth. We call this the logistic curve or the S-curve.
The S-curve.
Right. Almost everything in nature is an S-curve. It starts out slow, it hits an inflection point, and accelerates into that explosive exponential phase, which is the rocket ship you're describing, but then it hits environmental limits.
It runs out of fuel.
Exactly. The curve inevitably decelerates, rounds off, and plateaus. It flattens out into an S shape.
So it's like a human being growing up. A child hits adolescence and experiences this massive growth spurt. They shoot up 6 inches in a year.
Yeah, perfect example.
If they were growing exponentially, they'd be 100 feet tall by the time they hit middle age. But their DNA and, the physical limits of bone and gravity force that S-curve to flatten out. They hit maturity.
And the critical question Spill raises is this. If the S-curve is the universal law of biological and physical growth, why are humans so incredibly bad at recognizing it?
Why do we keep ignoring it?
Right. Why do we look at a growing economy or technological adoption and constantly mistake the middle steep part of that S-curve for a never-ending exponential line? The source suggests it's fundamentally a problem of perspective and our relatively short lifespans.
We're like mayflies who only live for a day, assuming the sun is always rising because we've never lived long enough to see the sunset.
That is an excellent way to frame it. Think about the people alive today, especially the economists, the policymakers, and tech founders driving our global narratives. We only have firsthand experience of the 20th and early 21st centuries.
Right?
We happen to be born into an era of unprecedented, explosive technological and population growth, fueled mostly by the massive extraction of fossil fuels.
So because that steep upward acceleration is literally all we have personally experienced, our brains have just extrapolated it into an eternal norm.
Exactly. We assume we are on an infinite rocket ship, but historically and mathematically, we are just hiking up the steep slope of a very tall hill. Eventually, we must reach the summit.
Which brings us to Thomas Malthus. You really cannot talk about the limits of growth without talking about the classic doom and gloom Malthusian trap. Let's spend some real time on this because he is constantly referenced but rarely understood in full context.
Very true.
What exactly did Malthus argue back in, 1798? And why does this book dedicate so much time to him?
So Thomas Malthus was an English cleric and scholar, and he wrote an essay on the principle of population. Malthus was observing the agricultural limits of 18th century England.
Okay.
He looked at the math of human reproduction and the math of farming, and he saw a terrifying discrepancy. He argued that human population grows geometrically, which is to say, exponentially.
2 parents have 4 children who have 8 children and so on.
Precisely. But, he argued, food production only grows arithmetically, linearly. You can clear a new field and add a steady linear amount of wheat to your harvest, but you cannot magically double your land every 20 years.
So the exponential curve of hungry mouths inevitably crosses the linear curve of food supply,
resulting in mass starvation, disease, and societal collapse.
It's a mathematically terrifying premise. But Malthus was wrong. I mean, we have 8 billion people on the planet today, and while we definitely have distribution problems, we produce more than enough calories to feed everyone.
You do.
So how did Malthus get the math so right, but the historical outcome so spectacularly wrong?
Malthus failed to foresee energy subsidies. When Malthus looked at a field of wheat, he was looking at a system powered almost entirely by recent solar energy.
Meaning the sun shining right now.
Right. The sun grows the grass, the ox eats the grass, the ox pulls the plow, the human eats the wheat. The amount of energy you could extract from a plot of land was strictly limited by the photosynthesis happening in real time.
That makes sense.
What Malthus couldn't have predicted was that humanity was about to crack open a subterranean vault containing millions of years of ancient, concentrated, fossilized sunlight, coal, oil, and natural gas.
Ah, so the Industrial Revolution completely changed the energy equation.
Completely. We didn't just invent better plows. We invented the Haber-Bosch process in the early 20th century, which allowed us to take nitrogen directly out of the air and turn it into synthetic fertilizer.
But doing so requires immense amounts of natural gas.
Immense amounts. We replaced the muscle power of oxen with diesel-powered tractors. We built global supply chains using fossil-fueled cargo ships. We injected massive, unprecedented energy subsidies into our agricultural system.
So we didn't disprove the S-curve. We just used fossil fuels to artificially jack the ceiling of the S-curve incredibly high.
That is the vital takeaway from Smell's analysis here. Malthus wasn't wrong about the fundamental limits of a closed system. He just didn't realize we were about to artificially expand the boundaries of the system by burning our geological inheritance.
Right.
But raising the ceiling is not the same as removing the ceiling. The S-curve still applies. The biosphere still has an absolute thermodynamic limit.
I want to pause here and connect this directly to you listening right now. Why does this architectural math matter to your daily life?
Yeah, why should they care?
Because every business plan you pitch, every quarterly projection your company demands, your entire retirement 401k strategy, and the government tax policies you rely on, they are all betting on an endless exponential curve.
They demand 3 or 4% compounding annual growth forever.
Right, but we live in a physical universe that is strictly governed by S-curves. The entire global financial system is placing infinite bets on a profoundly finite table.
Which logically forces us to ask, if the laws of nature strictly cap growth, why are we constantly bombarded with the message that our modern world is dematerializing and accelerating faster and faster?
Right, which brings us to the worldview that our source material aggressively and methodically attacks. The book has absolutely no patience for what we'll call the enemy idea.
It really doesn't.
And the enemy here is techno-optimism, specifically the illusion of dematerialization. This is this pervasive, almost religious belief in Silicon Valley and modern macroeconomic theory that because the digital world code, software, data can seemingly expand infinitely and effortlessly, the physical world can too.
It is the dangerous assumption that human ingenuity, specifically our mastery over software and data, has somehow emancipated us from the laws of thermodynamics, gravity, and the need for physical material.
The source provides an absolutely devastating takedown of this mindset. It cites a widely circulated corporate futurist report prepared by the Oxford Martin School and published by Citi.
I love this example.
It's so good. The report tried to prove how astonishingly fast technology is accelerating today compared to the past. It claimed that to reach 50 million users, it took the telephone 75 years. It took the radio 38 years. Television took 13 years. The internet took 4 years. And the mobile game Angry Birds took just 35 days.
You can almost hear the breathlessness in the presentation of those statistics, right? It's designed to make you feel like we're living in an era of unprecedented acceleration.
So let me play the role of the Silicon Valley venture capitalist here for a second. I look at those numbers and I say, look at the data. We went from 75 years to connect people down to 35 days. The world is demonstrably accelerating. Software is eating the world, and it's doing it at warp speed. How is that not proof of dematerialization?
Because it is a profound, almost embarrassing categorical error. Smell dismantles this comparison by forcing us to look at the physical reality underneath the statistics. Let's really examine what it took for the telephone to reach 50 million users.
Okay.
Telephony in the late 19th and early 20th century was a pioneering physical system. To connect those users, human beings had to locate, mine, and smelt millions of tons of raw copper.
Wow.
Society had to invent and build the very first large-scale electrical grids. We had to physically chop down millions of trees to erect telephone poles across entire continents.
Think about the transatlantic telegraph and telephone cables, too. I was reading about the Great Eastern, the massive iron sailing ship used in the 1800s to lay the first transatlantic cable. It was an incredibly dangerous, brutal, physical endeavor.
Cables snapped in the middle of the ocean.
Men lost their lives in storms. They had to manufacture thousands of miles of heavy wire insulated with gutta percha, which is this natural latex they had to harvest from trees in Southeast Asia. The logistics were staggering. And then at the end of the line, they had to manually install a heavy physical receiver in 50 million individual homes.
Exactly. The spread of the telephone was painful, slow, physical S-curve infrastructure growth. It was constrained by the speed at which humans could dig holes, lay wire, and generate electricity. Now look at Angry Birds.
A few programmers sitting in a climate-controlled office in Finland writing lines of code.
Right. Angry Birds only spread to 50 million users in 35 days because it rode effortlessly on the back of a century of that painful physical infrastructure growth.
It didn't build anything itself.
No. The app didn't build the power plants. It didn't launch the communication satellites into orbit. It didn't mine the cobalt or manufacture the billions of physical mobile phones. The app merely slid down a perfectly paved, multi-trillion-dollar highway that took 100 years of blood, sweat, and steel to build. Comparing the two is intellectually dishonest.
The text uses an absolutely brilliant analogy for this. Comparing the telephone's adoption to a mobile app is like comparing the invention of the microwave oven to the adoption of microwavable popcorn.
It is the perfect illustration. The microwave oven required inventing the magnetron during World War II, mastering electromagnetic radiation, building massive manufacturing plants for the appliances, establishing appliance supply chains, and getting them into physical kitchens.
Right.
Microwavable popcorn just gets tossed into the machine that already exists. Yes, the popcorn gets adopted faster. You can sell 1 million bags of popcorn in a day. But the popcorn is not a technological revolution.
But the techno-optimists look at the popcorn flying off the shelves and say, look how fast we are innovating. We are dematerializing.
And that delusion is what Smill calls Moore's curse. We have spent decades watching microchips double in efficiency every 2 years, Moore's law. Because computation has physically shrunk and become incredibly energy efficient, our culture has been infected with the assumption that this rule applies to everything else.
Moore's curse. I love that term. We assume that because we can update an app overnight, we can fix climate change or transition to a renewable energy grid or build smart cities at the speed of a software update.
Precisely. We expect a Moore's Law progression in massive physical systems. But you cannot download a high-speed rail network.
Right.
You cannot code a suspension bridge. You cannot 3D print a functional, massive-scale agricultural system out of thin air. Transitioning a global economy from fossil fuels to renewables requires pouring millions of tons of concrete for wind turbine foundations, mining millions of tons of lithium for batteries, and erecting massive new physical transmission grids.
So there is no absolute dematerialization on a macro level.
Yeah, the physical world does not double its efficiency every 2 years.
Well, if our wealth is growing in absolute terms, but the percentage growth is slowing down, that means we are accumulating a massive, stagnant mountain of physical material. Where's all that mass physically sitting right now? This brings us directly back to that counterintuitive statistic I opened the show with, the GDP illusion.
All connected.
Because we expect endless, rapid, exponential growth, we actually feel like we are failing even when we are objectively wealthier. Let's dig deeper into why a 2% growth rate in the 2010s delivered more cash into people's pockets than a 5% growth rate in the 1950s, and why nobody seemed to notice or care.
Gross domestic product. It is the ultimate flawed metric of modern civilization's success. The reason the math works out that way is simply the law of large numbers. A 5% increase on a relatively small post-war economy yields less absolute value than a 2% increase on a massive 21st century globalized economy.
It's like being deeply depressed that you only got a 2% raise when your salary is $1 million, and looking back fondly at how happy you were to get a 5% raise when you were making minimum wage.
Exactly.
The absolute cash you are taking home with the 2% is vastly higher. But the media, the stock market, and our own brains only seem to register the falling percentage.
It exposes a fundamental flaw in human evolutionary psychology and how our brains process mathematics. High absolute numbers do not register emotionally. High rates of change trigger us deeply.
That makes total sense.
From an evolutionary biology perspective, this makes perfect sense. Our ancestors didn't need to constantly notice the massive static mountain in the background of their territory. They needed to notice the wrestling bush.
Right, the movement.
The rapid rate of change in their immediate environment signaled either food or a predator. We are biologically hardwired to overreact to rapid acceleration or sudden deceleration and completely ignore slow, massive accumulation.
And the source provides a stunning modern piece of political evidence for this by looking at the Brexit vote in the United Kingdom.
It really does.
This is a specific example that completely clarified the concept for me. Walk us through the Brexit numbers.
So if you look at the district-by-district voting data for the Brexit referendum, you see a fascinating pattern regarding immigration. The areas of the UK that had a very high absolute number of foreign-born residents, places where the migrant population was over 30%, those regions overwhelmingly voted to remain in the European Union.
Because they were accustomed to the high absolute baseline.
Exactly. But the regions that voted heavily to leave
let me guess.
were the areas where the rate of migrants had increased rapidly over a short period. For example, a region where the migrant population increased by 200% over a decade heavily voted to leave.
Even if that 200% increase only meant the total migrant population went from 1% to 3% of the total population.
Yes. Even if the absolute total was incredibly low, practically statistically insignificant compared to London, the rate of change is what caused the intense social and political friction.
The human brain processed the rapid percentage increase as a threat.
As the text summarizes so perfectly, high numbers don't bother people. High rates of change do.
So apply this mechanism to your own life for a second. Are you stressing over the rate of your career trajectory? Are you depressed by the percentage return on your savings account this year while completely ignoring the massive absolute value of the skills, the stability, and the accumulated wealth you already possess?
It's a psychological trap.
We have built a global economic system that demands a 4% growth rate just to maintain social order and feel healthy. But that demand is an arbitrary psychological trap born from our evolutionary hardware. It is not a physical necessity. We are wealthier in absolute terms than any generation in the history of the human race, but we feel economically precarious because the S-curve is flattening out.
And this brings us to a profound physical consequence. If endless economic growth is largely a psychological illusion chased by macroeconomics, the physical manifestation of that chase is very real. You cannot conjure economic value out of nothing.
No, it requires moving mass and burning energy.
Exactly. So, as you asked earlier, where does all that mass and energy end up? Where does it concentrate?
It concentrates in our cities. And that brings us to the evolution of the megacity, the hungry organism. If we want to look at the physical limits of growth, we really have to look at the largest man-made structures on Earth.
Historically, a city was completely constrained by the agricultural surplus of its immediate surroundings. The S-curve hit its plateau relatively early.
Let's use the Roman Empire as the ultimate historical example of this. At its peak, the city of Rome reached a population of roughly 1 million people. That was an unprecedented megacity for the ancient world. But to sustain just 1 million people, they completely exhausted the agricultural capacity of the Italian peninsula.
Yeah, they hit a wall.
They had to institute the cura année, the grain dole. Rome was forced to build massive fleets of wooden sailing ships to import hundreds of thousands of tons of grain all the way from Egypt and North Africa.
And that logistical chain was the physical limit of their growth. They were reliant on wind, sail, and human muscle. A bad storm in the Mediterranean or a drought in the Nile Valley meant immediate starvation in Rome. The Roman S-curve flattened out at 1 million because they maxed out the energy density of organic agriculture and wind power over distance.
But fossil fuels severed that local connection. We broke the Roman limit. And so the city evolved into the megacity, defined as over 10 million people. And now we are looking at the dawn of the gigacity, approaching 50 million people.
It's hard to even wrap our heads around that scale.
It really is. The prime example the text uses to contrast with historical cities is the Tokyo metropolitan area, which is currently pushing nearly 40 million people.
Tokyo is an agglomeration of humanity larger than the entire populations of many countries. To understand how a gigacity functions and why it's so dangerous, Smil forces us to borrow a concept from physics. The dissipative structure.
Dissipative structure. What does that mean in this context?
Well, a city is not a self-sustaining organism. A forest can sustain itself. A city cannot. A city is a highly complex artificial structure that only maintains its internal order by sucking in a massive, constant, uninterrupted inflow of energy and materials from the outside world.
And it trades that order for chaos.
Exactly. In thermodynamics, we talk about entropy. When we say a city outputs massive entropy, think of it like this. To keep a massive skyscraper highly organized, to keep the elevators running, the water pumping to the 80th floor, the air conditioning keeping the offices at exactly 72 degrees, you have to constantly burn energy elsewhere. The exhaust from that burning, the heat radiating off the concrete, the thousands of tons of solid waste, the sewage, the carbon dioxide pumped into the atmosphere, that is entropy. You're trading intense order inside the city for intense chaos and degradation outside it.
So the city is just a giant engine of entropy. But why do we keep building them bigger? If they require so much energy, why do human populations naturally organize themselves into these massive, dense clusters?
Because of the mathematics of agglomeration, which follows a specific power law distribution known as Zipf's law.
Zipf's law?
Yeah. Zipf's law dictates that in a given country, the largest city will be roughly twice as big as the second largest, 3 times as big as the third, and so on. Why does human geography naturally organize this way? Because of network effects. When you pack millions of people together, you create intense labor pooling, an incredibly rapid exchange of knowledge, and massive economies of scale.
So, if you're a highly specialized neurosurgeon or a niche financial derivatives trader, you can't make a living in a town of 1,000 people. You need a massive population pool to find enough demand for your highly specialized skill. The city creates exponential economic opportunity just by proximity.
Exactly. That is why the gigacity is such a staggering economic powerhouse. But it comes at a terrifying physical cost.
Okay, I have to push back here because there is a very popular counterintuitive argument making the rounds in urban planning circles right now. The text explicitly mentions the economist Edward Glaeser, who wrote a whole book called Triumph of the City.
Oh, yes.
Glaeser's core argument is that cities actually make us greener. His logic is that if we are all packed densely into high-rise apartments, taking the subway instead of driving gas-guzzling SUVs from the suburbs, and sharing heating infrastructure across large buildings, aren't we saving energy? Isn't the dense megacity actually the ultimate solution to climate change?
Smil is highly critical of that view. He considers it a dangerous simplification that ignores the macro reality of the dissipative structure. Well, it is absolutely true that on a per capita, micro-level basis, A person living in a dense Manhattan apartment taking the subway uses less direct energy for personal transportation and home heating than a person living in a sprawling, car-dependent suburb.
Sure.
But looking only at the subway ride completely ignores the staggering global infrastructure required to keep that Manhattan resident alive.
Right, because the guy taking the subway in Manhattan still needs to eat. And he's not growing his food on a fire escape.
Exactly. Megacities require unprecedented, continuous, hyper-complex global supply chains. A gigacity of 40 million people like Tokyo cannot be fed by local rooftop gardens or farmers markets or the current tech bro obsession with vertical farming.
Those are just drops in the bucket.
Those things are rounding errors. They provide lettuce for expensive restaurants. To provide the core caloric baseline for 40 million people, it demands a global, high-energy agricultural system. It requires massive fleets of diesel-burning cargo ships. It requires thousands of refrigerated trucks running 24/7. It requires millions of tons of synthetic fossil fuel-derived fertilizers to squeeze enough wheat and soy out of the ground halfway across the world to feed the concrete jungle.
And it's not just food. Think about the physical materials of the city itself. You need staggering amounts of cement and steel, which are incredibly energy-intensive and carbon-heavy to produce, just to maintain the existing infrastructure, replace the roads, and treat the millions of gallons of wastewater generated every single day.
When you account for the embodied energy of the materials constantly flowing into the city and the global infrastructure required to sustain that flow, the megacity is the most intensive, entropy-producing structure ever created by human beings.
It's the ultimate attempt to push the S-curve higher.
It is the ultimate, desperate manifestation of that attempt. It requires terrifying amounts of resources to avoid collapse.
So if you're listening to this and you live in a major city, just look out your window. Everything you see, the concrete, the glass, the asphalt, the food in your fridge, was brought there by an invisible river of diesel and coal.
It's sobering.
It is. So if we have these massive energy-hungry cities and the biophysical limits of the planet's S-curve are starting to close in on us, who is offering an escape hatch, who's telling us not to worry that the limits don't apply to us, this takes us right back to the techno-optimists, and the source material takes direct, almost visceral aim at Ray Kurzweil and the concept of the singularity.
Ray Kurzweil is perhaps the ultimate evangelist for the idea that exponential growth will save humanity. He is a prominent inventor, a futurist, and was a director of engineering at Google. His entire worldview is based on what he calls the law of accelerating returns. He claims that technological change isn't just exponential, but that the rate of exponential growth is itself growing exponentially.
A double exponential. The math of that is just mind-boggling.
And his famous prediction, based on plotting these exponential curves of computational power, is that we will experience the equivalent of 20,000 years of historical progress over the course of the 21st century.
20,000 years.
He argues this compounding acceleration will culminate around the year 2045 in the singularity. This is a theoretical point where machine intelligence vastly surpasses human intelligence, leading to a total merger of biological and non-biological life. Kurzweil literally talks about immortal, software-based humans uploading their consciousness to the cloud and eventually expanding outward to saturate the universe with intelligence.
Okay. Immortal software, humans flying through space. If you're listening to this on a brand new lightning-fast smartphone, you might be rolling your eyes at us right now. You're probably thinking, of course technology is accelerating exponentially. My new phone is twice as fast as the one I bought 3 years ago. AI is writing essays and painting pictures. Kurzweil is right. But the source text is not just skeptical of Kurzweil's vision, it treats it as fundamentally anti-scientific.
What's fascinating here is how profoundly ahistorical Kurzweil's vision is. Smale points out that despite the shiny gadgets in our pockets, we are actually living in a period where the most foundational, civilization-altering innovations are behind us, not ahead of us.
Wait, really?
Yes. If you look at the real paradigm-shifting innovations that fundamentally changed how the human species interacts with the physical world, they overwhelmingly happened in the 2 generations preceding World War I.
The period roughly between 1880 and 1914?
Yes. That incredibly brief historical window gave us the generation and large-scale distribution of electricity. It gave us powered flight. It gave us the internal combustion engine. It gave us the synthesis of ammonia for fertilizer and modern sanitary water treatment systems. Those inventions literally changed life and death. They changed how fast we could travel, how much we could grow, and how long we lived.
And compared to that massive leap in physical capability, what have the last 2 generations actually given us?
We have been given incredible communication technology. We have vastly superior ways to transmit data and images. But think about the physical realities that govern your actual survival. We still fly in commercial jetliners at the exact same cruising speeds we did in the 1960s. The Concorde is gone. We didn't get faster.
Right.
We still eat food grown in the dirt, absolutely dependent on the same basic nitrogen cycle. We still generate the vast majority of our global electricity using the exact same basic principle of boiling water to spin a steam turbine, whether we do it by burning coal, natural gas, or splitting the atom. That basic mechanic was established over a century ago.
We have supercomputers in our pockets that are millions of times more powerful than the room-sized mainframes that calculated the Apollo moon landings. But what are we actually using that exponential computational power for?
That's the real question.
We use it to stream cat videos in high definition. We use it to argue with strangers on social media. And massive corporations use it to algorithmically mine our personal data so they can target us with ads to sell us more cheap plastic junk. The text explicitly calls out this fallacy. Just because the total volume of information or data in the world is growing exponentially, it does not mean that human knowledge or human capability is growing exponentially.
Exactly.
1 billion selfies uploaded to the cloud every day is a massive data explosion, but it is not an intellectual or physical revolution.
And this brings us to the ultimate limit, the absolute hard stop that dismantles the entire singularity argument. Kurzweil's vision pretends that humans, and eventually superintelligent machines, can exist independently of the biosphere. It treats the physical world as a negligible, dirty backdrop to the pure, clean digital realm. But we are a subsystem of the Earth.
The cloud is not actually in the sky. The cloud is a massive, windowless, concrete building sitting in a field in Virginia or Oregon.
Precisely. You cannot upload your consciousness to the cloud if the server farm doesn't have electricity. You cannot run infinite digital simulations. You cannot train massive, multi-trillion parameter AI models. And you cannot sustain immortal software humans without colossal amounts of physical energy.
They need power.
Those servers require thousands of tons of rare earth metals, copper, and silicon to build. They require massive, uninterrupted baseload electricity to run. And they require staggering amounts of physical water or energy just to cool them down so they don't literally melt into slag.
Which the biosphere has to provide.
The finite biosphere must provide all of that. The digital world is entirely, inextricably anchored to the physical world. If the physical S-curve plateaus because we hit environmental and energetic limits, the digital exponential curve crashes directly into a brick wall.
So, if the techno-optimists are fundamentally wrong and infinite physical growth is mathematically impossible, we need to turn a critical eye on the text itself. What exactly is Vaclav Smil missing in his incredibly thorough analysis? And ultimately, what does he predict will actually happen to us when we hit the top of the S-curve? Let's talk about the blind spots in the book.
The book is remarkably comprehensive regarding the physical world, but has very deliberate, acknowledged blind spots. By focusing entirely on mass, energy, thermodynamics, and physical constraints, Smil explicitly ignores the micro and the macro intangibles.
Meaning what?
Well, he doesn't delve deeply into subcellular or genetic growth, the biochemical mechanics of exactly how a cell replicates. But much more importantly for our discussion, he entirely ignores psychological growth. He ignores the growth of human consciousness, culture, philosophy, and societal values.
And I have to ask, why leave out the human mind? Isn't human consciousness, our culture, our capacity for empathy, literature, and art, isn't that the one area of human existence where growth actually can be infinite? Why doesn't he factor in the possibility that humanity will simply evolve its psychological values to require less physical stuff?
It's a vital question, and it's the most common criticism of his work. The reason is that Smil is fundamentally a materialist and an energeticist. He limits his analytical scope strictly to what requires mass and energy and can be objectively measured in joules, tons, watts, or hectares.
So he only cares about what he can measure.
Right. He is highly suspicious of intangibles because they are subjective. For instance, many modern economists suggest we should replace GDP with gross national happiness indexes. Smil views that as entirely unscientific. To him, you are just replacing one flawed, arbitrary financial metric with another flawed, highly subjective emotional metric.
He doesn't want to measure vibes. He wants to measure megawatts.
Exactly. His blind spot is a deliberate, rigid methodological choice. By refusing to engage with the psychology or spirituality of growth, he forces the reader to look exclusively at the cold, hard, physical reality of our survival. He is stripping away the comforting philosophical safety nets and the technological fantasies to say, look at the math. Look at the thousands of terajoules of energy required to feed 8 billion people. Look at the millions of tons of concrete required to house them.
How do we sustain the physical machinery of civilization when the energy density required starts to plateau?
Okay, so staring down the barrel of that cold, hard, physical reality, what comes after? If we can't grow forever, does civilization just abruptly collapse? Do we hit the top of the S-curve and immediately drop off a cliff into a Mad Max dystopian wasteland?
Here is where the text is surprisingly nuanced and heavily historical. Smek is actually highly critical of the famous doomsday models that predict sudden catastrophic collapse. We really need to look deeply at the most famous of these. The 1972 report, The Limits to Growth, published by the Club of Rome.
This was a massive cultural moment in the 70s. Walk us through what the Club of Rome actually did, because it's usually wildly misunderstood.
A group of researchers at MIT, led by Donella Meadows and utilizing system dynamics pioneered by Jay Forrester, built one of the first sophisticated computer models of the global economy, called World 3. Right. They fed it data on population growth, industrial production, food generation, resource depletion, and pollution. The computer model ran various scenarios, and the most famous standard run predicted that if trends continued, global societal collapse would occur sometime in the mid to late 21st century due to resource depletion and overwhelming pollution.
And the media ran with it. They put hard dates on it. Headlines screamed that the world would end by 2050. But we are still here. Did the computer get it wrong?
The MIT researchers actually got a lot of the broad system dynamics right, but Smell calls out the simplistic mathematical nature of those early models. To make the math work on early computers, the modelers had to lump incredibly diverse, complex variables together into single categories.
Give me an example of that lumping.
Take the variable for pollution. In the World 3 model, pollution was just one giant aggregated curve. But in the real physical world, you cannot mathematically lump together short-lived atmospheric smog over Los Angeles, which can be cleared up in a decade with catalytic converters, with long-lived radioactive nuclear waste, or atmospheric carbon dioxide that stays in the climate system for centuries.
That makes sense. They behave totally differently.
Similarly, they created a single massive variable for resources. But you cannot lump together highly substitutable resources like timber or certain metals with incredibly rare, irreplaceable elements. Aggregating those complex realities makes a computer model mathematically elegant, but practically inaccurate. Because of this immense, unmodelable complexity, Smil adamantly refuses to give a specific date or year for a global collapse.
He refuses to give us an expiration date. He won't predict the exact Tuesday the world ends.
No, but he introduces a crucial, profoundly important systems theory concept called equifinality.
Equifinality. Explain the mechanics of that.
In highly complex systems, equifinality means that many different paths, many entirely different trajectories and mechanisms, can lead to the exact same final state or outcome.
So it's not just one single fuse leading to one single bomb. It's more like, think of a massive raging river hitting a concrete dam.
Okay.
The equifinality is that the reservoir on the other side is eventually going to empty, but the mechanism of how it empties can take a dozen different forms. The water might slowly, invisibly erode the concrete over a century until it crumbles. It might find 100 tiny cracks and seep through over decades. Or there could be an earthquake, and the dam fails catastrophically in 10 seconds.
Right.
Or the climate changes, the river dries up, and the water just slowly evaporates into the air. Many different mechanisms, vastly different timelines, but the exact same final outcome. An empty reservoir.
That is a brilliant metaphor.
Yeah.
The end of our current massive global growth phase doesn't have to be a sudden, catastrophic, Hollywood-style blowout. The equifinality of hitting the limits of the biosphere might manifest as a very slow, grinding, multi-generational retrenchment.
What does that actually look like for a normal person living through it?
It might look like decades of permanent economic stagnation. It might look like the gradual, painful simplification of global supply chains, where you can no longer get fresh avocados in New York in January. It might look like a slow, forced adaptation to significantly lower per capita energy usage, smaller living spaces, and reduced mobility.
A slow, managed descent rather than a spectacular crash. But Honestly, a slow descent is still a massive, painful psychological challenge for a global society that is totally addicted to the feeling of the steep exponential curve.
Absolutely. We have absolutely no cultural or economic framework for managing a plateau.
So let's synthesize this incredible journey we've been on today. We started by looking at the fundamental mathematical architecture of the universe, and we saw how physical growth is universally governed by S-curves, not exponential rocket ships. We explored how Malthus was right about limits, but missed the massive temporary energy subsidies of fossil fuels that artificially pushed our ceiling higher. We saw how we dangerously trick ourselves into thinking we are moving at warp speed by confusing frictionless software apps with the massive, brutal physical infrastructure that enables them.
The microwave popcorn analogy.
Exactly. We dissected the GDP illusion, realizing that human psychology is wired to panic over slowing rates of change, even when we are objectively wealthier in absolute terms than ever before. We looked deeply at the megacity, dismantling the idea that it is a green utopia, and realizing it's a fragile, entropy-producing organism completely dependent on massive, global, fossil-fueled supply chains.
Right.
We brought the techno-optimist fantasy of the singularity crashing back down into the hard thermodynamic limits of the biosphere. And finally, we explored equifinality, the reality that while collapse might not be sudden, the transition to a lower energy plateau is historically inevitable.
We are a subset of the Earth. We are bounded by its thermodynamic limits. That is the inescapable, unvarnished reality of the S-curve.
And yet, we've spent our entire lives, our entire education, being told that growth is the only acceptable synonym for success. Every company must grow its profits forever, every portfolio must compound forever, every nation's GDP must rise forever. But if the S-curve is an immutable law of nature, then reaching the flat plateau at the top isn't a failure.
It's maturity.
Exactly. Think about a mature, old-growth forest. It isn't failing because the trees aren't getting taller every year. It has reached a state of deep, complex, sustainable balance. It recycles its nutrients perfectly. It has stopped striving for vertical expansion and has settled into profound stability.
Which leaves us with the provocative question for you, the listener, to mull over as you go about your day.
Yeah.
If we accept the hard physical reality of the S-curve, what would your life, what would your career, or what would our global society look like if we stopped striving for endless, impossible exponential growth and instead started practicing the art of maturity?
Maybe we need to stop panicking that we aren't moving fast enough and start figuring out how to live sustainably within the frame. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive look at the world a little differently today, and we'll see you next time. I want you to think, just for a second, about the phrase, a healthy economy. Like, what instantly pops into your head when you hear those words?
Right.
For most of us, whether we're really conscious of it or not, the image is a line on a graph. And that line is moving up and to the right.
Always up and to the right.
Exactly. I mean, it's what we hear on the news every single night. It's what politicians campaign on, totally regardless of their political affiliation.
Yeah. Left, right, center, doesn't matter.
Right. We are basically taught from birth that if GDP is growing, if corporations are expanding, if we are producing and consuming more this year than we did last year, then society is healthy. And if that line ever flattens out, or heaven forbid points down, we are in a state of absolute crisis.
It really is the defining assumption of our age. I mean, it's the water we swim in. We don't even see it as an ideology anymore. We just treat it as a law of physics, Growth equals good. Lack of growth equals disaster.
Well, right. But what happens when you take that foundational goal, that relentless pursuit of endless exponential growth, and you hold it up against the physical reality of a planet that is definitively not growing?
Yeah, that's the big question.
Because, the Earth isn't getting any bigger. We aren't magically generating new oceans or new veins of copper overnight.
We absolutely are not. And that collision, that tension between an economic system that essentially demands infinite expansion and a physical planet with strict non-negotiable limits, that is the central tension of our time.
Which brings us to today's deep dive. We are looking at a really landmark piece of economic and environmental literature today. We're working through the substantially revised second edition of Tim Jackson's Prosperity Without Growth, Foundations for the Economy of Tomorrow.
It is such a crucial text.
It really is. And I want to be incredibly clear about our mission here right from the jump. We are not just going to sit around complaining about consumerism or, listing off depressing climate statistics.
No, because frankly, that conversation can become really paralyzing for people. The goal today is much harder and honestly much more vital.
Yeah.
We are trying to answer a singular, terrifyingly complex question. What does prosperity actually look like for a global population that is rapidly hurtling toward 10 billion people on a planet with finite resources?
Right. And I know for some people listening, especially if you're commuting right now, or maybe you're sitting at a desk looking at your own credit card bill or, your mortgage rate, macroeconomic theory can feel very distant.
It feels abstract.
Exactly. But this text is arguing that this exact pursuit of growth is the direct cause of the financial fragility that affects your bank account and the ecological degradation that affects your health.
Yeah, it hits very close to home.
It does. So whether you're an economist, an ecologist, or just someone wondering why you're working harder than ever but don't feel proportionately more secure or happy, this discussion is going to fundamentally reframe how you measure your own success.
It really requires us to strip away decades of conditioning. We have to look at the metrics we use to define a good life and ask some very uncomfortable questions about what those metrics are actually tracking.
So before we get into the hard math of planetary limits or the intricacies of the debt markets, we really need to set the stage, because the very act of questioning economic growth isn't just an academic exercise.
No, not at all.
In the halls of power, it is the ultimate heresy. And to understand how deep that taboo runs, we need to look at the incredibly dramatic story of how this text was originally published.
It's a fascinating origin story, honestly, because it perfectly illustrates the political terror surrounding this topic. For context, this book didn't start out as a commercial publication.
Right.
It began its life as a formal report commissioned by the UK's Sustainable Development Commission. And when the author and his team finalized the initial draft, the working title was Prosperity Without Growth. But crucially, it had a question mark at the end.
A question mark. It seems like such a tiny detail, but it speaks volumes, doesn't it?
It was a deeply calculated compromise. The authors fully understood that releasing a government-backed manifesto declaring the end of growth would be seen as an act of political self-sabotage.
Yeah, suicide, basically.
Exactly. The question mark was their olive branch. It was meant to say, look, we aren't demanding the dismantling of capitalism tomorrow. We just want to open a dialogue. It was a request for a debate rather than a declaration of war.
But then you look at the calendar. This report was scheduled for release in March of 2009, and you really have to cast your mind back to what was happening in the spring of 2009.
The absolute depths of the global financial crisis.
Yes. Stock markets were cratering, millions of people were losing their homes, unemployment was skyrocketing. And literally, as this report is being prepped for the printers, global leaders were gathering in London for the G20 summit.
And what was the singular overriding objective of that specific G20 summit? It was an emergency meeting to figure out how to collaboratively kickstart the global engine of economic growth. They were desperate to pull the global economy out of a terrifying tailspin.
Right, so you have the leaders of the world's largest economies sweating in conference rooms, trying to resuscitate the growth machine. And right down the street, their own government commission is about to publish a report asking if that machine is actually the thing killing us.
The timing is almost darkly comedic. And the reaction from the government was swift and severe. There's this revealing anecdote in the text about a very senior advisor to the prime minister.
Oh, this is wild.
Right. Now, this advisor had actually signed off on the title with the question mark weeks earlier. But the reality of the political optics didn't hit him until he was physically on a flight to China, just days before the G20 summit.
And the text says the government basically went ballistic.
Completely ballistic. You have to look at it from their perspective of political survival. They felt totally ambushed. To them, it looked like their own environmental commission was gleefully questioning the necessity of growth at the exact moment the government was staking its entire political survival on bringing growth back.
Right, and the immediate result of them going ballistic was a total media blackout. The author was scheduled to go on the BBC's flagship Today program to discuss the findings, which is a massive platform.
A huge platform.
And at the absolute last minute, the interview is pulled.
And what the BBC chose to cover instead is such a perfect encapsulation of the text's core argument. They bumped the interview about the structural flaws of a growth-dependent economy to cover a localized breaking story about the bailout of the Dunfermline Building Society.
That is unbelievable irony.
It really is. They ignored a structural critique of how the entire debt-fueled economy was fundamentally unstable, so they could provide minute-by-minute coverage of a fundamentally unstable, debt-fueled financial institution actively collapsing.
I want to make sure I'm fully capturing the absurdity of this. It feels a bit like, imagine you work in a hospital. You walk into the emergency room and there is a patient coding on the table. They've just had a massive heart attack. The doctors are in a total panic. They've got the defibrillator paddles out, yelling clear. They are fighting for this person's life in real time. And you wander into the room with a clipboard, clear your throat, and say, "Excuse me, doctors. I've been looking at this patient's long-term dietary habits, and I think we really need to have a serious conversation about their cholesterol intake."
Yeah, the doctors would probably have you thrown out by security.
Exactly. In that specific moment, your intervention isn't just unhelpful. It's actively insulting to the people trying to save the patient's life.
Right.
But here is the thing that really gets me about the author's persistence. He wasn't wrong. If those doctors manage to restart that patient's heart, but nobody ever talks to them about their diet, what happens? They go right back to eating fast food every day, and 6 months later they are back in the ER and the next heart attack is fatal.
That is the crux of the issue. In 2009, questioning growth felt insensitive. It felt like a distraction from the crisis. But the text argues that the financial crash wasn't just a random accident, it was a symptom of the disease.
Yeah.
If you just patch the system up and demand more growth, you are guaranteeing a more severe crisis down the line. You have to have the structural conversation, even when it's uncomfortable.
So why was this author so incredibly determined to force this conversation right then? Because it wasn't just to be contrarian. He was looking at two different economies.
Yes.
The financial economy, the banks, the stock markets was in crisis. But he was looking at the physical economy, the actual planet. And the physical economy was flashing red warning lights everywhere.
Which forces us to look at the hard physical limits of a finite planet. And to really understand why this is such a contentious topic, we need to realize that the debate over limits is not a modern environmental invention. This argument has been raging for centuries.
You're talking about Thomas Malthus.
Yes, exactly. Back in the late 1700s, you had this fascinating ideological clash. Malthus was actually debating his own father.
Oh, really?
Yeah. His father was heavily influenced by Jean-Jacques Rousseau and the utopian thinkers of the Enlightenment. They believed in the perfectibility of human society, that if we just fix our institutions, humanity could expand and thrive in peace indefinitely.
A very optimistic, boundless view of the future.
Very. But Malthus was much more cynical, or, as he would probably argue, realistic. He looked at the basic math of biology. He argued that human populations tend to grow exponentially, or geometrically, while the resources required to feed that population, like agricultural land, only grow arithmetically.
So the math just doesn't work.
Right. Therefore, he concluded, the population will always inevitably outpace the food supply, leading to what he called an inescapable struggle for existence. Poverty, famine, and disease were just nature's way of balancing the ledger.
I always struggle with Malthus, though. Because if you look at the historical record, he was spectacularly wrong. I mean, he was writing in 1798. Since then, the global population has exploded to levels he couldn't have comprehended, and yet the global economy has expanded exponentially faster than the population. We didn't starve in the way he predicted.
You are entirely correct. Malthus's specific predictions were wrong. He severely underestimated human ingenuity.
Yeah.
He couldn't foresee the Industrial Revolution, he couldn't foresee synthetic fertilizers, and most importantly, he couldn't foresee the unlocking of vast, dense reserves of fossil fuels that would allow us to artificially boost agricultural yields to staggering levels. We found a way to cheat the math.
But the text isn't just brushing Malthus aside.
No, because while his timeline was wrong, his foundational question remains unanswered. Can you have infinite physical expansion in a finite physical space? We pushed the boundary back, but we didn't eliminate it.
Right.
And that realization really roared back into the public consciousness in 1972 with the publication of the Club of Rome report, The Limits to Growth.
Okay, I am so glad we are talking about this because the Club of Rome report is constantly used as a punchline. Whenever someone brings up environmental limits, a critic will say, oh, the Club of Rome said we'd run out of oil by 1990 and civilization would collapse. And look, We're all still here. They were alarmist hacks.
And that is one of the most successful and honestly most tragic mischaracterizations in modern intellectual history. The MIT researchers who authored that report were not making linear predictions. They weren't saying, on Tuesday in 1992, the last drop of oil will be pumped and the lights will go out.
What were they actually modeling then?
They were pioneers in system dynamics. They were looking at how different trends, population, industrialization, pollution, food production, and resource depletion interact with each other over time, creating complex feedback loops.
Okay.
And their primary warning wasn't about an empty gas tank. It was about something much more insidious, grounded in a concept called EROI.
Energy return on energy invested?
Exactly. It's the ratio of how much energy you get out of a source compared to how much energy you have to expend to extract it.
Give me a tangible example of how this plays out, because system dynamics can sound very abstract.
Think about the history of oil extraction. In the very early days, in places like Pennsylvania or Texas in the 1920s, oil was under incredible pressure, close to the surface. You basically pounded a pipe into the dirt, and high-quality crude oil came blasting out into the sky.
Like the old movies with Beshers.
Right. The energy you spent building that simple derrick was minuscule compared to the ocean of energy you got back. The EROI might have been 100 to 1. For every barrel of oil you burned drilling, you get 100 barrels back.
That is massive cheap energy. That's the energy that built the modern world.
Precisely. It fueled the massive economic expansion of the 20th century. But think about where we get oil today. We are building multi-billion-dollar hyper-complex rigs anchored in miles of turbulent ocean. We are injecting massive amounts of superheated steam into Canadian tar sands to melt bitumen out of the dirt.
Which sounds incredibly difficult.
It is. We are using fleets of diesel trucks to pump millions of gallons of chemically treated water deep underground to fracture shale rock.
Which requires an astronomical amount of energy just to operate.
Right. We aren't running out of hydrocarbons. There is still plenty of carbon buried in the earth. The problem is that the quality and accessibility of those resources are relentlessly declining. The EROI is dropping. Maybe now it's 10 to 1 or even lower for extreme extraction methods.
Help me connect the dots here. Why does the declining EROI actually matter to the average person or to the broader economy? If we still get the oil, who cares if it took more work?
Because energy isn't just another sector of the economy. It is the prerequisite for the entire economy. If it takes more and more energy, more capital, more engineering talent, and more heavy machinery just to secure our baseline energy supply, that means all of those resources are being diverted away from the rest of society.
Oh, I see.
They aren't going to healthcare or education or consumer goods. As EROI falls, the energy sector cannibalizes the broader economy just to keep the lights on. It creates a compounding, fatal drag on economic growth.
Wow. So the collapse the Club of Rome was warning about isn't a car running out of gas and rolling to a gentle stop. It's a car whose engine is working so incredibly hard just to turn the fuel pump that it eventually overheats and seizes up entirely.
And as that extraction becomes more desperate and energy intensive, it generates escalating levels of pollution. That pollution degrades the environment, which impacts our agricultural yields, which requires more chemical fertilizers. You start to see the feedback loops. The drag accelerates.
I hear what you're saying about the physics of extraction, but I have to push back here. Because when I listen to politicians today, they aren't talking about tar sands. They are talking about green growth.
Ah, yes. Green growth.
Right. They acknowledge climate change, but their solution is that we don't have to stop growing. We just need to decouple our GDP growth from our carbon emissions. We build solar farms, we all drive electric cars, we insulate our houses, and the economy can just keep expanding infinitely but cleanly.
Is the text arguing that this is a fantasy?
The text confronts the concept of green growth head-on because it is currently the dominant paradigm. It's an incredibly seductive idea. It was heavily championed by things like the 2006 Stern Review in the UK, which essentially concluded that we could combat climate change by sacrificing a tiny fraction of our GDP growth, maybe 1 or 2%, and then continue with business as usual.
Which sounds like the perfect political solution. Nobody has to sacrifice their living standards, and we save the planet.
It is the ultimate having your cake and eating it too scenario. The problem, as the author points out, is that the hard math of our planetary limits simply does not support the optimism of the economic models. To understand why, you have to look at the stark reality of the 2015 Paris Agreement.
Okay, let's look at the numbers. What did they actually agree to? The goal of the Paris Agreement is to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels to avoid catastrophic runaway climate disruption. To have even a 66% chance of staying below that threshold, the world has a strictly defined, non-negotiable carbon budget. And that budget is roughly 350 billion tons of carbon dioxide.
350 billion tons. I mean, to a layperson, that sounds like an almost incomprehensibly large number. It sounds like plenty of breathing room.
It sounds large until you divide it by our current global emission rates. At the rate the global economy is currently churning out carbon dioxide, we will exhaust that entire 350 billion ton budget in about a decade.
A decade?
Yes, we will blow through the planet's entire remaining allowance in 10 years.
Wait, walk me through the implications of that. If the budget is gone in a decade, what happens to all the fossil fuel companies?
This is where the financial illusion meets the physical wall. The known, proven reserves of fossil fuels, the oil, gas, and coal that energy companies have already discovered, mapped out, and factored into their stock valuations are at least 3 times larger than that 350 billion ton budget.
Let me make sure I'm grasping the scale of this. You're saying that to survive ecologically, 2/3 of the fossil fuels that companies have already claimed as assets must literally be left in the ground. They have to become stranded assets.
Exactly. But the global financial system is currently valuing those companies as if every single drop of that oil is going to be extracted, sold, and burned. The financial economy is demanding growth that the physical economy, the climate, cannot survive. We aren't running out of oil. We are running out of planet long before the oil is gone.
That disconnect between the financial expectation and the physical reality is terrifying. And the text has a brilliant analogy for this. It compares our economic system to driving a car down a very steep, winding mountain road.
It's a very visceral way to understand the danger of our current trajectory.
Think about it. Your ability to avoid crashing into a rock wall on that mountain road depends on 2 fundamental factors: the speed of your vehicle and the reaction time, the delay in your steering and braking systems. If you are coasting down the hill at 5 miles an hour and you see a boulder in the road ahead, you have plenty of time to gently turn the wheel and go around it.
But our global economy is not coasting at 5 miles an hour.
No, it is structurally designed to accelerate. It relies on positive feedback loops.
Let's define what we mean by positive feedback loops in this context. In economics, growth begets more growth. Wealth generates capital, which is invested to create more wealth, which demands more resource extraction to manufacture more products, which creates more profits. It's an engine designed to relentlessly increase its own RPM. We are stepping harder and harder on the accelerator as we go down the mountain.
And the problem is the delay in our sensory systems. We don't feel the consequences of our speed immediately. The carbon we pump into the atmosphere today might not cause a catastrophic crop failure for another 20 years. The EROI might decline slowly over decades before energy prices suddenly spike.
The feedback from the environment is severely delayed.
Right. So by the time the boulder in the road, the ecological limit, becomes so obvious that the market finally acknowledges it, we are going 90 miles an hour. We can slam on the brakes all we want, but physics dictates that the momentum will carry us right over the cliff. The author is arguing that because our economic system demands acceleration and our ecological feedback is delayed, we are virtually guaranteeing a crash.
Which brings us to a profound, almost paradoxical question about the last few decades of economic history.
Which is what?
Well, if what we just discussed is true, if the physical limits of the planet have been tightening, if the EROI has been quietly falling, and if the real physical engine of the economy was encountering more and more drag, how on earth did the global economy appear to be booming for so long? How did the GDP speedometer keep climbing so fast throughout the 1990s and early 2000s if the engine was struggling?
That is the trillion-dollar question. If the physical reality was deteriorating, how did we maintain the illusion of endless prosperity?
We did it through a massive, unprecedented, and ultimately catastrophic expansion of debt. We built a labyrinth of credit to hide the physical reality.
I want to dive deep into this debt labyrinth because this is where the text connects the abstract ecological limits directly to the 2008 financial crisis. And the source material highlights this incredibly telling moment that happened shortly after the global economy melted down.
Oh, the Queen's visit.
Yes. Queen Elizabeth II was visiting the London School of Economics in late 2008. She's surrounded by some of the most brilliant, highly educated financial minds in the world. And she asks them a remarkably simple, devastating question. She looks at them and asks, why did no one see the financial crisis coming?
It's the question everyone was asking. But it carried so much weight coming from her in that setting. And the response from the economic establishment was fascinating. They essentially told her it was a failure of collective imagination.
A failure of collective imagination. That sounds like a very polite academic way of saying we were all looking in the completely wrong direction.
It was an evasion.
Oh.
And the author argues that it was worse than an evasion. It was a fundamental misdiagnosis. They didn't miss the crisis because they lacked imagination. They missed it because they were blinded by their own ideology.
How so?
They failed to understand that the global market wasn't undone by a few rogue bankers or a housing bubble. The market was undone by the desperate pursuit of growth itself.
I'm going to stop you right there because that feels counterintuitive. I thought growth was the thing that made economies strong. How does the pursuit of growth cause a crash?
To understand the mechanics of this, we have to look at a concept called secular stagnation.
Okay, walk me through that.
For decades leading up to the 2008 crisis, the actual underlying productivity growth in advanced economies, places like the US, the UK, Europe, had been slowly but steadily declining.
Why was it declining?
Think about the massive economic boom after World War II. We were building the interstate highway system, we were electrifying the entire country. Massive swaths of the population were entering the formal workforce for the first time.
Massive structural shifts.
Those were huge structural physical gains that radically boosted productivity. But by the 1980s and 90s, those easy, massive gains were largely tapped out. The physical capacity of the economy to generate real, tangible new wealth was slowing down.
The drag we talked about earlier was starting to show.
Exactly. But here's the problem. The political system and the financial markets still demanded that relentless 3% or 4% annual growth rate. If politicians didn't deliver growth, they were voted out. If CEOs didn't deliver growth, they were fired.
So you have a physical economy that is naturally slowing down and a financial system that demands it keeps accelerating. How do you bridge that gap?
You bridge it with borrowed money. If people aren't getting rich enough through actual wage growth to buy all the stuff the economy needs them to buy to maintain the GDP numbers, you give them a credit card. You replace real physical wealth creation with the illusion of financial liquidity.
And the data the text provides on this is absolutely staggering. If you look at the United States in the 1950s, the supposed golden era of the American middle class, the private sector credit, which is the debt held by average households and non-financial businesses, was around 60% of the total GDP.
No.
People saved money, and they bought things when they could afford them.
But fast forward to the years just before the 2008 crash. That private sector credit hadn't just grown, it had exploded. It went from 60% of GDP to nearly 170% of GDP.
170% of the entire economic output of the country was wrapped up in private debt.
Yes. And it wasn't just isolated to domestic American credit cards. The entire global north was living on leverage. External debt across advanced nations, meaning the money that these countries owed to the rest of the world, rocketed from about 25% of GDP in 1970 to over 250% by 2010. The system was gorging itself on debt to mask the fact that real productivity was stalling.
But I want to make sure we are clear on something. This massive explosion of debt, I mean, it wasn't an accident, was it? It wasn't just consumers suddenly deciding they wanted more TVs and spontaneously going to the bank.
No, the text is unambiguous about this. This was the result of deliberate systemic macroeconomic policy. The political and financial establishment realized that to keep the GDP numbers up, they had to flood the system with credit. And to do that, they systematically dismantled the regulatory safeguards that had been put in place after the Great Depression.
They took the brakes off the car.
Exactly. We saw policies like the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act in the U.S., which erased the boundary between boring, safe commercial banking, where everyday people keep their checking accounts, and high-risk investment banking.
Which allowed Wall Street to take massive speculative gambles using the foundation of everyday deposits.
And you had figures like Alan Greenspan at the Federal Reserve actively championing the creation of complex, securitized debt instruments. They deliberately encouraged the bundling and selling of toxic subprime mortgages.
Why would the head of the Federal Reserve encourage toxic debt?
Because it generated enormous liquidity. It allowed banks to lend money to people who previously couldn't borrow, which allowed those people to buy houses and cars they couldn't afford, which artificially stimulated consumer demand, which kept the GDP growth numbers looking beautiful.
So it was all a house of cards.
They essentially decided that protecting the illusion of growth was more important than protecting the stability of the financial system. They mortgaged the future to artificially inflate the present.
So we all know what happens next. In 2008, the music finally stops, the illusion shatters, the housing market collapses, and the global economy plunges into chaos. Based on the source material, how did policymakers react to the sudden collapse of the growth machine?
The initial reaction was pure, unadulterated panic. The immediate reflex was massive, unprecedented Keynesian stimulus. Governments pumped trillions of dollars of taxpayer money directly into the banking system to prevent a total collapse of global liquidity.
There was that brief window where people were talking about a Green New Deal, right?
Yes, there was a fleeting hope among some economists and environmentalists. The logic was, if governments are going to spend trillions of dollars to reboot the economy, they should direct that money toward renewable energy, mass transit, and green infrastructure. They could solve the economic crisis and the climate crisis simultaneously.
But the text notes that this window of optimism slammed shut almost immediately.
It did. The political winds shifted abruptly. The narrative moved away from stimulus and investment and aggressively pivoted toward austerity. The new logic was that governments had taken on too much debt, bailing out the banks, and now they needed to ruthlessly slash public spending to balance their budgets and reassure the bond markets.
And here's where we get into some truly fascinating and frankly enraging historical details. The text points out that this global pivot to brutal austerity policies was heavily justified by economic data that turned out to be catastrophically flawed.
This is one of the most remarkable academic scandals of the modern era. Politicians across Europe and the U.S. were constantly citing a highly influential paper written by two Harvard economists. This paper claimed to prove that whenever a country's national debt to GDP ratio exceeds 90%, its economic growth is roughly cut in half.
It was presented as a hard mathematical threshold. Like, if you cross 90%, your economy dies. Therefore, we must cut social services immediately.
That was exactly how it was used. It provided the intellectual cover for slashing healthcare, pensions, and public sector jobs. But the text notes that years later, independent researchers finally got their hands on the original spreadsheet the Harvard economists used for their calculations.
And what did they find?
They found simple amateur coding errors in the Excel file.
An Excel error? You're telling me global austerity was driven by a typo?
Effectively, yes. When dragging the formula down the column to calculate the historical average, they accidentally excluded several rows of data. Specifically, they excluded data from countries like Australia and New Zealand countries that had experienced high debt but also high growth. Because those rows were missing from the average, the negative impact of debt on growth was massively exaggerated. The hard 90% threshold didn't actually exist in the full data set.
That is mind-boggling. An entire continent pivots to austerity, causing massive social upheaval based on a highlighted cell range error. But the text makes it clear that while the math was corrected, the damage was already done to the people living under these policies.
And this is where the macroeconomic theories hit the very real flesh and blood reality of human lives. When a government enforces strict austerity to protect the debt markets, they withdraw critical social investment from vulnerable populations.
And the source material highlights the devastating impact this had in places like Greece.
Greece is the ultimate cautionary tale of prioritizing financial metrics over human well-being. When the harsh austerity measures were rapidly implemented, the social safety net was decimated.
Yeah, the health outcomes were awful.
The text details how this coincided with a horrifying surge in public health crises. Preventable diseases spiked, and tragically, the suicide rate in Greece essentially doubled during this period. It is a stark, brutal accounting of how macroeconomic policies, driven by the desperation to reignite growth and protect creditors, translate directly into measurable human tragedy.
Which naturally forces us to step back and ask a massive, glaring, existential question. If our desperate, relentless pursuit of GDP growth led us to construct a fragile labyrinth of toxic debt, and that debt caused a global financial meltdown, which resulted in punishing austerity that destroyed lives, all while simultaneously exhausting the physical limits of the Earth's climate, we really have to ask, what exactly is GDP? Does gross domestic product actually measure anything that is worthwhile to a human being?
That is the pivotal transition in the author's argument. We have to interrogate the metric itself. What are we actually valuing when we worship the GDP line? To dismantle our reliance on GDP, the text leans heavily on the frameworks developed by the Nobel Prize-winning economist Amartya Sen.
I love this section. Break down Amartya Sen's philosophy for us, because he looks at the standard of living in three very distinct ways.
Right. Sen argued that we need to be precise about what we mean when we say someone has a good standard of living. His first concept is what he calls opulence.
Opulence. That word just sounds heavy.
It is. Opulence is simply the sheer, raw volume of stuff available to a person or a society. It's the total quantity of commodities. How many cars, how many televisions, how many square feet of housing do you have?
It's the Scrooge McDuck Volta stuff. The guy with the most toys wins.
Exactly. And for a long time, early economists equated opulence with prosperity. But Sen points out that opulence is deeply, fundamentally flawed as a measure of a good life, because it ignores a basic psychological principle called diminishing marginal utility.
Walk me through diminishing marginal utility, because I think everyone has experienced this, even if they don't know the term.
Think about hunger. If you haven't eaten in 3 days and someone hands you a hamburger, that first hamburger is a life-changing, euphoric experience. It provides immense utility and joy.
Best meal of my life.
Now, they hand you a second hamburger. It's still pretty good. You enjoy it, but the euphoria is gone. By the time they hand you your 5th hamburger, you are full. If they force you to eat a 10th hamburger, it doesn't bring you joy. It actually causes you physical pain and nausea.
So more is not always better. The value of the object changes based on how much you already have.
Precisely. $1 billion added to the economy of a starving nation saves millions of lives. $1 billion added to the American economy just means a few hedge fund managers buy slightly larger yachts. The raw amount of stuff doesn't tell us anything about the actual human experience. So, Sen moves to a second concept, which is utility.
Okay, so if it's not the raw stuff, is it utility?
Utility focuses on the satisfaction that goods provide. And here's where it gets tricky, because modern orthodox economics currently uses GDP as its proxy for utility. The underlying assumption is that if you are spending money on a good or service, it must be bringing you satisfaction. Therefore, the more money exchanging hands in an economy, the more overall satisfaction exists.
But that is a massive, incredibly flawed assumption, isn't it? I spend money on a lot of things that don't bring me joy. I spend money on car repairs. I spend money on medical bills.
Exactly. And this brings us to one of the most powerful critiques of GDP in modern history. The text references a famous speech given by Robert F. Kennedy in 1968 at the University of Kansas, where he brilliantly, poetically dismantled the illusion of GDP.
What did Kennedy say?
He pointed out that GDP counts the cost of air pollution, it counts cigarette advertising, and it counts the ambulances that have to clear the carnage from our highways. It counts the special locks we put on our doors and the jails we build for the people who break them. It counts the destruction of the redwoods and the loss of our natural wonder in chaotic sprawl.
So GDP goes up when bad things happen, as long as money is spent to fix them or manage them. If there is a massive oil spill and we spend billions cleaning it up, GDP looks fantastic.
Yes, GDP measures the alarms, but it misses the music. As Kennedy said, it does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play. It doesn't measure our courage, our wisdom, or our compassion. It measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile.
That is a devastating critique. And it's not just poetry. The data actually backs Kennedy up. The text introduces an alternative metric to try and capture this reality called the Genuine Progress Indicator, or the GPI.
The GPI is a fascinating attempt to correct the flaws of GDP. It starts with the same basic economic data, but then it adds in positive things that GDP ignores, like the value of volunteer work and household labor. And crucially, it subtracts the negative costs of economic activity, like the cost of crime, family breakdown, and environmental pollution.
It tries to calculate a net balance rather than just gross activity.
Right. And when you chart the GPI against GDP for advanced Western economies over the last 50 years, the results are shocking.
What does the chart look like?
From 1950 to about 1975, the two lines moved together. As GDP went up, genuine progress went up. We were getting richer, and our lives were getting materially better. But then, right around the late 1970s, the lines decoupled. GDP kept climbing and climbing, shooting into the stratosphere, but the genuine progress indicator flatlined.
So for the last 40 years, we have been working harder, producing more, and extracting more resources, but our actual genuine progress as a society has basically been completely stagnant.
We are running faster and faster just to stay in the exact same place.
Which leads us directly into what sociologists call the happiness wars. If we are so much richer today than we were in 1980, why aren't we happier?
This is a phenomenon known as the Easterlin paradox, named after the economist Richard Easterlin, who first observed it. He was looking at self-reported happiness data, and he found a contradiction that completely baffled traditional economists.
What was the contradiction?
He found that at any given moment in time within a specific country, richer people consistently report being happier than poorer people.
Which makes perfect intuitive sense. Having money reduces stress. You don't worry about rent. You can afford good health care. Money buys security.
Absolutely. But here's the paradox. Over time, as the entire nation gets richer, as GDP doubles or triples over a few decades, the average baseline happiness of the nation does not increase at all. It remains completely flat.
That is wild. So my individual wealth makes me happy, but our collective wealth does nothing. I need you to explain the mechanics of how that is even possible.
The best way to understand the Eastlund paradox is through the analogy of a crowded concert.
Okay, let's play this out. I'm at a concert.
Imagine you were at a concert sitting in a folding chair.
Mhm.
The person in front of you is tall, and you can't see the stage. You want a better view, so you decide to stand up.
Makes sense. I stand up, and suddenly my view is fantastic. I am materially better off than I was a minute ago. I'm happier than the people sitting around me.
Right. Your individual action improved your individual situation. But human beings are observant. The people around you notice that you have a better view, so they all decide to stand up too.
And now everyone is standing.
Exactly. And once everyone is standing, no one can see the stage any better than they did when everyone was sitting down. The relative advantage has been completely neutralized. But now there's a new problem. Everyone's legs are tired.
That is a brilliant analogy. Economic growth in wealthy nations acts exactly like this. It is a positional game. It's about relative status.
Yes. Having a larger house or a newer car than your neighbor gives you a temporary boost in happiness because it signals status. But when the entire economy grows and everyone's house gets bigger and everyone gets a new car, the baseline simply shifts. The social standard of what is normal moves up.
It's a zero-sum game, or even a negative-sum game, because to keep buying bigger houses to outcompete our neighbors, we are working longer hours, taking on more debt, and burning through the planet's carbon budget. We are exhausting ourselves and our resources for absolutely zero net gain in societal well-being.
Which is why Amartya Sen concluded that we have to abandon both opulence and utility. We have to move to his third concept for the living standard, which he calls capabilities for flourishing.
Capabilities for flourishing? That feels so much more humane. What does it actually entail?
It radically shifts the focus away from the stuff we own and away from the money we spend, and instead focuses on what people are actually free and able to do. Flourishing asks, are people well-nourished? Do they have the capability to live a long, healthy life? Can they participate meaningfully in the life of their community without shame? Do they have access to education and worthwhile work?
It's about the quality of the human experience, not the quantity of the possessions.
Exactly. Flourishing isn't about opulence. It's about the capability to live a life of dignity. And the data deeply supports this shift in focus. The text discusses the work of political scientist Ronald Engelhardt, who conducted massive global path analyses of human values and happiness.
What did Engelhardt find in the data?
He found that the relationship between wealth and happiness is not linear, it's a curve. In very poor countries, an increase in wealth directly and powerfully buys happiness because it secures basic survival. It provides clean water, medicine, and that crucial first hamburger.
So growth is vital at the bottom.
It is absolutely vital. But Engelhardt found that in rich, advanced nations, additional wealth only helps indirectly.
What do you mean by indirectly?
He found that once a society reaches a certain baseline of material security, more money only makes people happier if it leads to an increase in social tolerance, gender equality, and democratization. It is the feeling of freedom, the ability to make choices about your own life, and the tolerance of your community that drives happiness in the developed world, not the raw accumulation of more consumer electronics.
Okay, if I am tracking the argument correctly up to this point, we have arrived at a very profound dilemma. The text has shown us that relentless growth is physically destroying the ecological foundations of the planet. It has shown us that to fake that growth, we built a fragile, dangerous debt machine. And it has shown us, through the Easterlin paradox and Engelhardt's data, that in the wealthy world, this growth isn't even making us any happier.
That is the summary of the crisis, yes.
So if it's destroying the Earth, risking financial collapse and failing to make us happy, why don't we just stop? Why don't we just pull the emergency brake, stop the car, and shift to an economy that focuses on these capabilities for flourishing?
Because we are trapped. We are caught in a profound systemic dilemma where stopping growth is incredibly dangerous. We are addicted to consumption biologically and psychologically and structurally. Our global economy is designed so that if growth stops, it doesn't lead to a peaceful utopia. Historically, it leads to massive human suffering.
Okay, we need to dive into this dilemma, because this is where the author's honesty is really refreshing. He isn't painting a simple, rosy picture of a post-growth world. Let's start with why we can't just flip a switch and stop wanting to buy things. Why are we so deeply addicted to consumption?
To understand the depth of our addiction, the text takes us away from economics and into evolutionary biology and neuroscience. Researchers like Peter Wybrow and Peter Sterling point out that human brains did not evolve in shopping malls. Our brains evolved in the Pleistocene epoch in an ancestral environment defined by deep, unrelenting scarcity.
Right. Calories were hard to come by. Predators were everywhere.
Exactly. To survive in that environment, our brains developed a powerful reward circuit. When our ancestors acquired something vital for survival, a piece of high-fat meat or a secure shelter, the brain delivered a concentrated pulse of dopamine.
A chemical hit of intense satisfaction. You did a good thing, you survive another day.
Yes. But here is the evolutionary trick. That pulse of dopamine is designed to fade very quickly. If the satisfaction lasted forever, our ancestors would have sat down, stopped foraging, and starved to death. The brain wants you to feel hungry again, so you keep seeking resources.
And how does that ancient brain function in the modern world?
It misfires catastrophically. Modern consumer capitalism essentially hacks this evolutionary circuit. We are now surrounded by absolute material abundance, but our neurology is still operating as if we are starving on a savanna. We get that ancient dopamine hit when we buy a new pair of shoes or upgrade our phone. It feels good, but the feeling fades in a week, and the market immediately offers us another hit.
It's exhausting just thinking about it.
We are natural-born shoppers, not because we are greedy, but because our survival circuits have been hijacked by a system of infinite supply.
That makes so much sense. It's physiological.
Yep.
But the text argues it goes even deeper than our biology, right into our deepest psychological fears.
Yes. The author brings in the work of the brilliant cultural anthropologist Ernest Becker, specifically his Pulitzer Prize-winning book, The Denial of Death. Becker introduced terror management theory. He argued that humans are unique among animals because we are burdened with the conscious, inescapable awareness of our own mortality. We know we are going to die, and that knowledge creates a paralyzing underlying terror.
How does that connect to buying things?
Becker argues that to shield ourselves from this terror, we build culture, and we engage in immortality projects. We accumulate material wealth to provide a sense of permanence and significance in a terrifyingly finite, chaotic world.
Let me make sure I'm wrapping my head around this. Are you saying that when someone buys a luxury SUV or a massive house, it isn't just about transportation or shelter, it's an unconscious armor against the fear of death?
Absolutely. The heavy steel of the SUV, the permanence of the Rolex watch, these are objects that outlast us. They give us a sense of weight and importance. And crucially, this feeds directly into the social language of goods. We have to realize that in a modern society, stuff is never just stuff.
What do you mean by the social language of goods?
Think about the evolutionary imperative to belong to a tribe. If you were cast out of the tribe in the Pleistocene, you died. Belonging is survival. Today, consumer goods are the symbolic vocabulary we use to signal our belonging. We use the clothes we wear, the cars we drive, and the neighborhoods we live in to communicate with each other. We use them to find mates, to signal our identity, to establish our place in the social hierarchy, and to build community.
So if I buy a specific brand of running shoes, I'm not just buying foam and rubber. I'm broadcasting to the world. I am an active person. I belong to the fitness tribe. Accept me.
Exactly. So think about the magnitude of what environmentalists are asking when they simply tell people to stop consuming. They aren't just asking people to give up their toys. They're essentially demanding that people stop speaking the language of social connection. They are threatening the mechanism people use to find love and stripping away their psychological armor against mortality.
That is an unbelievably heavy lift. You are fighting millions of years of evolution and the deepest human fears.
It is a monumental challenge. And the dilemma gets even sharper when we pull back from psychology and look at the real-world macroeconomics of stopping growth. Because while the wealthy nations in the global north might be trapped in this empty positional consumerism, the text is brutally honest about the fact that poor nations desperately, urgently need economic growth.
Right. This is not a book written from an ivory tower that ignores global inequality. The text points to places like Angola. The statistics there are a tragedy. In the data cited, the under-5 mortality rate in Angola is staggeringly high. 167 children out of every 1,000 die before their 5th birthday.
You cannot look at a statistic like that and argue that growth doesn't matter. Nations like Angola need concrete, physical infrastructure. They need hospitals. They need sanitation systems. They need paved roads and reliable electricity. They need material economic growth to secure basic human survival.
But if the planet's carbon budget is only 350 billion tons and the rich world has already eaten up most of it, how do we accommodate the growth that the developing world needs without pushing the climate over the cliff?
The author points us toward fascinating anomalies in the data what we might call sweet spots. There are countries that have managed to achieve incredibly high levels of human flourishing at surprisingly low levels of income and resource throughput.
Yes, the text highlights places like Cuba, Costa Rica, and Chile.
The data from these countries is a profound challenge to orthodox economics. It shows that these nations consistently achieve life expectancies that match or even exceed the life expectancy of the vastly wealthier United States. But they achieve these world-class health outcomes with a fraction of the GDP per capita.
How is that possible? If GDP equals health, the U.S. should be miles ahead.
It proves that the link between opulence and flourishing can be broken. The health of a population doesn't depend on everyone owning 2 cars and a massive TV. It depends heavily on social organization, equity, and how resources are distributed. Costa Rica invested heavily in universal health care, education, and ecological preservation instead of a military and hyperconsumerism. They prioritized capabilities over opulence.
But even with those inspiring examples, the text warns that actively trying to shrink a complex, modern economy, what some people call degrowth, is incredibly dangerous if it isn't managed perfectly.
It is fraught with extreme peril. We have historical examples of economies rapidly contracting, and the results are usually catastrophic. Think about the collapse of the Soviet Union in the early 1990s.
What happened there?
When the Soviet economy crashed, the entire state apparatus for social provisioning vanished overnight. People lost their pensions, their jobs, their health care. The resulting social chaos and despair triggered a massive public health disaster. The life expectancy for Russian men plummeted to around 57 years old. It was a demographic collapse driven by unplanned economic contraction.
So simply pulling the plug on the growth machine causes mass casualties. But the text contrasts the Russian disaster with what happened in Cuba during the exact same period, right?
Yes. The Cuban special period in the 1990s is perhaps the most important case study in the book. When the Soviet Union fell, Cuba lost its primary economic benefactor. Almost overnight, they lost their supply of subsidized Soviet oil, chemical fertilizers, and export markets.
Their economy essentially fell off a cliff.
It was devastating. Cuba's GDP crashed by a staggering 40% in just a few years. By all conventional economic metrics, it should have mirrored the Russian disaster. There should have been mass starvation and plummeting life expectancies.
But there wasn't. Why?
Because the state maintained strict control over social provisioning. They instituted severe rationing to guarantee a baseline of calories for everyone, ensuring no one starved, even if diets were meager. But the lack of fossil fuels forced massive structural lifestyle changes. Without oil for tractors, agriculture shifted to intensive, organic manual labor. Without oil for cars and buses, the state imported millions of bicycles.
People had to walk or bike everywhere.
Exactly. And the physiological results were astounding. The average daily caloric intake dropped, so obesity in the population was halved. Because everyone was biking or engaging in manual labor, physical activity doubled. Rates of death from type 2 diabetes and coronary heart disease plummeted. In the middle of a massive 40% economic contraction, Cuban life expectancy actually improved.
That is incredible. I don't want to romanticize it. I'm sure it was a grueling, difficult time to live through. But it proves that human health and flourishing are not intrinsically tied to GDP growth. If society is organized around equity and basic needs, you can survive and even improve health during a profound reduction in material throughput.
It proves that another way of living is biologically and socially possible, even if it is difficult to transition to.
Okay, we have covered immense ground today. If we put all of these pieces together, the hard planetary limits, the dangerous illusion of the debt trap, the profound failure of GDP to measure anything meaningful, our deep psychological addiction to stuff, and the twin dangers of collapse versus flourishing, what is the author's ultimate prescription? What is the goal?
The author synthesizes all of this into a defining concept we can call bounded capabilities.
Bounded capabilities. Let's define that clearly.
The goal of a truly prosperous society should be to secure basic human entitlements for every person on the planet. Everyone deserves the capability to be healthy, to be educated, to have meaningful work, and to participate in their community with dignity. That is the capabilities part.
And the bounded part.
Those capabilities must be secured within strict, non-negotiable ecological limits. They must be bounded by the 350 billion ton carbon budget. They must be bounded by the realities of a declining EROI and the finite resource base of the Earth. We have to engineer an economy that maximizes human flourishing while minimizing material throughput.
We have to stop using the blunt instrument of endless growth to solve our problems and start designing a system that values connection over consumption.
Precisely. Prosperity ultimately is not synonymous with opulence. It is the ability to participate meaningfully in the life of society. It is about purpose and dignity achieved within the physical limits of our only home.
Let's take a breath and synthesize the incredible journey we've just been on. We started with the sheer political terror of even questioning the growth paradigm. The advisor going ballistic on a plane because questioning the system during a crisis felt like heresy.
Right.
We looked at the hard physics of planetary limits, tracing the lineage from Malthus to the Club of Rome, and realizing that through declining ERY and the terrifying math of the Paris carbon budget, we are running out of planet long before we run out of fossil fuels.
We unmasked the illusion of the last few decades. We saw how a massive labyrinth of private and global debt was deliberately constructed to hide the fact that the real physical engine of the economy was stalling. And we saw how that illusion ultimately triggered the 2008 crash and led to the devastating, mathematically flawed human tragedies of austerity.
We completely tore down the facade of GDP, realizing alongside Robert Kennedy that it measures the alarms and the ambulances, but misses the health and the joy. We explored the Easterlin paradox, realizing that in our relentless pursuit of status, we are all just standing up at a crowded concert, exhausting our legs and our planet for no real gain in happiness.
And we dug into the deep evolutionary neuroscience and the psychological terrors that drive our consumption. We saw how stuff has become the vocabulary of our social lives and our shield against mortality, making the transition away from growth a monumental human challenge.
The big takeaway from all of this is profound. Prosperity is not the Scrooge McDuck vault of stuff. True prosperity is the capability to live a life of dignity, health, and connection.
And achieving that means redefining everything we think we know about a healthy economy.
Which brings me to a final, provocative thought for you to mull over as we end this deep dive. We talked extensively about how consumer goods are essentially a symbolic language we use to signal our identity, find our tribe, and manage our fear of mortality. I want you to look around the room you are in right now. Really look at the objects surrounding you.
It's a very revealing exercise if you are honest with yourself.
Ask yourself, how many of those objects are actually tools for your survival or things that bring you deep, genuine, active joy? And how many of them are simply vocabulary words? How many of those objects are just physical symbols in a material language, purchased to signal your worth, your status, or your identity to the people around you?
And the challenge for all of us moving forward is this. What if you could learn to speak that exact same language of belonging, identity, and community, but without the devastating ecological price tag? How do we build a society that values the connection over the commodity?
Because right now, our economic operating system is giving us a deeply flawed medical diagnosis. It's looking at the murky, complex reality of human well-being, pointing blindly at the GDP chart, and prescribing more endless, exponential growth. But if we don't start questioning that prescription, we aren't just ignoring the disease. We are actively, relentlessly accelerating the patient's decline. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
Imagine you have a pond, just a quiet, perfectly still little ecosystem. Right?
Okay, yeah, I'm picturing it.
And right in the middle, there is a single water lily. It's small. It looks, totally harmless, just floating there. But this particular water lily has this really unique biological property. It doubles in size every single day.
Right.
Now, if left completely unchecked, this lily is going to grow and grow until it covers the entire surface of the pond. It'll choke out all light, all the oxygen, basically all life in the water below it. And it will do this in exactly 30 days.
30 days to total collapse.
Exactly. Now you, the listener, you're a busy person. You've got a lot going on. So you make a deal with yourself. You decide you're not going to worry about this little lily pad until it becomes a real visible problem.
Which, I mean, is how most of us handle problems, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. So you say, I'm only going to put my boots on and take action to clear the pond when the lily covers exactly half the water surface. So here's the riddle for you to chew on. On what date do you finally have to take action?
Well, the human mind immediately wants to just divide 30 by 2. I mean, we are hardwired to look at that timeline and assume the halfway point of the problem falls on the halfway point of the calendar.
Right, you want to say day 15.
Yeah, day 15 feels intuitive.
But the mathematical reality is day 29.
Right.
You wait until the pond is half covered, and you find yourself standing there on day 29, which means you have exactly one single day left to save your entire pond.
Wow. Yeah.
And the truly deceptive part is what that pond looked like for the first month. Up until day 29, the growth looked, well, it looked entirely manageable.
Even on, like, day 25,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Even on day 25, that lily pad only covered about 3% of the pond.
Yeah.
So you would look at it, see 97% open water, and think, oh, I have all the time in the world.
That riddle perfectly isolates the terrifying nature of the math we are digging into today. I mean, it illustrates why human intuition just completely fails when we're confronted with very specific types of growth.
And that failure of intuition is the core mission of our deep dive today. We are staring down a massive stack of notes, charts, system dynamics models, and historical data. All of it extracted from a truly monumental piece of research called Limits to Growth, the 30-year update.
Right, written by Donella Meadows, Jorgen Randers, and Dennis Meadows.
Yeah. And to really grasp the weight of this text, we have to kind of zoom out and look at the historical context of where this research even originated.
Well, the original Limits to Growth was a study published way back in 1972 by a team of researchers at MIT. And they were commissioned by this global think tank called the Club of Rome.
Yeah.
And this MIT team, they utilized what was, for the time, a highly advanced computer model called World 3.
Which is a system dynamics model, right?
Exactly. The architecture of World 3 was built on system dynamics. They essentially fed this computer massive global data sets. We're talking human population, industrial output, agricultural production, pollution generation, and resource depletion.
Basically mapping out everything humans do.
Right. The goal was to map out the future of humanity's physical footprint on the Earth over the next century.
And the backlash in 1972 was, I mean, it was historic. It wasn't just lightly criticized. It was viciously attacked by the establishment. You had mainstream economists, industrialists, politicians just completely losing their minds over the conclusions.
Oh, absolutely. They accused the MIT team of prophesying doom. They called them neo-Malthusians, who were completely ignoring the magic of the free market.
Right.
And underestimating human technological innovation. Critics like Herman Kahn, he argued that with near-current technology, the Earth could easily support 15 billion people at a high standard of living for a millennium.
Wow, 15 billion.
Yeah. And Julian Simon, who is a really prominent economist, famously promised that the material conditions of life would just continue to get better and better indefinitely for everyone on Earth, because he believed human ingenuity was the ultimate infinite resource.
Infinite growth. I mean, that is an incredibly aggressive promise when you remember that we live on a giant rock floating in space with a finite circumference and a finite mass.
Right. But that assumption of infinite growth was the absolute bedrock of 20th century economic theory.
Which brings us to the 30-year update.
Exactly. That is why this update, published 3 decades after the original, is such a vital document. The authors basically said, okay, let's take another look. They took the actual historical data from 1972 to 2002 and laid it right over their original World 3 projections.
And how did it hold up?
Well, the model was not a crystal ball. I mean, it was never designed to predict the exact price of oil in a specific year.
Sure.
But the highly aggregated scenarios it generated tracked the actual historical data of human growth and resource strain almost perfectly.
Almost perfectly.
Yeah. Those critics who promised infinite frictionless growth were forced to confront a reality where, global fisheries were demonstrably collapsing, ancient aquifers were running dry, and the atmospheric chemistry of the planet was literally altering.
Now, I want to take a quick second here to connect directly with you, the listener. If you have ever felt completely overwhelmed by the conflicting narratives in the news cycle.
Which, who hasn't?
Right. Where one day you are reading about a booming stock market and unprecedented wealth creation, and then the next day you're reading about rolling blackouts, critical water shortages, and climate summits that seem to achieve nothing.
It causes total cognitive dissonance.
Exactly. Well, this deep dive is going to cut right through that noise. We are going to look under the hood at the undeniable, fundamental math governing our physical reality. We are going to explore the mechanics of how complex systems fail.
And we should clarify, we aren't picking sides in any political debate today.
No, not at all. Our goal is strictly to impartially report on the content provided in these sources. If there's politically charged stuff, left-wing, right-wing, whatever, we are not endorsing those viewpoints. We are simply examining the structural physics and mathematics of a finite planet hosting an exponentially growing industrial base.
Right. And to understand how those systems fail, we really have to start with the core mechanism driving the danger. The central concept of the entire text is this phenomenon called overshoot.
Overshoot. It sounds like a a pilot missing a runway?
Well, the mechanics are remarkably similar, actually. To overshoot simply means to go too far, right? To go beyond a physical limit, accidentally or without intention.
Okay.
It's a dynamic pattern of behavior that occurs in natural and artificial systems constantly. But for an overshoot to occur in any system, you always need exactly 3 ingredients.
Okay, let's walk through them. What's the first one?
The first ingredient is rapid change, acceleration, or growth. So the system must be moving quickly.
Got it. And the second?
The second ingredient is a limit or a barrier, a threshold that cannot be safely crossed.
Right, like the end of the runway.
Exactly. And the third ingredient, which is really the most critical and the most misunderstood, is a delay or a mistake in how the system perceives and responds to that limit.
A delay in the feedback.
Yes, you have rapid growth, you have a hard limit, and you have a delayed reaction. When those 3 specific conditions overlap, overshoot is the mathematical guarantee.
The authors use some very grounded, everyday examples to illustrate this, which I think is super helpful. The classic one they use is taking a shower in an old house.
Oh, yeah, the shower analogy is perfect.
So you step in and the water is too cold. That is the rapid change. You want heat, so you crank the hot water dial.
Right. The limit there is the comfortable temperature of the water on your skin.
Exactly. But there is a delay. The hot water has to travel all the way from the water heater in the basement, up through the pipes, and out the shower head.
Right. It doesn't happen instantly.
Because of that physical delay in the system, you turn the dial, you wait 2 seconds, and you think, ugh, still cold? So what do? You turn the dial even further.
You continue to accelerate your demand because the feedback hasn't reached you yet.
Yes. Then suddenly, the scalding water hits you. You have overshot the safe limit. Not because you wanted to be burned, obviously, but because your feedback loop was delayed.
The winter driving analogy from the book is another excellent illustration of the physics involved here.
Oh, walk us through that one.
So you are driving 50 miles an hour down a dark road. That's your rapid movement. The stop sign at the upcoming intersection is your limit.
Okay.
Under normal conditions, your eyes see the sign, your brain processes the distance, your foot hits the brake pads create friction, and the car stops. The feedback loop is tight and responsive.
Right, no problem.
But tonight, there is a patch of black ice on the road. The ice drastically reduces the friction coefficient, which introduces a massive physical delay in your car's ability to respond to the brakes.
Uh-oh.
You perceive the limit, you hit the pedal, but the system simply cannot respond in time. You slide right past the stop sign and into the middle of the intersection. You've overshot the limit because a delay was introduced into your control mechanism.
We see this in biology too, don't we? I mean, a hangover is basically a biological state of overshoot.
Oh, absolutely.
You are at a party, drinking quickly. The alcohol is the rapid change. Your liver's metabolic capacity is the limit. But there is a delay between swallowing the alcohol, absorbing it into the bloodstream, and your brain actually receiving the signal that you are intoxicated.
Right, that biological lag.
Because of that lag, you consume 3 more drinks before you actually feel the effects of the first few. By the time you feel the limit, you are already way past it. The pounding headache the next morning is just the biological system painfully trying to correct an overshoot condition.
It happens in macroeconomic cycles constantly, too. The book highlights the construction industry as a great example.
How so?
Well, builders look at a booming housing market, they see prices rising, and they start developing large condominium projects. The rapid growth is the pace of construction. The limit is the actual number of qualified buyers in the local market.
Okay, I see where this is going.
But the delay is the 3 years it takes to acquire land, secure permits, pour concrete, and actually finish the buildings. By the time those condos are finally ready to sell, the economic cycle might have turned, and the pool of buyers has shrunk.
Suddenly, there is a massive glut of empty condos.
Exactly. The builders overshot market demand because the delay in their production cycle prevented them from reacting to real-time market signals.
Okay, I have to pause on those examples, though. Let's unpack this. In the shower or with the hangover, the feedback is relatively fast, and the consequences, while unpleasant, are contained, right?
Yeah.
I get burned, I instantly pull my hand back. The correction happens in milliseconds.
Right.
But when we were talking about planetary systems, the entire global economy and the Earth's biosphere, how does World 3 actually model that specific lag? The delay isn't just a few seconds of water in a pipe. It's incredibly laggy. We're talking decades of momentum.
The momentum is the invisible danger here. In global systems, delays manifest in multiple layers. There are physical delays, biological delays, and social delays.
Give me an example of the layer.
Chlorofluorocarbons, right? The CFC chemicals that used to be in aerosol sprays and refrigerants.
Right, the stuff that caused the ozone hole.
Exactly. When we released them, there was a physical delay of several years before those molecules migrated all the way up to the stratosphere.
Okay.
Then there was a chemical delay of decades as they slowly eroded the ozone layer. Then there is a biological delay before the resulting increase in UV radiation translates into a statistical spike in skin cancer rates.
Wow.
By the time the medical community notices the cancer spike, the chemicals that caused it were released half a century ago.
So the feedback loop is just entirely decoupled from the initial action.
Entirely decoupled. And that is before we even factor in the social and political delays.
Right, because getting people to agree on a solution is a whole other nightmare.
Exactly. Once the scientists identify the problem, it takes years to build a political consensus, years more to draft international treaties like the Montreal Protocol, and decades for global industries to retool their factories to produce alternatives.
That's agonizingly slow.
It is. World 3 models these delays mathematically by assigning time constants to different variables. Capital takes time to depreciate. Populations take time to age. Pollution takes time to dissipate.
So when you feed all those lagging indicators into a computer,
it shows that humanity is essentially driving the car on black ice. We are hitting the brakes, but the momentum of a global industrial economy takes generations to slow down.
and that lag in feedback makes it incredibly difficult for the general public to take the limits seriously. I mean, if you do not feel the physical pain of the limit immediately, you just assume the limit does not exist.
Right. And to illustrate the psychology of how populations ignore limits during a delay, the authors provide this brilliant non-ecological analogy. They look at the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s and early 2000s.
I remember reading that part and thinking, how does a speculative frenzy in the stock market explain environmental collapse?
Because it's a perfect structural mirror of ecological overshoot. In the dot-com bubble, the resource being exploited wasn't oil or timber. The erodible resource was investor confidence and capital. Throughout the late 90s, we had the first ingredient of overshoot: rapid exponential growth. Share prices of internet companies were skyrocketing. Millions of dollars were pouring into companies that had no revenue, no viable product, and terrible business models just because they had a .com suffix.
Yeah, we were valuing companies based on, like, eyeballs instead of actual cash flow.
Exactly. That was the rapid growth. The limit in this scenario was economic reality. Eventually, a company's stock price must reflect its fundamental ability to generate profit and return value to shareholders. You cannot outrun basic accounting forever.
So when did they hit the limit?
By roughly 1998, the stock valuations had completely detached from any underlying economic reality. They had crossed the sustainable threshold. The market was structurally unsound.
But wait, the crash did not happen in 1998. I mean, the market kept going up for 2 more years.
Because of the third ingredient, the delay, there was a massive psychological and institutional delay in perceiving the limit. Even though the valuations are mathematically absurd, the feedback loop was corrupted by euphoria. When the NASDAQ hit 5,000 in early 2000, nobody looked at the data and said, "We are in severe financial overshoot." They celebrated.
Right. People were quitting their jobs to become day traders. The media cheered the new economy. The enthusiasm accelerated long after the structural integrity of the market had failed.
Until the illusion shattered. When the collapse came, it was violent. Trillions of dollars of perceived wealth evaporated in months. But the most crucial part of the analogy is what happened after the initial crash.
What do you mean?
During the 3-year slide to the market bottom in 2003, there was immense psychological resistance to accepting the reality of the bubble. People kept buying the dips, hoping it was just a temporary correction.
They were in denial.
Total denial. The resource investor confidence was fundamentally eroded, but the delay in accepting that reality prolonged the pain.
So how does the expert analysis map that onto our current ecological situation?
The authors argue that global ecological overshoot functions exactly the same way, just on a much longer, multi-generational timeline. Today, our global society celebrates constant economic growth, aggressive resource extraction, and record consumption in the exact same manner day traders celebrated the NASDAQ in 1999.
When a nation announces a 5% increase in GDP, politicians claim victory, markets rally, the media applauds.
Exactly.
Even if generating that 5% GDP growth required clear-cutting, ancient carbon sinks, pumping millions of tons of pollutants into the atmosphere and drawing down fossil aquifers that took thousands of years to fill.
We are throwing a party during the growth phase of the bubble, entirely blind to the fact that we may have already crossed the threshold of sustainability.
Which is terrifying.
The physical warning signs are flashing: red ocean acidification, topsoil depletion, mass extinction rates, but because the total collapse of the system hasn't manifested at the grocery store yet, because of the delay, we keep accelerating. We are wildly celebrating our own ecological overshoot.
Wow. And that concept of acceleration leads us directly into the mathematical heart of the first ingredient of overshoot, the rapid change.
Right.
Because we are not just dealing with simple, steady growth. We are dealing with a very specific type of mathematical curve that consistently fools human intuition every single time.
Exponential growth.
Yes. We have to dive into the mechanics of exponential growth.
Exponential growth is basically the hidden engine driving almost every systemic challenge we face. And to understand why it is so uniquely dangerous, we have to contrast it with how our brains actually work.
Which is linearly.
Yes, human beings evolved to understand linear growth.
So if I am building a brick wall and I have the physical capacity to lay 100 bricks a day, the growth of that wall is linear. Day 1, 100 bricks. Day 2, 200 bricks. Day 3, 300.
Right. The absolute amount you added the system remains constant, regardless of how big the wall gets.
Right. Or a financial equivalent would be putting exactly $10 into a safe every single year. Year 1, $10. Year 10, $100.
The growth is a straight, predictable line. The amount of new money added does not depend on the existing balance.
But exponential growth operates under a completely different set of rules.
Radically different. In exponential growth, the increase is not a constant amount. The increase is a constant percentage of the whole.
Ah.
Therefore, the absolute amount added to the system is directly proportional to what is already there. The larger the system becomes, the faster it grows. The growth feeds on itself.
So instead of a safe, you put money into an investment account.
Exactly. If you put $100 into an account yielding 7% interest, compounded annually, the math changes. In the first year, you earn $7. Your new balance is $107.
Simple enough.
But in the second year, your 7% yield is applied to the new, larger principal. You earn $7.49. Your balance is $114.49.
In the short term, the difference between the linear safe and the exponential account seems, well, negligible.
But that negligible difference is the trap. Because the interest continually compounds on an ever-expanding principal, the growth curve eventually goes vertical.
Right.
By year 30, the SAID has $300, but the compound account has over $760. By year 50, the SAFE has $500, but the compound account has rocketed to nearly $3,000. It is a runaway feedback loop.
To really quantify the speed of that runaway loop, the authors utilize a concept called the Rule of 72. It's a mental shortcut to figure out the doubling time of anything growing exponentially.
It is an incredibly powerful tool for cutting through economic jargon.
Let's break it down for the listener. How does the Rule of 72 work?
You take the number 72 and you divide it by the annual percentage growth rate of whatever you are measuring. The result is the number of years it takes for that variable to completely double in size.
Okay, so if your investment account grows at 7% a year.
72 divided by 7 is roughly 10. Your money doubles every 10 years.
Okay, we apply this to bank accounts all the time, but the book applies it to physical realities like human populations.
And the demographic examples in the text are just staggering. They look at Nigeria as a case study.
Oh, right, the Nigeria numbers are wild.
In 1950, Nigeria had a population of roughly 36 million people. By the year 2000, it had exploded to 125 million. Now, in the year 2000, Nigeria's population growth rate was estimated at 2.5% per year.
Okay, let's run the math on that. 72 divided by 2.5.
Is approximately 29.
29.
That means if the 2.5% growth rate remained constant, the physical population of Nigeria would double every 29 years.
That's so fast.
Consider a child born in Nigeria in the year 2000 entering a nation of 125 million people. By the time that individual turns 29 years old, the population is 250 million.
And by the time they are 58, it is 500 million.
Exactly. If that person lives to be 87 years old, which is a single, relatively normal human lifespan, they would see their country's population reach 1 billion people.
A nation that had only 36 million citizens just 50 years before they were born would hit 1 billion in their lifetime. That is the violent momentum of exponential math.
It really is.
But population is just one metric. I want to apply the Rule of 72 to the global economy because this is where the logic of modern politics violently collides with the physics of the Earth.
Let's do it.
If you listen to any politician from any political party anywhere in the industrialized world, their fundamental promise to the electorate is constant, uninterrupted economic growth. And the generally accepted target for a healthy global economy is about 3% annual GDP growth.
3%, which sounds incredibly modest. It sounds stable.
But apply the rule. 72 divided by 3 is 24. A steady 3% global growth rate dictates that the entire global economy must double in size every 24 years.
And this is where we have to anchor economic theory to physical reality. GDP is not just numbers on a screen. It is heavily tethered to physical throughput.
Right.
A doubling of the economy historically implies a massive increase in the physical footprint of humanity. It means doubling the energy we consume, doubling the minerals we extract from the crust, doubling the timber we harvest.
Doubling the waste we pump into the atmosphere and oceans.
Every single generation.
Right.
We are mathematically admitting to doubling the weight of the human enterprise on a finite planet every 24 years, forever.
Okay, I have to push back here, because this is the exact counterargument you hear from modern tech economists. They argue for this idea of decoupling.
Decoupling.
Yeah, they look at the U.S. economy over the last 20 years and point out that our GDP has grown, but our domestic carbon emissions have actually fallen. They say we are shifting from a heavy manufacturing economy to a digital, service-based economy. Doesn't that decoupling prove that the World 3 model fundamentally underestimated our ability to generate economic value without generating physical waste?
The decoupling argument is definitely the most persistent defense of infinite growth. But the authors of the 30-year update dismantle it by exposing what they call the infrastructure shadow of the modern economy.
The infrastructure shadow. I like that phrase.
Yes, a specific nation might offshore its heavy manufacturing and show a localized drop in emissions. But on a global systemic level, the service economy is entirely dependent on a massive grinding base of industrial throughput.
So the dematerialized economy is basically an illusion.
Think about the ultimate symbol of the weightless economy, the digital cloud.
Right, it sounds so light and fluffy.
Exactly. We stream data, we run complex AI models, we conduct high-frequency trading. It all feels ethereal. But what is the cloud physically?
It's just someone else's computer.
It is millions of servers housed in massive warehouse-sized data centers. Those centers require thousands of tons of structural steel and concrete to build. They contain thousands of miles of copper wiring and rare earth minerals mined from the Earth's crust.
Which all take massive amounts of energy to extract and build.
And they draw gigawatts of continuous electrical power, much of it still generated by burning coal or natural gas. And because those servers generate intense heat, they require millions of gallons of fresh water every single day for cooling systems.
So even a weightless line of code has a physical footprint.
The book uses an older but perfect example, a standard 1997 desktop computer, the symbol of the information age at the time. Creating that single unit required 55 pounds of plastic, metal, glass, and silicon.
Okay.
But the hidden cost was that the manufacturing process generated 139 pounds of toxic waste and tailings. Information itself might not have mass, but the hardware required to process it, store it, and transmit it demands relentless physical extraction. You cannot decouple a hospital, a university, or a data center from the physical resources required to build and power them.
Which brings us to a really terrifying realization about resource management. Here's where it gets really interesting. When we discover a massive new oil field or a massive new copper deposit, experts often go on television and calm the public by saying, well, we still have half of our proven reserves left. It took us 150 years to burn the first half, so we have plenty of time to figure out a transition.
And that linear assumption is fatal in an exponentially growing system.
Exactly. If our consumption of that resource is doubling every few decades, having half the resource left is not a cushion of a century and a half. It is exactly one doubling away from zero.
Yes.
We're the person standing next to the lily pond on day 29. The pond is still 50% clear water. It looks fine. But because the lily pad doubles every day, we do not have 30 days left. We have 1 day left. Half empty means we are on the brink of exhaustion.
This mathematical reality is driven by two massive twin engines that the World 3 model identifies as the primary drivers of overshoot.
And what are those engines?
These engines have inherent, self-reproducing, positive feedback loops built directly into their architecture. The first engine is population, and the second is industrial capital.
Let's break down the mechanics of the population engine first. Why did human population suddenly explode in the 20th century?
Demographers track this through a phenomenon called the demographic transition.
Right.
For thousands of years of human history, population growth was incredibly slow. The feedback loop was balanced, birth rates were very high, but death rates driven by infant mortality, infectious disease, and famine were equally high.
The system was brutal, but it was numerically stable.
Yes, but then we started manipulating the death rate. Beginning with the Industrial Revolution and accelerating wildly post-World War II, humanity introduced massive interventions into the mortality side of the equation. We developed antibiotics, widespread vaccination programs, modern sanitation systems, and hyperproductive chemically fertilized agriculture.
And the death rate plummeted globally.
Exactly. People lived longer, and infant survival rates skyrocketed.
But the birth rate didn't drop at the same time.
No, because birth rates are tied to deeply entrenched cultural norms, religious beliefs, and economic structures that require large families for agricultural labor.
And those social norms take generations to shift.
So you had a period where the death rate collapsed, but the birth rate remained at historical highs. That massive gap between births and deaths is what caused the population to grow, not just exponentially, but super exponentially. The rate of growth itself was growing, peaking in the mid-1960s at around 2% globally.
But wait, we are past that peak now. The global growth rate has been dropping for decades as nations develop. Doesn't that mean the population engine is slowing down?
This is where we have to distinguish between the percentage rate and the absolute numbers.
Okay.
The demographic transition has entered its later phases in many regions. As nations urbanize, as women gain access to education and the workforce, and as family planning becomes available, birth rates fall. The global growth rate dropped from that 2% peak down to about 1.2% by the year 2000.
So the rate is lower, but what does that mean for the actual physical footprint?
You have to apply that lower rate to the new exponentially larger base.
Right, the compounding effect.
In 1965, the global population was roughly 3.3 billion, growing at 2%. That meant humanity added about 68 million new people to the planet that year. Fast forward to the year 2000, the growth rate had nearly halved to 1.2%, but the total population base had ballooned to over 6 billion.
Oh, wow.
If you take 1.2% of 6 billion, you get 75 million people.
So even with a plummeting growth rate, we were adding millions more people in the year 2000 than we were during the absolute peak of the population explosion in the 1960s.
Exactly. Adding 75 million people a year is equivalent of adding 9 New York cities from scratch every single year, year after year.
That is hard to wrap your head around.
And all of those new citizens require caloric intake, fresh water, housing materials, and energy grids. The sheer momentum of the demographic base just completely overwhelms the declining percentage rate.
And those people aren't just surviving, they are participating in the second engine, industrial capital. Now, when the World 3 model talks about capital, it isn't talking about fiat currency or stock market derivatives, right?
Right. The model specifically measures physical capital. Hardware, steel mills, tractor factories, cargo ships, mining excavators, and power grids.
Okay.
Industrial capital is an engine because it possesses a self-replicating feedback loop that's identical to population.
Basically, machines breeding machines.
Precisely. If you build a steel mill, it produces steel. A portion of that steel goes into consumer goods like refrigerators, but a significant fraction of that steel is diverted back into the industrial base to build another steel mill.
Or to build the heavy machinery needed to mine more iron ore.
Yes. Any successful industrial enterprise takes its profit, extracts what they call an investment fraction, and uses it to purchase more physical capital to expand capacity for the next cycle.
And historically, this capital engine has vastly outpaced even the population engine. I mean, the text notes that from 1930 to the year 2000, the total value of world industrial output grew by an astonishing factor of 14.
A 14-fold increase in industrial capacity in a single human lifetime. That is an absolute triumph of engineering and economic organization.
But it forces a very uncomfortable question.
It does.
If global industrial output grew by a factor of 14, creating unprecedented mountains of physical wealth, why is it that as of 1998, nearly half the human population was still surviving on less than $2 a day?
It's a paradox.
It is. How can a system generate that much absolute wealth and still leave billions in grinding poverty?
To answer that, the World 3 model forces us to examine a very dark, persistent systems trap. We've been discussing positive feedback loops that drive growth, But those exact same mathematical loops also drive extreme systemic inequality.
Okay, what do they call it?
In system dynamics, this is known as the success to the successful archetype.
Success to the successful. So the rich get richer, but as a structural law of physics rather than just human greed.
Greed plays a role, sure, but the math guarantees the outcome regardless of intent. Economic growth in an unregulated system inherently flows disproportionately to those who already possess capital and leverage.
Right. If you have money, it's easier to make money.
Exactly. And the data in the text is damning. In 1960, the richest 20% of the global population had 30 times the income of the poorest 20%.
Which is already a massive disparity, 30 to 1.
But by 1995, after 35 years of the greatest global economic expansion in human history, that ratio had not narrowed. It had exploded to 82 to 1.
82 to 1. The rising tide did not lift all boats. It lifted the yachts and drowned the dinghies.
That's one way to put it.
So how does the model explain the mechanics of that poverty trap in developing nations?
It is a brutal cycle where the population engine completely cannibalizes the capital engine. Imagine a developing nation trying to industrialize. They manage to generate a small amount of economic output.
Okay.
However, because their population is growing so rapidly, almost 100% of that new economic output is immediately consumed just to maintain basic subsistence.
It goes straight into basic caloric survival, rudimentary shelter, and primary clinics.
There is zero surplus. And in macroeconomics, if you have no surplus, you have no investment fraction.
Right.
You cannot divert resources to build the factories, the universities, or the advanced infrastructure that would generate higher wealth in the next cycle because you are desperately trying to feed millions of new mouths today.
But the trap goes deeper because the poverty itself acts as the accelerant for the population growth.
Yes. Let's look at the microeconomics of a family in that system. In a poor agrarian society, there is no state-sponsored social security, there are no pensions, there are very few educational opportunities, particularly for young women, which keeps them locked out of any formal labor market. If you are a parent in that environment, what is your only rational source of agricultural labor and your only insurance policy against starvation in your old age?
You have to have children. A lot of them.
Children are the only accessible form of capital for the extreme poor. So, the poverty mandates a high birth rate. The high birth rate creates a surging population. That population consumes all available economic output, preventing capital investment.
And the lack of capital investment ensures the society remains in poverty.
Which, in turn, mandates a continued high birth rate. It is a suffocating, locked feedback loop.
The book illustrates the tragedy of this loop through the lens of global agriculture. In the latter half of the 20th century, the Global South executed the Green Revolution.
Right, Norman Borlaug and the high-yield variety.
Exactly. It was an absolute agricultural miracle. Through the application of synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, and new crop variants, entire regions doubled or even tripled their total food production.
It was a massive influx of agricultural throughput. But what happened to the per capita data?
It was entirely consumed by the population engine. Because the population grew concurrently with the crop yields, the actual amount of food available per person barely shifted.
Yeah.
The book points out that in Africa, despite total agricultural production rising significantly, the food available per capita actually dropped by 9% over a 20-year period.
It represents a double systems failure. First, it is a catastrophic human failure because billions remained malnourished despite a massive mobilization of resources.
Right.
But second, it is a massive ecological failure. To achieve that temporary doubling of food, we permanently degraded the topsoil, we drained ancient non-renewable aquifers, we clear-cut forests to expand arable land, and we flooded watersheds with chemical runoff.
We severely damaged the long-term carrying capacity of the ecosystem just to inadequately feed a larger baseline population. So if the success to the successful loop is mathematically baked into the system, and brute-forcing agricultural growth just damages the environment without curing hunger, how do we break the trap? The World 3 model must have tested interventions.
Well, system dynamics dictates that you cannot break a deeply entrenched loop by just pushing harder on the existing levers. You have to structurally rewire the feedback mechanism. You have to flip the loop by targeting the investment directly at the social variables rather than just industrial hardware.
Okay, give me an example.
The historical data from regions like Costa Rica, Sri Lanka, or the Kerala state in India shows a really clear structural pathway. When governments and NGOs invest heavily in public welfare, specifically universal basic education, primary health care, accessible family planning, and above all, the economic and social empowerment of women, the demographic math changes rapidly.
Because you alter the microeconomic incentives of the family.
Precisely. When young women have access to secondary education and economic opportunities outside of subsistence farming, they naturally delay marriage and childbirth.
Right.
When parents have access to basic medical care and are confident their first two children will survive past infancy, the desired family size shrinks dramatically, even if the society's overall GDP remains relatively low.
And when the birth rate drops, you finally create a surplus.
Exactly. The society stops running just to stand still. The economic output that was previously consumed by subsistence can now be diverted into the investment fraction.
That capital builds better infrastructure, which raises the standard of living, which further reinforces the desire for smaller families and higher education.
You reverse the vicious cycle into a virtuous cycle. But it demands a deliberate structural redistribution of global investment. You cannot just blindly pray for aggregate global GDP growth to eventually trickle down through a rigged system.
So we have these twin engines, population and capital revving higher, locked in complex dynamics of inequality, but collectively demanding an exponentially increasing amount of physical throughput.
They need more grain, more oil, more copper, more fresh water.
Which forces us to confront the absolute physical boundaries of the planet.
Yeah.
Let's talk about sources and sinks.
Right. Sources and sinks basically define the physical budget of the Earth. A source is any environment from which we extract materials. So the iron mines, the old growth forests, the underground aquifers, the oil reserves, the rich topsoils.
And a sink.
A sink is any environment where we deposit our waste and pollution once we have processed those materials. The atmospheric carbon sink, the oceanic heat sink, landfills, river systems.
And both the sources and the sinks are finite. The Earth is a closed thermodynamic system, right? Nothing enters but sunlight and nothing leaves but heat.
Exactly. To establish a baseline for how an industrial economy must interact with those finite boundaries to avoid collapse, the authors heavily rely on the framework developed by ecological economist Herman Daly.
Oh, yes.
Daly formulated 3 fundamental, undeniable rules for sustainability. If an economy violates these rules, it is in mathematical overshoot.
Okay, let's walk through Daly's rules. What's rule 1?
Rule number 1 governs renewable resources like timber, fish populations, or surface water. The rule states that the sustainable rate of consumption can be no greater than the rate at which the resource naturally regenerates.
That seems like basic common sense. You cannot harvest timber faster than the forest grows. You cannot pump an aquifer faster than the rain recharges it.
Simple, right, but widely violated. Now, Rule 2 governs non-renewable resources like fossil fuels, lithium, or copper ores.
Okay, those don't regenerate at all on a human timescale.
Right. By definition, any extraction depletes the total stock, so it cannot be strictly sustainable. Daly's rule states that the consumption of a non-renewable resource can be no greater than the rate at which a renewable substitute is developed and deployed.
Ah, so you can burn coal or pump oil, but only if you are simultaneously taking a strict fraction of the profits and energy from that oil and investing it into building solar panels, wind turbines, and grid-scale batteries.
Exactly. So that when the oil inevitably depletes, the renewable infrastructure is fully scaled and ready to take the load seamlessly. You must use the finite resource to construct the bridge to the infinite resource.
That's a great way to frame it. And what's rule 3?
Rule number 3 governs pollution and waste. The sustainable rate of emission can be no greater than the rate at which the Earth's sinks can absorb, recycle, or render those pollutants harmless.
So you cannot pump carbon dioxide into the atmosphere faster than the terrestrial forests and the oceans can sequester it.
Right. You cannot dump nitrogen fertilizer into a bay faster than the local biology can process it without triggering a hypoxic dead zone.
Have mainstream economists ever successfully refuted Daly's rules mathematically?
No. The math is airtight. The laws of thermodynamics do not care about economic theory. The tragedy is that the global economy simply ignores the rules entirely.
To quantify exactly how badly we are violating those rules, the book introduces the concept of the ecological footprint, developed by researcher Mathis Wackernagel.
Yes. Wackernagel sought to create a unified metric for overshoot. He developed a methodology to translate all human demand, every ton of grain consumed, every barrel of oil burned, every cubic meter of timber harvested, and every ton of CO2 emitted into a single unit of measurement.
Which is what?
The amount of biologically productive land and water area required to continuously supply those resources and absorb that waste.
And the data from his calculations is chilling. According to his metrics, humanity reached the absolute carrying capacity of the Earth sometime in the late 1980s.
Right. At that point, our global footprint was exactly 1.2 Earths. We were consuming resources exactly as fast as they could regenerate.
But the engines of capital and population did not stop. By 1999, the human footprint had expanded to 1.2 Earths. We were operating 20% above the sustainable carrying capacity of the planet.
We were, and we're even further above it now.
Wait, let me stop you there, because we need to explain how that is
Yeah.
physically possible. How can you consume 120% of a finite system? If I earn $1,000 a week, I physically cannot spend $1,200 a week in cash. The math doesn't work.
Well, you can spend $1,200 a week if you have a credit card. You go into debt. Ecologically, we are doing the exact same thing. We are running a massive ecological deficit.
It is like inheriting a massive trust fund.
Yes, the trust fund analogy is perfect here.
If you inherit $10 million
Mhm.
and you invest it conservatively, it generates a steady stream of interest. You can live off that interest forever. The principle remains intact. That is sustainable regeneration.
Exactly.
But let's say your lifestyle demands increase. You want a private jet, multiple mansions. The annual interest is no longer enough to cover your burn rate. So
Yeah.
what do? You start liquidating the principal.
And this is where the psychology of overshoot is so dangerous. When you first start spending the principal, you don't feel poor. In fact, you feel incredibly wealthy.
Exactly. You are throwing lavish parties, the cash is flowing, and your standard of living has never been higher.
But behind the scenes, a death spiral has started.
Because you spent a chunk of the principal this year, the total pool of money-generating interest next year is smaller, which means your interest payment shrinks, which means you have to liquidate an even larger chunk of the principal next year just to maintain the same lifestyle. You are aggressively eroding the exact mechanism that sustains you.
That is the precise mechanism of global overshoot. We are no longer living off the annual biological interest of the Earth. We are liquidating the principal.
Right.
We are not just harvesting the annual growth of a forest. We are clear-cutting the ancient breeding grounds. We are not just catching the reproductive surplus of the oceans. We are strip mining the deep-sea ecosystems with bottom trawlers.
But if the market signals scarcity through price, why wouldn't price increases incentivize efficiency and substitution long before we hit total collapse? This is the core argument of free market environmentalism, right? As oil gets scarce, it gets expensive, which makes solar power comparatively cheap, and the market naturally solves the problem without any need for panic.
Well, the market theory assumes frictionless transitions and immediate feedback, which completely ignores the delays we discussed earlier.
Right, the pipe's taking too long to heat up.
Exactly. But more importantly, the market theory ignores the physics of extraction, specifically a concept called energy return on investment, or ERI.
Explain EROI, because I think this is the crucial mechanism that triggers the collapse in the World 3 scenarios.
EROI measures how much energy you have to expend to acquire a new unit of energy. In the early days of the oil boom in Texas, the EROI was massive.
Like the spindle-top gusher.
Yes. You expended the energy equivalent of 1 barrel of oil to drill a shallow hole in the dirt and a geyser of pressurized crude shot into the sky, giving you 100 barrels back, a 100-to-1 return.
Wow.
That massive surplus of cheap energy is what built the entire 20th century industrial civilization.
But the easy oil is gone.
Right. As we deplete the high-quality, easily accessible sources, we are forced to move to lower-quality, harder-to-reach sources. We have to build billion-dollar rigs to drill miles beneath the volatile deep ocean.
Or inject high-pressure steam into tar sands to melt the bitumen.
Exactly. We have to deploy hydraulic fracturing across entire continents.
And all of those extreme extraction methods require massive amounts of energy and capital up front.
The EROI plummets. Instead of 100-to-1, you are getting 10-to-1 or 5-to-1. And this applies to everything, not just oil.
Like what else?
Well, as we exhaust the high-grade copper veins on the surface, we have to mine lower-grade ores. We have to excavate, crush, transport, and smelt 100 tons of rock just to extract a single ton of copper. The energy and capital required per unit of output skyrockets.
So how does that dynamic trigger a macroeconomic collapse in the World 3 model?
It creates a fatal capital drain. As the ERY drops, the resource extraction sector begins to act like a black hole. It demands an ever-increasing percentage of the global capital supply just to maintain the same level of physical output.
Trillions of dollars are diverted into deep water drilling and extreme mining just to keep the lights on.
Right. But there is a finite amount of capital in the system.
So if the capital is flowing into the mining sector, where is it being drained from?
It is drained from everywhere else. Investment in agricultural infrastructure starves. Investment in healthcare, education, and consumer goods starves.
The tractors break down and can't be replaced.
The fertilizer factory shut down because the natural gas feedstock is too expensive. As agricultural capital depreciates without replacement, crop yields plummet. Food scarcity drives prices up.
Which means the poorest populations can no longer afford to eat, leading to a spike in the mortality rate.
Exactly. The entire industrial economy hollows out because all available energy and capital is being cannibalized by the desperate effort to extract lower-grade resources. That is the architecture of a World III collapse. It is a slow, agonizing starvation of the industrial base.
That is a deeply terrifying causal chain. I mean, we are well past day 15 on the lily pond. The sources are depleting, the EROI is falling, and the capital drain is beginning. So how does this story end? Does the model offer any hope, or are we locked into this death spiral?
This is where we must look at the various scenarios generated by World III. It is vital to reiterate that World III is a scenario generator, not a predictive oracle. It maps out multiple branching paths based on different variables.
So what happens in the business as usual scenarios?
In the scenarios where humanity continues its historical patterns delaying action, relying purely on market signals, and prioritizing uninterrupted GDP growth, the result is almost always overshoot and collapse.
That's the capital drain you just described.
Yes. It takes hold, leading to a rapid, uncontrollable decline in both industrial capacity and human population sometime in the 21st century. It is a violent correction, bringing the human footprint back down to what a degraded, depleted Earth can support.
But the authors also program scenarios where we actually steer the ship, right?
Yes. When they program the model with aggressive early interventions, massive investments in resource efficiency, rapid global deployment of family planning, strict limits on pollution, and a deliberate stabilization of industrial capital growth World III generated scenarios of smooth adaptation.
So we land safely.
The population levels off, the physical footprint shrinks back within the carrying capacity, and humanity achieves a sustainable, high quality of life that can be maintained indefinitely.
Which brings up a deeply fascinating human element of this research. The three primary authors, Dana Meadows, Jorgen Randers, and Dennis Meadows, spent 30 years working together on this. They looked at the exact same data, they wrote the exact same computer code, and yet they fundamentally disagreed on how humanity would actually respond in the real world.
It's amazing. It highlights the ultimate wild card in system dynamics, human psychology.
Right.
You had Dana, who represented the optimist perspective. She possessed a deep, enduring faith in human wisdom. She believed that if people were presented with clear, undeniable data about the limits of their environment, they would ultimately make the rational, far-sighted, and humane choices necessary to restructure society and avert disaster.
She believed we'd wake up. Then you had Jorgen, who took the cynic's view.
Right. He looked at the same charts and concluded that human beings are fundamentally wired for short-termism. He believed that the political and economic systems are too entrenched in the pursuit of quarterly profits, immediate employment, and financial security to ever voluntarily accept limits.
He thinks we will push the accelerator to the floor until the engine literally explodes.
And then Dennis represented the moderate, or perhaps the pragmatist view. He believes humanity will eventually take action, but only after severe, undeniable, and painful global crises force our hand.
We won't act proactively out of wisdom, we will act reactively out of trauma.
Exactly. He believes we will survive the bottleneck and eventually stabilize the system, but because of our ecological treasures, lost incredible political freedoms, and subjected billions of people to unnecessary suffering during the transition.
Are we smart enough to hit the brakes when we see the ice, or do we have to crash the car into the tree before we admit the road is slippery?
That's the million-dollar question.
To prove Dana right, to achieve that smooth transition, the expert analysis in the book is very clear. We cannot rely solely on technology to save us.
No, we can't. The authors acknowledge that technological innovation is an incredibly powerful tool. We absolutely need better solar panels, more efficient agriculture, and advanced materials.
Correct.
But technology is insufficient by itself for two structural reasons. First, technology is subject to massive implementation delays. It takes decades to invent, commercialize, and deploy a new energy grid globally.
10 seconds.
Second, as we discussed with the ERI concept, new technologies require massive amounts of physical capital and energy to build. If we wait until the crisis hits, until the capital drain is already starving the economy, we literally will not have the surplus resources required to manufacture the technological fix.
Also, if technology isn't the savior, what is the required intervention?
The required intervention is a profound psychological, cultural, and structural shift in human values. The authors argue that global society must proactively adopt a definition of enough. We need a cultural concept of enough for material consumption and a cultural concept of enough for family size.
I want to focus on that word enough, because in modern capitalist culture, enough sounds like a threat.
Oh, totally. People hate that word.
People hear that word and they immediately associate it with forced poverty. They imagine a draconian government mandating stagnation, rationing goods, and forcing everyone to go backward to a pre-industrial standard of living. But the authors are arguing for the exact opposite of poverty, aren't they?
They are arguing for true wealth. The authors assert that a sustainable society, a society that embraces limits, is not stagnant, boring, or impoverished. In fact, by abandoning the mindless, mathematically impossible pursuit of infinite physical growth, a society frees up its time, its energy, and its massive surplus of resources to focus entirely on the quality of human development.
It is the shift from quantity to quality.
Precisely. An economy of enough is one that ensures basic material security, food, shelter, healthcare for every citizen, and then redirects its societal energy away from accumulating more plastic consumer goods and toward art, community, relationships, scientific discovery, and spiritual growth.
It is a fundamental shift in how we measure progress. Instead of measuring success by how rapidly we can extract and discard the earth, we measure success by the health, education, and happiness of the population.
It is the difference between working 60 hours a week to buy your child a third plastic toy they don't really need versus working 30 hours a week and having the time to actually play with them.
Right. One requires massive industrial throughput and carbon emissions. The other requires only time, attention, and human connection.
That is the exact psychological shift required to break the overshoot cycle. We have to decouple human well-being from the relentless expansion of our physical footprint.
Let's recap the terrain we have covered today, because it is heavy. We started by exploring the deceptive lagging mechanics of overshoot, how rapid change, absolute limits, and delayed responses cause systems to slide past the point of no return. Much like the euphoria of the dot-com bubble.
Right.
We dove into the terrifying math of exponential growth, where being half depleted means you're only one doubling away from zero. We examine the massive self-replicating engines of population and industrial capital and the cruel systems traps that keep billions in poverty while consuming the biosphere.
And we confronted the absolute thermodynamic limits of our Earth's sources and sinks and the capital drain that threatens to collapse the entire structure.
The most urgent takeaway for you, the listener, is the timeline. The original World 3 model was published in 1972. The 30-year update was published in 2004. We have spent over half a century debating the data, attacking the messengers, and delaying structural change.
The historical data has verified the model's trajectory with alarming accuracy. We do not have another 30 years to waste on incrementalism.
The choices we make, both globally as a society and individually as citizens, in the next decade will dictate which of those final scenarios humanity will endure. The window for that smooth, wise transition is closing rapidly.
It's now or never.
It is a profound reality to sit with. But before we conclude this deep dive, I want to leave you with a final thought to mull over. Something that builds on the math we've discussed, but applies it directly to the reality you're living in right now.
Okay.
Since the 30-year update was published, our world has undergone a radical digital transformation. We carry supercomputers in our pockets, we stream high-definition video instantly. We are currently building artificial intelligence models that process unfathomable amounts of data. We store our entire lives in something we literally call the cloud.
Yeah, which sounds so clean.
It feels entirely ethereal. It feels disconnected from the physical limits of the Earth. But remember the lesson of the service economy. Remember the infrastructure shadow. Remember that a simple 1990s desktop computer required 55 pounds of resources and generated 139 pounds of toxic waste. So, I ask you to consider, how much physical Earth? How many vast open-pit mines for lithium and cobalt? How many gigawatt coal-fired power plants? And how many millions of gallons of fresh cooling water is required every single minute to sustain the illusion of our invisible, weightless digital lives?
Wow.
Are our smart devices, our algorithmic efficiencies, and our AI models actually helping us avoid the limits to growth by decoupling our economy from the biosphere? Or are they just a massive, hidden acceleration of the exponential math, demanding more energy and more capital, pushing us even faster toward the edge of the cliff?
That's a huge question.
We started today looking at a quiet pond with a single, rapidly multiplying water lily. We are now well past day 29. The math is undeniable, and the delay is over. The only question that remains is, what are we going to do with our final day?
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. I hope you step outside tomorrow and look at the world, the economy, and the limits around you through a completely different lens. You know, sometimes you just stumble across a memory, like just a tiny, quiet memory, and it completely upends how you see the world today.
Oh, absolutely. Those are always the ones that hit you the hardest.
Right. So I was going through the source material for this deep dive today, which is centered on Jason Hickel's book, Less is More: How Degrowth Will Save the World. And the author shared this story from his childhood that really just stuck with me.
Yeah, the story about Eswatini, right.
Exactly. He grew up in Eswatini in southern Africa back in the 1980s. And he describes this vivid sensory experience of taking a long drive at night with his family in this rickety old Toyota pickup truck.
Just a classic childhood road trip memory.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He says after those drives, it was actually his job to help clear the front grille of the car. And he specifically remembers the bugs smashed into the metal being piled like 3 deep.
Wow, 3 deep.
Yeah, butterflies, moths, giant grasshoppers, beetles, just hundreds of them, totally packed onto the front of the truck.
It is an incredibly visceral image, and it's something scientists and entomologists actually refer to as the windshield phenomenon.
The windshield phenomenon.
Yeah, it's this very common shared memory for people who grew up driving around in the 70s or 80s. Like, you used to have to constantly scrub the windshield at the gas station just to see the road.
Right. I actually remember doing that on road trips when I was a kid.
Sure, we all do.
And the author mentions his dad telling him this mind-blowing fact at the time. He said that the insects on Earth weighed more than all the other animals put together, including humans.
Which is just a wild statistic to think about.
It is. And as a kid, he found that deeply comforting, you know? It felt like this inexhaustible, infinite abundance of life. Like you sit on the porch at night, you watch the moths swarm the light, you dodge the bats swooping in for a meal. The world is just overflowing with living things.
But then he notes the contrast, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When he's gone back to southern Africa recently, they take the exact same drives on the same roads at the exact same time of year.
Right.
And the car comes back completely clean.
It's terrifying.
Maybe a few stray flies, but that 3-deep pile of insects is just gone.
And this is exactly where the book anchors its premise because, that observation is not just a trick of childhood nostalgia or like shifting migration patterns. The actual data on this is absolutely chilling.
Yeah, the studies are, well, they're hard to read.
They are. The book pulls from this landmark 2017 study by a group called the Krefeld Entomological Society over in Germany.
Right.
And these researchers, they spent decades meticulously counting flying insects in German nature reserves. They set up these things called malaise traps, which are basically large tent-like nets that funnel insects into a collection jar in over 60 different protected areas.
And just to clarify for everyone listening, these are protected nature reserves, right? Like places where there shouldn't be massive industrial farming or chemical spraying going on right next door.
Exactly. These are the safe zones. But what they found shocked the entire global scientific community.
What were the numbers?
Over a 25-year period, they recorded a 75% plunge in the total biomass of flying insects.
75%?
Yeah. 75% of the flying insect weight in those forests simply vanished.
I mean, that number alone is almost impossible to process. If 75% of the birds or, I don't know, the deer vanished in 25 years, it would be front page news every single day.
It absolutely would, and yet the data actually gets even darker.
Wait, darker than 75%?
Unfortunately, yes. The book points to another study published in 2018 looking at the El Yunque rainforest in Puerto Rico. This was led by an ecologist named Brad Lister.
Okay.
Now, El Yunque is a pristine, protected, high-altitude jungle. It is far removed from highways. It's not adjacent to pesticide-spraying agricultural conglomerates. And Lister had taken comprehensive insect measurements there in the 1970s using sticky traps and canopy sweeps.
So he had a solid baseline to compare to.
Right. And when he returned nearly 40 years later, he found that the insect biomass had collapsed by up to 98%.
98%. That is basically total population collapse. It's an ecosystem functioning on fumes.
And Lister documented the cascading effects, too. Because the insects were gone, the entire food web was starving.
Oh, because everything eats the insects.
Exactly. He found that the populations of insect-eating birds, frogs, and lizards had plummeted right alongside them. The forest was literally hollowing out from the bottom up.
Wow.
The foundational nodes in the web of life are just snapping. I mean, if the insects go, the pollination stops, the soil loses its nutrient recyclers, the birds starve, and eventually the entire ecosystem unravels.
So this is our mission for the deep dive today. We were taking this book and extracting the core thesis. We're going to look at the central enemy idea the book attacks, break down the key concepts of the radical economic shift it proposes, review the historical and scientific evidence, and critically examine where the blind spots might be in this vision.
Which is so important to do.
Because honestly, when you hear about 98% of insects dying off in a protected Puerto Rican rainforest, the immediate, cynical reaction is to throw your hands up and say, well, humans are just a virus. It's just human nature to destroy our environment.
Yeah, that's a very common reaction.
But the text aggressively pushes back on that framing.
It really does. It argues that blaming human nature is not just historically inaccurate, it's actually a dangerous cop-out. The book demands that we stop looking at our biology as the culprit and instead look at a very specific, deeply ingrained ideological software that we are all currently running on.
Which brings us to the core enemy idea of the book.
Yeah.
The target the author is pointing at is an ideology called growthism.
Yes, growthism. It is the unquestioned hegemonic assumption held by virtually every politician, central bank, economist, and CEO on the planet.
Right.
It is the belief that gross domestic product GDP must continuously grow by at least 2 to 3% every single year indefinitely, with literally no endpoint whatsoever.
Just growth for the sake of growth. Not growth to build a specific hospital or fund a specific school, but just this abstract mathematical imperative. I think a lot of people just assume GDP is a natural law of physics, but it's actually a pretty recent invention, isn't it?
Oh, it is incredibly recent. GDP was conceptualized in the 1930s by an economist named Simon Kuznets.
During the Depression, right?
Exactly. The U.S. government commissioned him to figure out a way to measure the total economic output of the country during the Great Depression, basically so they could actually see how bad things were.
Makes sense.
So Kuznets came up with a metric that essentially tallied up the total monetary value of all goods and services produced in a specific time frame. But here is the crazy part. Kuznets himself explicitly warned Congress against using GDP as a measure of national welfare or human well-being.
Wait, the guy who invented it said not to use it that way?
Yes. He knew that the metric was totally blind to nuance.
Because, I mean, think about it. If a chemical plant dumps toxic waste into a river, and the government has to spend $1 billion cleaning it up and treating all the sick residents, all of that spending counts as a boost to GDP.
Precisely. The destruction of the river is registered as an economic positive. But despite Kuznets' warnings, GDP became the ultimate scorecard for global capitalism.
Not quite.
And the book points out that we have mislabeled our current era because of it. We frequently hear scientists and journalists call our current geological epoch the Anthropocene, right? Implying that anthropos, human beings as an entire species, are the driving force of this ecological breakdown.
But the book rejects that label completely.
Totally. It argues that humans have existed as fully evolved, intelligent, fire-wielding, tool-using beings for roughly 300,000 years.
Right.
And for over 97% of that time, we lived in relative equilibrium with the Earth's ecosystems.
Right.
We altered landscape, sure, but we didn't destabilize the planetary climate or cause mass extinction events on this scale.
Yeah, that's a huge distinction.
The crisis we are facing right now is really only about 500 years old. It tracks directly and undeniably with the rise of a specific economic system, capitalism. So The author argues we shouldn't call it the Anthropocene, we should call it the Capitalocene.
The Capitalocene. I actually really like that because it shifts the blame from our DNA to our economic operating system. But let's dig into that 3% growth target you mentioned earlier.
Sure.
On paper, if a politician says we are aiming for 3% GDP growth this year, it sounds entirely reasonable. It sounds like a modest return on a basic index fund.
It sounds modest only until you understand the mathematics of exponential curves.
Right, because it compounds.
Exactly. Growthism isn't about growing 3% from a static baseline every year. It's compounding. A 3% continuous growth rate means that the total size of the global economy must double every 23 years.
Let's just slow down and really think about that. That means whatever the entire global economy is producing right now, every single car, every skyscraper, every smartphone, every airplane flight, we have to be producing double that amount in just over 2 decades.
Yes. And then 23 years after that, you have to double the new, massively expanded economy again.
It's insane.
To visualize exponential growth, think of the old fable about the inventor of chess who asks the emperor for a reward. He asks for 1 grain of wheat on the first square of the chessboard, 2 on the second, 4 on the third, doubling all the way to the 64th square.
Right, and the emperor thinks it's a cheap reward at first.
Exactly. But by the time you reach the end of the board, the amount of wheat required is more than the entire planet could produce in 1,000 years. It becomes an astronomical, literally impossible number.
I mean, if an organism in nature behaves like that, if it keeps growing exponentially without any regulating feedback loops or endpoint, we have a word for that. Cancer. The cancer grows until it consumes the host. But in modern economics, we call that exact same curve progress.
And the crucial point the book makes is that GDP is not just numbers on a spreadsheet. We tend to think of it as abstract financial data. But GDP is tightly and historically coupled to energy use and material extraction.
Right. It takes physical stuff to make the numbers go up.
Exactly. Every time that monetary figure goes up, it requires a proportional amount of the physical earth to be dug up, burned, or harvested.
And the text provides some really stark numbers on this material footprint, doesn't it?
It does. It tracks the raw material consumption of the global economy over time. This is the total weight of everything humans extract from the planet biomass, like trees and crops, metals, minerals, sand for concrete, and fossil fuels.
Yeah.
In the year 1900, the global economy consumed about 7 billion tons of materials per year. By 1980, as the post-war growth imperative really accelerated globally, that number jumped to 35 billion tons per year.
Which is a huge jump, a 5-fold increase in 80 years.
But then look at the exponential curve kick in. By 2017, that number hadn't just grown, it had screamed up to an eye-watering 92 billion tons per year.
My God, 92 billion.
And here is the terrifying context for that number. Ecologists and Earth system scientists estimate that the absolute maximum safe boundary for the planet to absorb the amount we can take without causing the biosphere to fundamentally break down, is 50 billion tons per year.
Wow. So we are chewing through 92 billion tons of the physical planet, nearly double the safe limit, purely to feed a math equation that demands perpetual expansion. We are liquidating the Earth's natural capital and calling it income.
That is the tragedy of the Capitalocene in a nutshell.
But this brings up a massive question for me. If this system is only 500 years old, and humans lived totally fine for 299,500 years before that, how did we make the mental leap to treat the Earth as an infinite extraction machine?
It's a great question.
Because, I mean, human beings didn't just wake up one morning in the 1500s and collectively decide, you know what? Let's turn all the forests into lumber and work ourselves to the bone. It doesn't seem like a natural evolutionary transition.
It wasn't natural at all. In fact, the book presents a wealth of historical evidence showing that it was incredibly violent and heavily orchestrated.
Really?
Yeah, to answer your question, we actually have to dismantle the foundational myth about the birth of capitalism. The standard textbook story we are all taught is this nice, neat, peaceful evolution.
Right, the whole from serfs to merchants thing.
Exactly. We're taught that under feudalism, peasants were miserable serfs, and eventually they started trading goods at local markets, and they just naturally traded their way to freedom.
Right.
The assumption is that human beings are inherently rational, profit-maximizing automatons, homo economicus, and capitalism is just the inevitable expression of human nature finally breaking the chains of lords and kings.
That is exactly the story I learned in school. The printing press comes along, the Renaissance happens, the peasants get a little richer from selling wool, and suddenly, boom, Adam Smith and capitalism.
It's a very comforting narrative, but historians and sociologists paint a much darker and more complex picture. I mean, feudalism was brutal, there's no denying that. Lords extracted massive amounts of labor and grain from the serfs through military threat.
Sure.
But capitalism didn't simply evolve out of feudalism. What actually ended feudalism was a massive, organized, revolutionary movement by ordinary people in the 1300s and 1400s.
Really? So what was the catalyst for that rebellion?
The Black Death.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. In the mid-1300s, the bubonic plague wiped out roughly a third of Europe's population. It was an unimaginable tragedy, obviously, but it radically altered the economic landscape. Suddenly, labor became incredibly scarce.
Right, of course.
The lords needed peasants to work the fields, but there weren't enough peasants left, and the commoners realized, perhaps for the first time on a mass scale, that they had enormous bargaining power.
Supply and demand.
Yeah.
If the lords have all the land but nobody to work it, the workers hold all the cards.
Exactly. So they rebelled against the feudal taxes and the unpaid labor. You had Wat Tyler's rebellion in England in 1381, where a radical priest named John Ball preached that all humans were created equal and that private property was a sin.
Wow, in 1381.
Yeah. You had the Ciompi Revolt in Florence, Italy. The peasants essentially went on a continent-wide strike, demanding higher wages, lower rents, and freedom of movement.
And they actually won.
They did. They successfully dismantled serfdom across much of Western Europe. What followed was a period from the late 1300s to the early 1500s that historians sometimes call the golden age of the European proletariat.
A golden age for the working class.
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah. Peasants became free farmers. They negotiated incredibly high wages. In some cases, real wages doubled or even tripled. They won shorter working hours. They secured weekends off and numerous religious holidays where work was strictly forbidden.
Wait, they essentially forced the elites to concede to a high standard of living.
They did. And crucially, they won guaranteed access to the commons.
The commons. Okay, that's a term we hear thrown around a lot in economics and environmental science.
Yeah.
But what did it actually mean for a regular person living in a village back then?
Well, it meant shared access to the resources you needed to survive. The commons were large tracts of land forests for gathering timber and hunting, pastures for grazing sheep and cattle, waterways for fishing.
So nobody owned it.
You didn't personally own the forest, but the lord didn't completely own it either. It was managed collectively by the community according to strict traditional customs to ensure nobody overused it.
Right.
Because commoners had free access to the commons, they could subsist independently. They could build a house, grow food, and feed their families without actually needing a boss.
So they weren't desperate.
Exactly. They only worked for wages when they wanted a little extra income to buy something they couldn't make themselves. Because they had the commons as a backup, they could just refuse terrible wages or dangerous working conditions.
That makes total sense.
Furthermore, the book points out that because they managed the land collectively, Europe's ecology actually started to recover from the intense agricultural devastation of the feudal lords. Forests began to regrow, soil nutrients stabilized.
I'm picturing this scenario. The workers are relatively happy, they have free time, the forests are growing back, they're getting paid well when they do work. I'm guessing the rich elites of Europe absolutely hated this golden age.
Oh, they were terrified of it. They suffered what economic historians refer to as chronic disaccumulation.
Let's define that term.
It basically means the elites couldn't pile up massive, expanding profits because the wealth of the society was distributed too evenly. If you have to pay your workers a massive share of the revenue, there isn't much left over to hoard at the top. The elites realized that the only way to kickstart immense profit generation, what we now know as capitalism, was to force people back into wage labor on the elites' terms.
So they had to break the workers.
And to do that, they had to break the power of the workers, yes.
Because if the workers have the commons to fall back on, they can just say no to bad wages.
Exactly.
So if I'm an elite in the 1500s, the only way I can get people back into my factories or working my mega farms for pennies is if I literally take away their ability to feed themselves. Do they just steal the land?
Yes, backed by the legal and military power of the state. This process is known as the enclosure movement.
The enclosure movement.
Elites began a systematic campaign of enclosing the commons. They literally built fences and planted massive hedges around the shared forests and pastures, declaring them private property.
Just claiming it for themselves.
Yeah. They kicked the peasants off the land, often violently, sometimes burning entire villages to the ground to clear the area for profitable sheep farming.
That is horrific.
The philosopher Thomas More famously lamented in 1516 that sheep, which used to be so tame, had become so greedy and wild that they were eating human beings. He was referring to the lords replacing peasant villages with lucrative sheep pastures for the wool trade.
It's the deliberate creation of artificial scarcity. Like, if you can't hunt in the forest or graze your cow on the pasture because it's now private property guarded by state violence, your only option to avoid starvation is to go to the crowded city and sell your labor to whoever owns the factories or the large enclosed farms.
You become what Karl Marx later termed a proletarian, a person who has no capital, no land, and nothing to sell but their own physical time and energy.
Right.
You are legally free to work for whoever you want, but your only alternative to working on their terms is starvation and death.
It's the ultimate illusion of choice.
Exactly, and the results for human welfare were apocalyptic. The book details how, as the enclosure movement took hold and capitalism was violently born, real wages for the working class plummeted by up to 70%.
70%.
Nutrition collapsed. People went from eating varied diets of vegetables, meat, and dairy from the commons to surviving on cheap bread and oats. Famines returned with a vengeance.
So the whole idea that capitalism immediately elevated everyone's standard of living is completely backward.
The demographic data proves it. Life expectancy in England actually dropped from around 43 years in the 1500s during the peak of the golden age of the proletariat back down into the low 30s by the 1700s.
Oh.
When the philosopher Thomas Hobbes wrote his famous line in 1651 that the natural life of man was nasty, brutish, and short, he wasn't describing a universal human nature before civilization. He was describing the brutal, impoverished misery created by the enclosures and the violent rise of early capitalism all around him.
That completely flips the script on how we understand our own history.
Yeah.
But physical violence, state militias, and building fences are really only half the battle, right?
Right.
Because if you are going to treat human beings as disposable cogs in a machine, and if you are going to look at a vibrant ancient forest and see nothing but raw lumber waiting to be chopped and sold, you need a pretty powerful story to tell yourself.
You do.
You need a philosophy that makes that morally okay, so you don't feel like a monster? Did the philosophers of the time actually provide that cover?
They absolutely did. You're hitting on the exact point the book makes about the philosophical software that had to be installed to run this new economic hardware.
Okay.
You see, for most of human history, including the peasant societies of Europe, people operated with what anthropologists call an animist worldview.
Meaning they believed everything had a spirit.
It's a bit more profound than just ghosts in the trees. Animism is the understanding that humans are deeply physically and spiritually interconnected with the living world. Rivers, animals, mountains, forests, they were seen as kin.
Like relatives.
Exactly. They were animated by the same life force as humans. They were subjects, not objects. And if you view a forest as a relative or a conscious entity, you don't just clear-cut it for profit. You take only what you need with reverence. Wholesale extraction would be ethically abhorrent.
So the rising capitalist class had to break that animist worldview. They had to sever that psychological connection to nature.
Yes. And they found their intellectual champion in the French philosopher René Descartes in the 1600s.
Descartes.
Descartes introduced a framework that became the bedrock of modern Western thought, dualism. Descartes argued that the world is strictly and absolutely divided in two. On one side, you have the human mind, which alone possesses a soul, reason, agency, and consciousness.
And on the other side?
On the other side, you have matter. Descartes argued that the rest of creation, animals, plants, the earth, and even the physical human body itself is just inert, unthinking, mechanical matter.
Just a machine.
It is a machine ticking away like a clock. He literally argued that animals don't feel pain. When a dog yelps, it's just the squeaking of a broken gear in a machine. This was the concept of the bet machine, or animal machine.
That is so dark. But honestly, think about the words you and I use at work every day. If you look closely, our entire modern language is totally infected by Descartes.
Absolutely.
We don't talk about the living world. We talk about natural resources. We don't talk about people and their unique lives. We talk about human capital or human resources.
Yes.
It completely objectifies life. It turns a vibrant, interconnected ecosystem and human beings themselves into an inventory list for a warehouse.
That is exactly the legacy of dualism. Descartes provided the ultimate moral license for capitalism and colonialism. If nature is dead, if animals are just automatons, if human bodies are just meat machines to be optimized for labor, then there is no ethical barrier to extracting from them infinitely.
It fundamentally justified treating the living planet as dead property.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I'm tracking with the history, and it is a dark, fascinating origin story. But I'm looking out my window right now, and I see solar panels on roofs and Teslas driving down the street. I hear politicians talking about AI and smart grids.
Right.
We aren't running around in top hats and closing land and burning coal like it's the 1800s. Doesn't modern technology and green energy solve this math problem? Can't we decouple our economic growth from our environmental impact? We can just keep growing, but do it cleanly through innovation, right?
This brings us to one of the most critical and perhaps controversial concepts in the book, the myth of green growth and the illusion of decoupling.
The myth of green growth.
Yeah. What you just articulated is the dominant hope of modern policymakers, from the UN to Silicon Valley. It's the belief that human ingenuity and technological efficiency will allow us to keep growing GDP perpetually while our ecological footprint shrinks.
I mean, it makes intuitive sense. If an engineer designs a car engine that is twice as efficient, the car uses half the gas to go the same distance. That's a win for the environment.
It seems like a win in a vacuum. But history and macroeconomics show us that under a system predicated on continuous growth, efficiency actually causes more extraction, not less. The book introduces a principle called the Jevons paradox to explain this.
The Jevons paradox. How does that work?
Back in 1865, an English economist named William Stanley Jevons was observing the massive coal consumption of the British Empire. At the time, James Watt had just perfected a new, vastly more efficient steam engine.
Okay.
Many people assumed this was great news for the coal reserves. They thought since the new engine needs far less coal to do the same amount of work, England's total coal consumption will naturally drop.
But I'm guessing it didn't.
It skyrocketed. Jevons noticed that exactly the opposite happened. Because the new steam engines were so efficient, they made running factories and trains much cheaper. The capitalists took the money they saved from the fuel efficiency and immediately reinvested it. They built hundreds of more engines, they expanded production into new industries, they built more trains. The efficiency didn't lead to conservation, it led to massive expansion and acceleration. The cheaper energy became, the more ways they found to use it.
The author actually uses this incredible analogy that really made the Jevons paradox click for me.
The chainsaw.
Yeah. Think about a lumberjack who upgrades from a hand axe to a chainsaw. A chainsaw is a massive technological leap in efficiency. It lets the logger cut down a tree 10 times faster with less physical effort.
Right.
But in a capitalist growth-driven system, the logger doesn't cut their daily quota of 10 trees in 1 hour and then pack up and go home early to play with their kids. The logging company demands they stay in the forest for the full 10-hour shift.
Yeah.
And use that new efficiency to cut down 10 times as many trees.
That is the perfect encapsulation of why technology alone cannot save us under growthism. The technology is entirely harnessed to the growth imperative. And we see this dynamic playing out globally right now with the service economy.
Let's talk about that, because the common defense of green growth is that high-income nations don't manufacture heavy, dirty stuff as much anymore.
Right.
The argument is that the US and the UK have transitioned to lightweight economies. We do graphic design, financial consulting, software development, yoga classes. You can't pollute the atmosphere by writing code or teaching a hot yoga class. So can't we grow GDP infinitely through immaterial services?
The data contradicts that hope entirely. It's true that services now make up roughly 74% of GDP in high-income nations, yet the material footprint of these nations, the actual tonnage of earth they extract, is actually outpacing their GDP growth.
Wait, how is that possible if they are mostly just producing services?
2 reasons. First, services are never truly immaterial. To have a graphic design firm or a cloud computing industry, you need massive, energy-devouring server farms, millions of miles of fiber optic cables, rare earth metals for laptops, and concrete office buildings. Teaching a yoga class requires a heated studio, athletic wear made from petroleum derivatives, and transportation for the clients. But second, and more importantly, what happens to the massive profits generated by the service sector?
I mean, they get spent.
Exactly. The tech CEO who makes $1 billion in the immaterial software sector doesn't just sit in an empty room. They use that wealth to buy a massive mansion, fly on private jets, purchase fleets of cars, and consume high-end goods.
So the wealth just drives extraction anyway.
Yes. The profits from the service sector drive immense material demand elsewhere in the global economy. The economy isn't dematerializing, it's rematerializing.
So even if we wave a magic wand tomorrow, and the entire world miraculously transitions to 100% clean, renewable solar and wind energy, what happens?
If we maintain a growth-based economy, a 3% infinite expansion mandate, we will just use that infinite clean energy to build bigger, faster chainsaws. We will use the clean energy to mine more mountains for the lithium, cobalt, and copper required to build the batteries. We will use it to power massive automated fleets that trawl more oceans, clear more forests for industrial agriculture, and produce mountains of single-use plastics.
That is so bleak.
Clean energy is absolutely essential to solve the emissions and climate heating problem, definitely, but it does absolutely nothing to reverse deforestation, soil depletion, or mass species extinction if we just keep growing the aggregate size of the economy.
It's like switching to a diet soda so you can justify eating 3 extra-large pizzas.
Exactly.
You solved one tiny part of the caloric intake, the sugar in the drink, but you are still gorging yourself to the point of sickness. So if technology and clean energy won't save us from the extraction crisis, and we are over-extracting just to keep this abstract GDP line going up, it forces us to ask the most fundamental question.
Is it worth it?
Right. Is that growth actually making our lives any better? Are we destroying the planet for a good reason?
This strikes at the heart of the book's main thesis. The ultimate untouchable justification for perpetual economic growth is the belief that higher GDP equals human progress.
Yeah, that's what we're told.
We are told that we must tolerate the environmental damage, the stress, the inequality, because GDP growth is what buys us long lives, good health, and happiness. But the evidence Hickel presents shows this is a profound illusion.
But we're constantly told that richer countries have longer life expectancies. It seems like a direct correlation. The higher the GDP, the longer people live.
You're referring to concepts rooted in the McKeown thesis and the Preston curve.
Right.
Thomas McKeown was a physician in the 1970s who argued that the massive surge in population and life expectancy since the 19th century wasn't primarily due to targeted medical interventions or public health, but simply due to broader economic growth, increasing overall living standards and nutrition.
And the Preston curve.
The Preston curve, developed by Samuel Preston, seemed to back this up by showing a graphical curve where life expectancy rises as per capita income rises.
And policymakers just took those ideas and ran with them.
They really did. These theories became the intellectual justification for harsh neoliberal policies pushed by institutions like the IMF and the World Bank across the global south.
How so?
The logic was, basically, don't focus your budget on building public healthcare systems or sanitation infrastructure. Just implement structural adjustment programs. Privatize your resources, deregulate your markets, and grow your GDP at all costs. Health and longevity will magically follow the money.
But did it?
No. When modern historians and epidemiologists actually dug into the historical long-term data, the theory fell apart.
Because, as we saw with the enclosure movement, growth often comes at the expense of human welfare. What actually drove life expectancy up?
Public health interventions. Sanitation, clean water systems, mass vaccination, and strong labor rights like the weekend, safety regulations, and the end of child labor.
The things people fought for.
Exactly. GDP growth alone didn't do that. In fact, unregulated GDP growth in the 1800s caused massive cholera outbreaks in cities. It took democratic, state-led interventions to build the sewers and regulate the factories. The book argues that beyond a certain relatively low threshold of GDP, a threshold that high-income countries passed decades ago, by the way, the relationship between economic growth and human well-being completely breaks down.
And the text highlights a striking modern example to prove this point, showing that you don't need massive GDP to achieve incredible human flourishing. It's the example of the Nicoya Peninsula in Costa Rica.
Yes, Nicoya is designated as a blue zone, one of the places in the world where people live the longest.
Okay.
Economically, Nicoya is one of the poorest regions in Costa Rica. The people there are largely traditional subsistence farmers and agricultural workers. Their monetary wealth is incredibly low by Western standards, yet the life expectancy for people in Nicoya is up to 85 years.
85 years.
That is significantly longer than the life expectancy in the richest, most heavily capitalized countries on Earth, including the United States.
And researchers went down there to figure out this secret, right? They thought it must be some genetic anomaly or like a magical superfruit they were eating.
Stanford researchers and demographers studied them extensively. And it wasn't a magic diet. The secret was community and social cohesion.
Community.
Yeah. The people in Nicoya have what they call a plan de vida, a reason to live. They have deeply interconnected, multi-generational families. Elderly people are highly respected and remain active in the community so they don't suffer from the isolation and loneliness that kills so many in the West. They perform moderate, meaningful physical work outdoors.
And it isn't just good vibes either. Costa Rica actually made specific political choices to support this.
Crucially, yes. Costa Rica abolished its military in 1948 and invested heavily in a robust, universal public health care system and clean water infrastructure.
Why?
They achieved world-class longevity and high human happiness with a fraction of the GDP and material footprint of the United States. They prioritized public goods over private accumulation.
It's an incredible contrast.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at the United States as the counterexample. The source material notes that real GDP per capita in the U.S. has essentially doubled since the 1970s. We have grown the economy massively. We are the wealthiest nation in the history of the world.
Yes, we are.
But what did that doubling of the economy actually get the average person? The poverty rate is higher today than it was in the 70s. Real wages, adjusted for inflation, are largely stagnant or lower for the working class. Rates of depression, anxiety, and deaths of despair-like overdoses and suicides are skyrocketing. How is it mechanically possible that the economy doubled in size, but ordinary people went backward?
It comes down to the mechanics of distribution under growthism. Growth under modern capitalism doesn't lift all boats equally. It overwhelmingly funnels upward.
Just to the top.
The book presents a staggering statistic to illustrate this. Over the last 40 years, 28% of all new income generated by global GDP growth has gone straight into the pockets of the richest 1% of the global population.
Wait, let me make sure I understand that. Of all the new wealth created by chopping down forests, mining coal, writing software, and working 60-hour weeks over 4 decades, nearly a third of it bypassed everyone else and went to the 1%.
Yes.
All of whom are already multimillionaires or billionaires.
Yes, exactly. And the poorest 50% of humanity received only a tiny fraction of that growth. The vast majority of the ecological destruction we are witnessing is not happening to lift people out of poverty.
This is the realization that just stops you in your tracks. We are burning down the Amazon rainforest to plant soy. We are emptying the oceans of fish. We are risking mass extinction, climate tipping points, and the collapse of the insect's food web. And we are doing it primarily to funnel 28% of all new global wealth to a tiny fraction of elites, while the rest of us are told to just keep grinding, stay on the treadmill, and hustle to pay rent. We are literally cannibalizing the biosphere for the sake of compounding inequality.
It is the definition of an irrational system, which brings us to the ultimate pivot point of the deep dive.
Right.
If growthism isn't the answer, if technology won't decouple us from extraction, and if growth isn't actually improving our lives, what is the author proposing we actually do? How do we restructure society?
Right. The book solution is a concept called degrowth. Now, I know the second people hear the word degrowth, they recoil. It has a major PR problem.
It really does.
People immediately think of misery. They think of living in caves, rationing toilet paper, shutting off the electricity, and freezing in the winter. What does degrowth actually mean in an economic sense?
It is absolutely crucial to define this properly because it is the most misunderstood concept in ecological economics. Degrowth is not austerity.
Okay, not austerity.
Austerity is a tool used by capitalists. Austerity means cutting social programs, slashing wages, and privatizing healthcare to create artificial scarcity, which forces desperate people to work harder, thereby generating more growth for the elites.
So degrowth is the opposite.
Degrowth is the exact opposite of that dynamic. Degrowth is a planned, democratic downscaling of energy and resource use to bring the economy back into balance with the living world, while simultaneously improving human well-being by distributing wealth and prioritizing human needs over capital accumulation.
So it's shrinking the massive waste of the system, not shrinking our standard of living.
Precisely. It's about doing things better, not just doing less of everything. The book outlines several practical, concrete steps to achieve a degrowth economy.
Let's walk through them.
Let's do it. Step 1 is ending planned obsolescence.
Oh, this is something everyone who has bought a smartphone understands.
Right now, companies intentionally design refrigerators, washing machines, laptops, and clothes to break down quickly, or they software lock devices so they become obsolete. It's a deliberate engineering strategy, so you are forced to buy the product again.
It's so frustrating.
The famous example is the Phoebus cartel in the 1920s, where light bulb manufacturers colluded to engineer bulbs that burn out after 1,000 hours, even though they knew how to make them last much longer just to ensure repeat sales.
Unbelievable.
In a degrowth economy, we would legislate that products must be durable, modular, and legally require a right to repair.
I mean, if I buy a washing machine and it lasts 30 years because I can easily replace a single belt, that saves me thousands of dollars. And it instantly slashes the massive industrial pipeline needed to mine steel, manufacture, and ship a replacement machine every 5 years. That's a win for the consumer and the planet.
Exactly.
What's the next step?
Step 2 is cutting food waste. Right now, due to chaotic supply chains, cosmetic standards in supermarkets where they reject ugly vegetables, and overpurchasing, up to 1/3 of all food produced globally is wasted.
1/3.
It just rots in landfills, emitting methane. The book calculates that if we mandated against supermarket waste, localized food systems, and composted properly, we could theoretically cut the global agriculture industry's massive land footprint in half. We could cut global emissions by 13% without a single human being losing a calorie of nutrition.
We just have to actually eat the food we are already growing. Such an obvious inefficiency.
Which leads to step 3. Scaling down ecologically destructive industries that don't serve essential human needs. The prime example the author uses here is the industrial beef sector.
I know dietary choices are a sensitive topic, but the math on beef is staggering.
It is a matter of thermodynamics and land use. The beef industry uses nearly 60% of all global agricultural land. This includes the pasture land to graze the cattle and the vast tracts of arable land used to grow the soy and corn to feed them.
60% of all agricultural land.
Yet, despite monopolizing 60% of the land, beef provides only 2% of the calories that humans consume globally. It is wildly inefficient, and it is the leading cause of deforestation in the Amazon basin.
Because we are clearing vibrant rainforests just to grow feed for cattle.
Exactly. The book argues that if we deliberately scaled down industrial beef production and shifted human diets toward plant-based proteins, we could liberate an amount of land roughly the size of the United States, Canada, and China combined.
Wow. It's a whole continent of land.
That land could be allowed to rewild, allowing forests to regrow, which would naturally sequester massive amounts of carbon and restore insect and animal habitats.
And again, to be clear, the book isn't saying everyone has to eat nutrient paste in a bunker.
Yeah.
It's just recognizing that an industry taking up 60% of the planet's agricultural land to produce 2% of the food is a terrible, suicidal mathematical ratio.
Right.
But here's the catch, and I'm sure you listening are thinking about this right now. If we mandate that washing machines last 30 years, and we shrink the colossal beef industry, and we stop producing so much useless plastic junk, won't millions of people lose their jobs? Doesn't the whole economy collapse into unemployment?
That is the most common and most valid fear, and it is exactly why degrowth requires step 4, shortening the working week.
Shortening the work week.
Under capitalism, if an industry shrinks, workers are just fired and left to starve. Under degrowth, as we deliberately shed unnecessary ecologically destructive industries, we don't just leave people unemployed, we take the remaining socially necessary labor, healthcare, education, sustainable farming, infrastructure repair, and we distribute it more evenly across the population.
We share the workload.
Yes. We shorten the mandatory working week to 30 hours or even 20 hours while maintaining full employment. You get to work half as much. This isn't a radical utopian idea either. John Maynard Keynes, one of the most famous economists of the 20th century, predicted in the 1930s that by the year 2000, technological efficiency would be so high that we would only need to work a 15-hour week.
But the Jevons paradox kicked in. We use the efficiency to produce more junk instead of buying back our free time.
Exactly.
But how do you survive on a 20-hour work week? If my hours are cut in half, my paycheck is cut in half, how do I pay rent or go to the doctor?
That relies entirely on the final, most crucial step, expanding universal public goods. The government must step in to decommodify the basic requirements of survival.
Meaning things are free.
Free at the point of use, yes. A degrowth economy requires massive, systemic investment in universal public health care, free education, robust public transportation, and affordable, decommodified housing.
But how does a state fund massive public programs if the GDP is shrinking and the tax base is altering? If we aren't growing the economy, where does money come from to build free hospitals and high-speed rail?
It requires a shift in how we understand macroeconomics and sovereign currency. Governments that issue their own currency, like the US or the UK, don't actually need to collect taxes first in order to spend.
Right, modern monetary theory.
Exactly. They create money when they spend it into the economy. The limit on government spending isn't a lack of money. The limit is the availability of real resources: labor, concrete, steel, and energy.
So we just redirect the materials.
Under growthism, all of our real resources are tied up building private jets, giant SUVs, and luxury condos. Degrowth frees up those real resources. By shrinking the wasteful, destructive sectors, the state can redirect that labor and material to build hospitals and public transit, funding it through public investment rather than relying on endless private GDP growth to eventually trickle down.
It's a reallocation of real physical capacity.
Exactly. And when your basic needs, health, home, transport, are decommodified and guaranteed as a human right, you don't need to earn a massive wage to survive. You don't need to hustle and grind for 60 hours a week just to pay off crushing medical debt or exorbitant rent to a private landlord.
This changes the entire framing of what a good life looks like. Degrowth actually means radical abundance.
Yes.
If your basic survival is guaranteed and you only have to work 20 hours a week, you are incredibly wealthy. You are wealthy in the most finite resource humans have: time. You have the time and the health to build the kind of deeply connected community they have in the Nicoya Peninsula. You have time to raise your kids, create art, or just relax. We aren't shrinking our lives. We are shrinking the corporate waste that forces us onto a hamster wheel to buy things we don't actually need.
That is the ultimate paradigm shift. Capitalism relies on the artificial scarcity of land, healthcare, and housing to force you onto the treadmill of wage labor. Degrowth relies on public abundance to set you free.
It sounds beautiful, but, I mean, is it actually in our nature to live like this? Won't people just inherently want to consume more, hoard resources, and act greedily? We are always told about the tragedy of the commons, the idea that if you give people a shared resource, they will inevitably overexploit it for their own selfish gain.
The author challenges that cynical view of human nature with a fascinating behavioral study conducted by researchers at Harvard and Yale.
What did they do?
The researchers essentially created a game to test how humans manage resources. They put participants into groups and gave them a shared pool of resources, represented by tokens, to manage across multiple rounds, representing generations.
Okay.
The rule was simple. If you take a little bit, the pool regenerates. If you take too much, the pool collapses and nobody gets anything.
Traditional economic theory would predict that people are selfish and will immediately drain the pool to maximize their individual payout.
Exactly, but that's not what happened. The researchers found that when individuals were allowed to interact, 68% of the people chose to act cooperatively and manage the resources sustainably.
Really?
Yeah. They voluntarily restrained their own consumption, taking only what could regenerate, sacrificing maximum short-term profit so the pool would survive for future rounds.
So the majority of people actually want to act ecologically.
They do. The problem was the other 32%. A minority of participants were inherently selfish free riders, and if that 32% was left unchecked, they would aggressively overconsume, causing the entire resource pool to eventually collapse despite the good intentions of the majority.
So how do you stop the selfish 32% from ruining it for everyone?
Through the mechanism of democracy. The researchers changed the rules of the game to allow the groups to vote and establish binding rules for how the tokens could be extracted. When given democratic control, the 68% majority easily overruled the selfish minority. They implemented rules to penalize overextraction. Under democratic conditions, the resource pool was sustained at 100% capacity indefinitely, generation after generation.
The takeaway from that is profound. It tells us that it is not universal human nature to destroy the planet. It is a systemic flaw in our current political and economic structure. Right now, our system gives the selfish 32%, the elites, the billionaires, the monopolists, disproportionate power and veto power over the rest of us.
Precisely. Under capitalism, the 32% dictate the rules of extraction. The book argues that true, radical democracy is inherently ecological. If ordinary people had real democratic control over the economy, they would choose sustainability over suicidal growth.
It's a very hopeful, empowering vision.
Yeah.
But, and I think it's important we do this. It's our job on this deep dive to look at the whole picture.
Right.
The vision of degrowth sounds incredibly logical. Working 20 hours a week, guaranteed health care, a healing planet. But What are the blind spots in this source material? Where does this blueprint hit a wall in the real world?
It's a vital exercise in critical thinking. And drawing from the preface of the book, which was actually written by members of the climate activist group Extinction Rebellion, as well as a critical analysis of the text itself, two major blind spots emerge.
Let's walk through them. What is the first blind spot?
Blind spot one is what the preface authors explicitly call the abyss of failure.
The abyss of failure. Sounds ominous.
It is. The book presents a highly optimistic, almost utopian vision of a society transitioning smoothly. It implies that once people simply realize the truth about growthism and demand democratic control, we will dismantle capitalism and nature will heal with remarkable speed.
Right, like the forests regrowing.
Exactly. It outlines how forests can regrow and insect populations can bounce back if we just step back. But it spends very little time looking into the abyss. What if we fail? What if we don't implement this massive global transition in time?
Right, because climate science and ecology don't operate on a linear timeline. They operate on tipping points.
Exactly. The book slightly underplays the terrifying reality of locked-in planetary boundaries. For example, if the Arctic ice melts completely, it triggers a change in the albedo effect, meaning the dark ocean stops reflecting sunlight back into space and starts absorbing it, radically accelerating global heating regardless of human emissions.
It just becomes a runaway train.
Yeah. If the permafrost in Siberia thaws, it releases gigatons of trapped methane, which is a far more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. Once those tipping points are breached, the warming locks in. The Earth system takes over.
It's like saying the blueprint for the new fire extinguisher is flawless and elegant, but the house is already structurally compromised and the staircase is currently burning. Even if we implement local democratic assemblies, they might be too slow to stop the cascading failures of a destabilized biosphere.
Exactly.
What's the second blind spot?
Blind spot 2 involves the geopolitical mechanics of global transition. To achieve the steady-state degrowth economy, the book argues that we must kick corporate money out of politics, break up massive monopolies, and democratize global governance institutions like the World Bank and the IMF.
Which, sounds completely necessary on paper.
But it massively underplays the sheer logistical, military, and geopolitical friction of making that happen in reality.
Yeah.
How do you convince the massive military-industrial complex to voluntarily scale down? How do you manage the transition when global superpowers view economic size and GDP as a direct measure of national security and geopolitical dominance?
I think about the prisoner's dilemma on a global scale. How do you get a nation to embrace degrowth, scale down its heavy industry, and shrink its material footprint if their neighboring superpower is aggressively continuing to grow, extracting resources, and building advanced weapons?
It is the ultimate geopolitical standoff. And, it's important to note here as we discuss these massive political hurdles that we are neutrally reporting the viewpoints and arguments presented in the book regarding capitalism, democracy, and global power structures.
Right. We are acting as your guides to help you understand the profound arguments of the text, not endorsing a specific political side.
Exactly. But regardless of your political leanings, the sheer scale of the global transition the book calls for is staggering. It requires a total simultaneous rewiring of how global power operates.
It feels a bit like saying, well, to fix the airplane mid-flight, we just need to calmly rebuild the jet engine into a glider.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful engineering blueprint, but it slightly ignores the fact that there are deeply entrenched passengers actively fighting over the steering yoke.
That is a very fair critique. And perhaps that is why the author concludes the book by suggesting that the true solution isn't just a list of economic policy tweaks or tax changes. For degrowth to actually work, it requires a deeper ontological shift.
An ontological shift.
A fundamental change in how human beings perceive reality itself.
We're talking about undoing Descartes. We have to delete the dualism software.
Exactly. The book points out that modern cutting-edge science is actually catching up to the ancient animist worldview. The strict division between the human and nature is biologically false.
How so?
Well, biologists like Lynn Margulis have proven that human DNA is literally made up of bacterial mitochondria, incorporated through a process called endosymbiosis. Without those ancient bacteria living inside our cells, we couldn't produce the energy to lift a single finger. We are not discrete, separate individuals. We are walking, breathing ecosystems.
That's incredible. And we are seeing the same revelations in ecology, aren't we?
We are. Ecologists like Suzanne Simard have discovered that trees in a forest are not isolated pillars of wood competing in a zero-sum game. They are deeply connected by vast, invisible mycelial networks in the soil, the wood wide web.
Right, the fungi?
Yeah, through these fungal networks, older hub trees share nutrients with saplings in the shade. They send chemical warning signals when a section of the forest is attacked by insects.
They communicate and support each other.
They do. The planet operates as a living superorganism, a massive, brilliant system of interlocking reciprocities. If you fundamentally internalize that scientific reality, you can no longer view the Earth as a warehouse of dead inventory waiting to be monetized. You have to view it as an extension of yourself. You have to move your society from an ethic of extraction to an ethic of reciprocity.
It all comes full circle back to the memory of the insects on the grill of the truck in Eswatini.
It really does.
If you look at those insects through the lens of growthism in Descartes, you see them as random, expendable matter. You just wash them off the windshield and keep driving as fast as you can toward a 3% GDP target, even if the forest is burning.
Yeah.
But if you look at them through the lens of reciprocity, if you see them as the foundation of the food web, as part of your extended family in the living world, you stop the car. You realize the system is broken, and you figure out a fundamentally different way to travel.
That is the core urgent message of less is more. It asks us to wake up from the dangerous trance of perpetual exponential growth, to recognize the profound abundance that is already here if we just share it, and to step back into a relationship of respect with the living world before we cross the tipping points.
Which leaves us with a final thought for you to mull over. What if, tomorrow morning, you stepped outside and stopped looking at the trees, the soil, and the birds as the environment, as just a passive green backdrop to your daily life or mood lighting for the human drama? What if you started seeing them as your literal kin, your extended body? If you truly believe that, how would that change the very next thing you decide to buy? How would it change the way you define what a good life actually is? Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. See you next time.
So, it's 2009.
Right. A terrible year.
Yeah, exactly. The global economy is just absolutely reeling from the worst financial crash since the Great Depression. I mean, millions of people have lost their homes, their jobs, their savings.
Utter devastation everywhere you look.
Right. And the U.S. government, meaning, you and me, the taxpayers listening to this, has just had to stump up $125 billion to bail out the investment bank Goldman Sachs.
Which is just a staggering amount of money.
It really is. So in the wake of all that devastation, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, Lloyd Blankfein, gives an interview. And he claims, with total sincerity, that the employees of his bank are among the most, quote, productive people in the world.
It is a profound statement, and honestly, a deeply confusing one for anyone living in the real world at that moment.
Yeah, I want to focus on that confusion because it really sets the stage for our entire exploration today. Like, how does a bank that required a taxpayer bailout to survive claim to be the ultimate wealth creator?
Right. Especially a bank whose employees were actively betting against the very financial instruments they created.
Exactly. How does the ultimate wealth taker convince the world he's the ultimate wealth maker? Or, take another example, the British retail chain BHS.
Oh, yeah, the BHS collapse. That's a classic one.
Right. So a billionaire named Sir Philip Green buys it. He extracts something like £580 million in dividends and rental payments, and then just sells it for a single pound.
And then the company subsequently collapses.
Yeah, 11,000 people lose their jobs, leaving a pension deficit of £571 million. Yet for years, figures like Green were heralded by the media and politicians as visionary wealth creators.
Because the line separating a wealth creator from a wealth extractor has become, well, incredibly blurry in modern society.
It really has.
And what we're going to explore today is that this blurriness is not an accident. It is the result of a very specific evolution in economic thought.
That is exactly our mission today. We are taking a deep dive into the brilliant book, The Value of Everything, Making and Taking in the Global Economy, by economist Mariana Mazzucato.
It's such an eye-opening read.
It really is. We are going to figure out how society completely lost its grip on what value actually means. Like, how did we go from recognizing the fundamental difference between making and taking to a world where we just assume that if something has a high price tag, it must be valuable?
And what is so crucial to grasp here is that this inability to define value is not just some dry academic debate happening in the ivory towers of university economics departments.
Right. It actually matters to you.
Exactly. The way we define value directly shapes the world you live in. It dictates our tax policies, it drives the massive inequality we see today, and it justifies the total financialization of our economy. You see, economics isn't a hard science like physics or chemistry.
Right, it's a social science.
It's a social science, and there's this concept called performativity.
Hold on, let me stop you there. Performativity. What does that actually mean in a real-world context?
So it essentially means that the stories we tell about the economy actually end up shaping the physical reality of the economy.
Okay, I think I follow.
Like in physics, if you have a wrong theory about gravity, gravity doesn't change to match your theory. You just fall down.
Right. The universe doesn't care what you think.
Exactly. But in economics, if we collectively tell ourselves a story, for example, that hedge fund managers are the ultimate value creators, we will design a society, a tax code, and a legal system that rewards them as such.
Oh, wow. So the theory brings the reality into existence.
Yeah, we perform the theory.
That makes a lot of sense. So our definition of value literally creates the world we live in. And before we really get into the weeds of how those definitions changed over time, I want to offer a quick note for you listening.
A very important note.
Yeah. Over the course of this deep dive, we are going to be exploring a lot of different historical and political economic theories. We're going to talk about Adam Smith's free markets, we're going to talk about Karl Marx's critiques of capitalism, and a host of other frameworks.
Some of which can be pretty politically charged.
Very charged. So we want to be crystal clear from the jump. We are impartially reporting on the original text's exploration of these ideas. We aren't endorsing any specific political ideology, left or right. We are simply unpacking how these great thinkers define value.
Because you really can't understand today's broken dashboard without understanding the blueprints they left behind.
Exactly.
Knowledge is most valuable when you can see the whole picture, regardless of where the ideas originated. Every one of these thinkers was just trying to solve the puzzle of their specific era.
Right. So to understand how confused our modern economy is, we really need to start by looking at the real-world symptoms of this confusion today. We mentioned Goldman Sachs and BHS earlier, but I want to dig into the mechanics of those.
Let's do it.
Because when you just say they extracted wealth, it sounds like a slogan. I want to know the how. Let's start with BHS. Sir Philip Green didn't just walk into the stores and empty the cash registers into a burlap sack, right?
Right, no, that would be theft. This was perfectly legal.
So how do you legally extract 580 million pounds from a retail company while it is functionally dying?
Well, the mechanics are fascinating, and they are a textbook example of modern financial engineering, what critics call rent-seeking. When private equity or certain types of investors take over a company, they often use a tactic called a dividend recapitalization.
Okay, I've had that phrase. Break it down for me.
Sure. Imagine you buy a house.
Okay, I bought a house.
But instead of paying off the mortgage, you go to the bank, you take out a massive second mortgage on the house, and you use that borrowed cash to throw a lavish party for yourself.
Wait, so I'm just borrowing against the house I just bought to get cash?
Exactly. You've extracted cash. But the house is now saddled with twice the debt. In the corporate world, an owner like Green can have the company borrow huge sums of money.
And the company is on the hook for that debt.
Yes, the company is liable for it, but the borrowed cash is immediately paid out to the owners as a special dividend.
Wow. So the company takes on the risk and the massive debt burden, and the owner gets a massive cash payout?
Correct. And then there are sale-leaseback agreements. This is another big one.
How does that work?
So BHS owned a lot of very valuable real estate, the actual buildings their stores were in.
Right, prime high street locations.
Yeah. The new ownership can sell those buildings, often to another company that they also control, pocket the cash from the sale, and then force the BHS retail company to pay exorbitant rent to stay in the exact same buildings they used to own.
That is wild. So you strip the assets, load the company with debt, and charge it rent until it collapses.
Yeah, that's the playbook.
And yet, because these maneuvers generate massive immediate profits and high transaction prices, our current economic system logs this activity as productive.
Which is the crazy part. The system sees a highly lucrative financial transaction and just assumes value was created.
Okay, but let's look at a company that is undeniably creating something real. Let's talk about big tech. Let's talk about Apple.
Apple is a perfect case study for this dichotomy because they are unequivocally a company that makes things. They design brilliant hardware and software. They revolutionize personal computing.
Nobody is denying that they create immense value. I have an iPhone in my pocket right now.
Right, we all do.
But the way they extract value and specifically how they shield it is a whole different story. The source material outlines Apple's highly complex tax structures. Like, at one point, Apple had an arrangement with Ireland where they set up subsidiaries that weren't technically resident for tax purposes anywhere.
Yeah, the phantom subsidiaries.
The European Commission alleged that in 2014, Apple paid a tax rate of 0.005% on their European profits. I mean, I need you to explain the mechanics of this. How does a multinational legally shift its profits to a phantom subsidiary to get a tax rate of essentially zero?
It relies heavily on shifting intellectual property, or IP.
Okay, IP.
Think of it this way. The physical iPhone itself is just glass and metal assembled in a factory. The true value of the iPhone is the software, the patents, the brand logo, the design.
Right, that is the intellectual property.
Exactly. And that IP is developed largely in California. But what Apple and honestly many other tech giants would do is transfer the rights to that intellectual property to a subsidiary located in a low-tax jurisdiction, like Ireland.
So the Irish subsidiary essentially owns the rights to the Apple brand outside of the Americas.
You got it. So when a customer in France or Germany buys an iPhone, the profits flow to the Irish subsidiary. Then the Irish subsidiary charges the other branches of the company massive royalty fees for using the intellectual property.
Oh, I see where this is going.
By charging these massive fees, the profits in the higher tax countries are artificially reduced to near zero, and all the money pools in the Irish subsidiary.
Because they have to pay Ireland for the right to sell the phone.
Exactly. And because of very specific loopholes in Irish tax law at the time, often referred to colloquially as the double Irish arrangement, that subsidiary was structured so it wasn't considered a tax resident of any country.
It's an incredible piece of legal gymnastics. I mean, you kind of have to admire the audacity.
It's very clever.
And we see similar maneuvers closer to home in the U.S., like Apple formed a subsidiary called Brayburn Capital in Reno, Nevada.
Right, because Nevada has no corporate income or capital gains tax.
Exactly. So they channel a portion of their U.S. profits there to avoid paying state taxes in California, which is where their headquarters are, and where the massive engine of their actual value generation resides.
Which really brings us to the core issue Mazzucato raises here. Apple utilizes taxpayer-funded infrastructure, courts, and an educated workforce in California.
Yeah, they didn't build that ecosystem themselves.
Exactly. And the original research for the internet, GPS, cellular technology, and touchscreens, and the foundational elements of the iPhone, were heavily funded by government money, by the taxpayers.
They relied on the public ecosystem to grow. But when it comes time to pay back into the system that nurtured them, they funnel the cash to a zero-tax state or a phantom Irish subsidiary.
It's value extraction disguised as smart business.
And what do they do with all that saved cash? I mean, in 2012, they announced a $100 billion share buyback program. They used their cash to buy their own stock.
Let's pause on the mechanics of share buybacks, because this perfectly illustrates the transition from productive capitalism to rent-seeking.
Let's do it.
So a company has a ton of cash. It could invest that cash in a new research lab, right? Or hire more engineers, or raise wages for its supply chain workers.
And those actions would create new value. They expand the pie.
Exactly. But instead, they buy their own shares on the open market.
Why do that?
Well, when a company buys its own shares and retires them, there are fewer shares available. Simple supply and demand dictates that the price of the remaining shares will go up.
So it artificially inflates the stock price.
Yes. And crucially, a massive portion of executive compensation is tied to stock performance or earnings per share.
Ah, there it is. So the executives use the company's cash to boost the stock price, which directly boosts their own personal bonuses without actually inventing anything new or improving the underlying business.
You nailed it. They are moving existing resources around to enrich a few rather than expanding the pie for everyone. It is the absolute financialization of the real economy.
You know, it reminds me of a scenario. Imagine throwing a lavish dinner party.
Okay, I'm imagining it.
Everyone is contributing. One person brings the wine, someone else spends all day roasting a turkey, another person bakes a pie. Then a guy at the end of the table merely passes the salt shaker down to the host.
Right.
Suddenly he stands up, claims he cooked the entire meal, and demands the biggest slice of the pie.
That's a great analogy.
And the crazy thing is, our modern economic metrics just nod and say, well, you pass the salt very efficiently, and salt passing currently commands a high market premium, so here is your pie. Like, how did society get tricked into believing the salt passers are the chefs?
It's a very striking visual. And it brings us to an industry where the salt passing is even more lucrative and frankly a matter of life and death.
big pharma.
Oh, man. Yeah. Let's get into pharma.
The book highlights the pharmaceutical giant Gilead. In 2014, they released a revolutionary treatment for the hepatitis C virus called Harvoni. It essentially cured the disease.
Which is amazing. Truly a medical miracle.
It is. But they priced a 3-month course of this drug at $94,500.
94 grand for 3 months of pills. I mean, how can they possibly justify that cost?
Well, this is where we see the ultimate distortion of value. When questioned on this, the pharmaceutical industry doesn't say, well, it cost us $94,000 in research and chemical materials to manufacture this specific course of pills.
Because it obviously doesn't. Right. Instead, they rely on a concept called value-based pricing.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand the mechanics of value-based pricing, because on the surface, it sounds somewhat reasonable. You price something based on the value it provides.
It sounds totally logical until you dig into it. They argue that the price of the drug is justified by the immense cost the disease would have caused to society if left untreated.
Okay, so walk me through their math.
Hepatitis C can lead to liver failure. A liver transplant plus the years of hospital care and lost productivity might cost the healthcare system, say, $500,000. So Gilead says, we are saving the system $500,000. Charging $94,000 is actually a bargain.
Wow.
We are just pricing it based on the value we are providing to the healthcare system.
I am trying to wrap my head around this logic. If I apply that to literally any other industry, it falls apart instantly.
Give me an example.
Okay, imagine a plumber showing up to fix a leaky pipe in your basement. The replacement valve costs $10, and it takes him an hour of labor. But he hands you a bill for $50,000.
Right.
When you ask why, he says, well, if I didn't fix it, your basement would have flooded, the foundation would have rotted, and the house would have collapsed. That would cost $50,000 to fix. So I'm just charging you the value I provided.
Exactly. Or consider the automotive industry.
Huh.
A seatbelt saves your life in a crash, preventing millions of dollars in medical bills and lost earnings. But Ford doesn't charge you $1 million for the seatbelt.
So why does Farm get away with this logic?
Because they have a government-granted monopoly in the form of a patent. Critics argue that value-based pricing has absolutely no correlation to the actual costs of research and development. It is purely rent extraction.
Because they are the only ones legally allowed to sell it.
Yes. They have a monopoly on a life-saving chemical, and they are extracting maximum rent from the public, ignoring a very inconvenient truth about where that innovation came from in the first place.
Right, because Gilead didn't invent the underlying science out of thin air in a vacuum.
Not at all.
Huh.
A massive proportion of basic pharmaceutical research, the foundational science that leads to these breakthroughs, is actually funded by public money, by the taxpayers, through entities like the National Institutes of Health.
So we pay for the research.
The public takes on the immense early-stage risk of funding the science. Then a private company buys the patent for the final mile of development, commercializes it, and sells it back to the very public who funded the foundational research, using value-based pricing to justify the astronomical markup.
It's an incredible system of privatization of reward and socialization of risk. Like, the system increasingly rewards moving money around, leveraging monopolies, and avoiding taxes, rather than actual foundational innovation.
It really does.
And it all boils down to this one core toxic belief that has infected our dashboard. If an activity fetches a high price, it simply must be valuable. Price equals value.
And to understand how the takers convinced us they were the makers, we have to dig into the history of a conceptual tool that economists have used for centuries, but which has conveniently been hidden away in recent decades.
Right. We need to look at how we used to define the rules of the game when you talk about the production boundary.
Yes. Think of the production boundary as a conceptual fence that surrounds the entire economy.
I picture it like the velvet rope at a very exclusive, high-end nightclub.
I like that. That works. So inside the velvet rope, inside the boundary, are the wealth creators.
The VIPs?
The VIPs. These are the people, the professions, and the activities that are considered productive.
Yeah.
They generate the actual wealth of the nation, the surplus that keeps society moving forward.
Okay, and outside the velvet rope?
Outside the rope are the wealth extractors, or the beneficiaries of that wealth. These are the unproductive activities. They don't create new wealth. They just live off the transfers, the taxes, or the rents generated by the people working inside the boundary.
So who decides who gets past the velvet rope? Who is the bouncer making these decisions?
Well, historically, the bouncer has changed their mind quite a lot. The shape and size of this boundary have constantly shifted based on social, economic, and political forces.
So it's not a fixed rule.
No, not at all. What one generation considers a vital, productive wealth creator, the next generation might view as a parasitic extractor. It is not a fixed law of nature.
But today, if we look around, the velvet rope has basically been thrown on the ground. Like almost everyone who can turn a profit is allowed in the VIP section.
Pretty much.
The source material points out that today, almost the only thing universally considered outside the boundary, universally labeled as unproductive in our national accounting, is the government.
Which is wild. And this is why this conceptual boundary matters so deeply to you, the listener.
Yeah, why should people care about this invisible fence?
Because if we, as a society, don't actively debate who belongs inside the VIP section and who doesn't, then vested interests are going to sneak in. If we don't have a clear, rigorous definition of value, the financial sector can just quietly lobby to place themselves inside the boundary.
Because being inside the boundary comes with massive perks.
Immense perks. If society views your industry as productive, you get tax breaks. Politicians deregulate your industry to, quote, unleash growth. You are lauded as an innovator.
Right, you get all the glory and the money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If we don't recognize unearned income for what it is, inequality rises unchecked. Because we just assume the billionaire hedge fund manager has somehow produced $1 billion worth of actual societal value, rather than simply extracting it from the real economy.
It's the ultimate magic trick. But to see how the criteria for the VIP club changed over time, we have to travel way back. We have to look at the historical bouncers.
Let's do it.
Let's go to the 17th century. The economies of Europe are just starting to become dynamic in a modern sense. Nation-states are rising, global trade routes are opening up, and kings and queens urgently need to fund their wars and their expanding empires.
So this is the era of the mercantilists. We're talking about the 1600s, with thinkers like Thomas Munn, who was a director of the British East India Company.
Okay, so what was their definition of value?
For the mercantilist, the definition of value was very simple and very physical: gold and treasure.
Keep it simple. I can physically hold a gold coin, therefore it is value.
Exactly. Their entire economic philosophy was centered around maintaining a positive trade balance. You want to export more manufactured goods than you import so that foreign nations have to pay you the difference in gold and silver bullion.
So wealth was just a massive stockpile of precious metals in the national treasury.
Yes. And during this time, because nations are competing for this gold, we see the very first attempts to actually measure the national income. The king needs to know how much wealth he can tax to build a navy, right?
Makes sense.
So we get figures like Sir William Petty and Gregory King in England. Petty was a fascinating guy. He wasn't a modern economist. He was an anatomist, a physician, a member of parliament.
Okay, an anatomist.
And King was a genealogist and statistician. They didn't have computers. They were working with rudimentary tax figures, hearth taxes, and estimates of how much beer and wheat people were consuming.
They were just estimating based on whatever scraps of data they had.
Exactly. But Petty made a massive conceptual breakthrough that we actually still use today. Drawing on his medical background, he looked at the economy as a circulatory system.
Oh, like blood flow.
Yes, he realized that if you treat a nation as a closed system, one person's expenditure is another person's income. The money flows in a circle. Income equals expenditure. This is the absolute bedrock of modern national accounting.
That is brilliant for the 1600s. But Petty also had to draw that production boundary. He had to set up the velvet rope for his time.
He did.
And his VIP list was interesting. For Petty, merchants and farmers were inside the rope. They brought in the gold and the food. They were productive. But lawyers, the clergy, and the government...
outside the rope.
Outside the rope, unproductive.
And what is incredibly revealing is that Gregory King, working just a little bit later in the exact same era, completely disagreed with Petty on the specifics of the boundary.
See, this is where it gets subjective.
King looked at his ledgers and decided that the lords, the clergy, and the lawyers were productive. But he decided that common seamen, soldiers, and laborers were unproductive leeches on society because they consumed more resources than they produced in tangible wealth.
Wow. It perfectly illustrates how subjective the bouncer at the velvet rope can be. Like, Petty was a man of relatively humble origins who worked for Oliver Cromwell's Republic, so he naturally didn't care much for the aristocracy and viewed them as unproductive.
Right, his bias was showing.
And King moved in high court circles, so of course he structured his math to show that the lords were the productive ones. It's human nature and political bias directly influencing economic theory.
It's performativity again. As we move into the 1700s, the geopolitical center of economic thought shifts to France, and the focus changes entirely. We leave the mercantilists and their obsession with hoarding gold, and we meet a highly influential group called the physiocrats.
Okay, the physiocrats. And their leader is François Quesnay. This is where the history gets so bizarre and fascinating to me. Quesnay wasn't a traditional banker or merchant. He was the personal physician to King Louis XV of France.
Another doctor.
Yeah. He spent his days at the Palace of Versailles. And just like Petty, he looked at the economy through the lens of a doctor.
Quesnay viewed the French economy as a metabolic system. He thought about it in terms of blood flow, digestion, and the health of the organism. And for the physiocrats, the ultimate source of all value was not gold. It was the earth, the soil, nature.
I want to explore the logic there. Why just the soil?
Because nature is the only thing that actually multiplies in a physical sense. You plant one seed of wheat in the ground, and nature's inherent power gives you a stalk with 50 seeds.
That makes a lot of sense.
Humans can't do that. Humans just reshape things. The soil creates a true physical surplus.
So for Quesnay, the VIP section was extremely exclusive. Only farmers and those working the land were considered the productive class. They were the only ones bringing new physical value into the world. Right.
What about the artisans? Like the blacksmiths making horseshoes, or the weavers making clothes, or the merchants transporting the goods.
Quesnay had a very specific and somewhat insulting term for them. He called them the sterile class.
Sterile. That is harsh.
Well, he didn't mean they were useless to society. He recognized you need clothes and tools. But he argued they were simply rearranging existing value.
Okay, explain that.
The blacksmith took iron from the earth and rearranged it into a horseshoe. The weaver took wool from a sheep and rearranged it into a coat. They didn't create the iron or the wool. Therefore, their labor added no new net value to the metabolic system. It just transformed it.
Okay, I see the logic, even if it's flawed. And then you had the landlords and the nobility, the people Quesnay lived with at Versailles. What did he call them?
He called them the disposable or distributive class.
Disposable at Versailles.
Yeah, he essentially said they just owned the land, taxed the farmers, and consumed the wealth. They were a necessary part of the social order, but they produced nothing. And to prove this, Quesnay built this incredible model called the tableau économique. It was basically the world's first macroeconomic spreadsheet.
It was a visual masterpiece.
Yeah, it was this zigzagging diagram that tracked how the surplus value created by the farmers flowed through the rest of society, keeping the sterile artisans and the disposable landlords alive.
It was a brilliant piece of modeling, demonstrating interdependence.
Yeah.
But we have to look at the political context behind the math. Why did Quesnay build this?
Why did he?
He was weaponizing value theory to defend the French farmers. At the time, French agriculture was being choked to death by heavy taxes from the landlords, and the mercantilist government was forcing agricultural prices down to subsidize cheap manufacturing exports.
So Quesnay was essentially telling the king, look at my medical diagram. If you let the landlords and the government bleed the farmer dry, if you extract too much blood, there won't be enough seeds left to plant next year, and the whole metabolic system of France will die.
Exactly. His theory was a political tool to challenge the status quo.
But as a long-term economic theory, saying only farmers create value was doomed, right? I mean, the Industrial Revolution was right around the corner. Factories, steam engines, and mass manufacturing were about to replace farms as the center of the economic universe.
Yes. The definition of value was going to have to shift from the soil to the sweat of the worker.
And that ushers in the era of the classical economists. We are talking about the absolute titans here: Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and eventually Karl Marx.
Let's start with Adam Smith.
He publishes The Wealth of Nations in 1776, and he completely redraws the production boundary. He says it's not gold, it's not just land. Value comes from human labor, specifically the division of labor.
And he uses the famous example of the pin factory to illustrate this.
Oh, the pin factory. Remind me how that goes.
So if one untrained man tries to make a metal pin from scratch, drawing the wire, cutting it, sharpening it, he might make 1 or 2 pins a day.
Not very productive.
No. But if you divide the labor, one man draws the wire, Another straightens it, a third cuts it, a fourth points it, a fifth grinds the top. For the head 10 men can produce 48,000 pins in a single day.
That is an insane explosion of productivity. So that organized labor is the true engine of wealth. So for Adam Smith, who gets past the velvet rope, who is productive.
For Smith, anyone involved in material production, agriculture, manufacturing, mining is productive.
Yeah.
But he drew a very hard line. He placed services and the government outside the boundary.
Oh, interesting.
To Smith, if your labor didn't produce a permanent, tangible object that could be sold later, you were unproductive. He famously lumped kings, armies, priests, lawyers, physicians, and performing artists all into the unproductive category.
So singers and kings are in the same bucket.
Yep. They provided services, sure, but they consumed the surplus generated by the factory workers. They didn't build the wealth of the nation.
You know, Smith also had a massive problem with rent and monopolies, didn't he? Today, people invoke Adam Smith as the patron saint of unregulated cutthroat capitalism. But he actually despised rent seekers.
He was highly suspicious of them. He saw rent-seeking like landlords charging exorbitant fees just for the right to use the land they happen to own, or businessmen colluding to secure government monopolies as a parasitic leech on the productive economy.
Right.
A free market, to Smith, meant a market free from rent, not a market free from government regulation.
That is a huge distinction that gets lost today, which brings us to David Ricardo in the 1810s. Ricardo is a fascinating character.
He really is.
He was a fabulously wealthy stockbroker, a member of parliament, and the absolute intellectual hero of the rising industrial capitalist class. And his obsession was how the income of society gets distributed between three groups: the workers, the capitalists, and the landlords.
Ricardo saw a looming crisis, driven by the physical limits of the earth. He observed that as the population grew, society would need to grow more food. To do that, they would have to start farming less and less fertile land.
Because all the good land is already taken.
Exactly. But the landlords who happened to own the best, most fertile land would realize they possessed a scarce, highly valuable asset, so they would just raise their rents.
Because what are you going to do? Go farm Rocky Hill?
Right.
I'm trying to visualize Ricardo's nightmare here. Imagine an industrial plant, like a literal factory. It needs water to operate and grow, and that water is capitalist profit. But the landlords are this giant, expanding sponge sitting right next to the water supply.
That's a perfect visual. Let's follow the mechanics of that sponge. Ricardo argued that as landlords raised the rent on good land, the overall price of food across the nation would go up.
Right. Bread gets more expensive.
And if food is more expensive, the factory owners, the capitalists, have a major problem. They have to pay their factory workers higher wages just so the workers can afford to buy bread and not starve to death. This was the subsistence wage.
So if the capitalists are forced to pay higher wages just to keep their workers alive, their profit margins shrink.
The giant sponge of the landlords is soaking up all the profit. Rent is a pure transfer of wealth due to monopoly control over a scarce resource, the land.
Wow.
Ricardo warned that if landlords kept soaking up the profit through unearned rent, the capitalists wouldn't have any money left to invest in new steam engines, new factories, or new technology. Economic growth would just grind to a halt. The extractors would kill the makers.
So Smith and Ricardo, the founding fathers of capitalism, both fundamentally agreed that rent was a bad thing. It was unearned income.
They did. And this raises an important foundational point about the classical economists.
Yeah.
Despite their differences, they all believed in an objective standard of value.
Objective, meaning it's real, it's measurable.
Yes, they believed that the cost of production, primarily the amount of labor and the difficulty of producing something, determined its underlying value. Price in the market might fluctuate day to day, but it always gravitated toward that objective value. And crucially, they agreed that rent fell entirely outside the production boundary.
But then, a few decades later, the entire system gets turned on its head. Because in the mid-1800s, Karl Marx takes this labor theory of value and pushes it to its absolute explosive logical conclusion.
Marx says, okay, if we all agree that labor creates all the value, let's look at the mechanics of how that actually works under industrial capitalism. And he introduces a vital distinction between labor and labor power.
Break that distinction down for me, because it seems to be the linchpin of his entire critique.
It is. Marx argued that under capitalism, workers don't just sell their labor, the actual act of working. They sell their capacity to work for a set amount of time. They sell their labor power.
Okay, capacity to work.
And the dark secret to capitalist wealth is that human beings are capable of creating much more value in a day than they actually need to consume to stay alive.
Let's use some numbers to make that concrete.
Sure. Say a worker needs $50 a day to pay for their food, shelter, and clothing, their basic subsistence. Because of the efficiency of the factory machinery, that worker might be able to generate $50 worth of value in just 4 hours of work.
Okay, so after 4 hours, they've covered their costs. But the capitalist doesn't tap the worker on the shoulder after 4 hours and say, okay, you've earned your keep, go home.
No, because the capitalist bought their labor power for the whole day. So the worker stays for 10 or 12 hours. Those extra 6 or 8 hours of work generate what Marx called surplus value.
And who pockets that surplus value?
The capitalist who owns the factory. That surplus value is the source of all profit.
Ah, I see. So Marx drew his production boundary differently than Smith or Ricardo. For him, anyone participating in capitalist production producing this surplus value was inside the velvet rope. They were productive. But he drew a very sharp, aggressive line between production and circulation.
Yes. For Marx, making a commodity in a factory creates surplus value. But simply moving it around or marketing it or selling it in a shop or financing it with a loan does not create new value.
So a banker.
A merchant or a banker doesn't create wealth. They just perform a service. And in exchange for that service, they take a cut of the surplus value that was already created by the worker on the factory floor.
So circulation just drains the surplus.
Exactly.
As you can imagine, Marx's theory was a political bombshell. I mean, he was taking the establishment's own economic theories, Smith and Ricardo's objective labor theory of value, and using them to mathematically prove that the establishment was actively exploiting the working class.
It became politically radioactive for the ruling classes. Think about the late 19th century. If labor created all the wealth, why were the laborers living in squalid, disease-ridden slums in London and Manchester, while the factory owners were building massive country estates?
Yeah, you can't unsee that contradiction once it's pointed out.
Socialist movements, communist agitators, and emerging trade unions started using this exact logic to demand higher wages, shorter hours, and a dismantling of the capitalist system.
The status quo was under severe threat. The establishment desperately needed a new economic theory. They needed a framework that justified the massive inequality, a theory that didn't conclude that the workers were being robbed.
And they found one. In the late 1800s, we experienced what is known as the Marginalist Revolution. A group of thinkers, Leon Walras in France, William Stanley Jevons in England, Karl Menger in Austria, and later Alfred Marshall, completely rewrote the rulebook of economics.
They flipped the script entirely. For centuries, the classical economists said the objective value of a good determines its price. The marginalists looked at that and said, no, price determines value.
It was a seismic paradigm shift. Value went from being an objective measure rooted in the physical reality of labor and production costs to being purely subjective. Value was now entirely in the eye of the beholder.
Meaning it's just whatever someone feels like paying.
Basically, it was based on two interacting concepts: utility, which simply means usefulness or how much someone prefers something, and scarcity.
And to prove this subjective theory, they frequently pointed to the famous water and diamond paradox.
Oh, yes.
Water is absolutely essential for human survival. Without it, you die in a matter of days. The objective use value of water is infinite, but water is incredibly cheap. Diamonds, on the other hand, are practically useless for survival. You can't eat them, you can't drink them, you can't build a house out of them, but they are incredibly expensive.
And the labor theory of value struggled to elegantly explain this.
Right. But the marginalists had a mathematically elegant answer. Water is cheap because it is abundant. The marginal utility of water is low.
Now, I want to make sure the concept of marginal utility is crystal clear because it governs everything that follows.
Okay, I like to think of it as the Mars bar effect.
The Mars bar effect. Walk me through it.
Imagine you have been lost in the wilderness for a week. You are starving. I find you, and I offer you a standard Mars bar chocolate bar. The utility, the intense satisfaction and subjective value you get from that first candy bar is massive. It's the best thing you've ever tasted. You would pay $100 for it if you had to.
I absolutely would.
But if I give you a second Mars bar immediately after, it's good, but you aren't starving anymore. The utility drops. By the time I hand you the fifth Mars bar, you feel physically sick, and the value of that candy bar to you is basically zero. The marginal utility, the value of each additional incremental unit decreases the more you have of it.
That is a perfect explanation of the mechanics. Because water is everywhere, the marginal utility of the next glass of water is very low, so the price remains low, despite its overall importance to life.
But because diamonds are rare.
Because diamonds are artificially scarce, the marginal utility of finding one more diamond remains incredibly high, so people will pay a fortune for it. Value isn't about how much labor went into the diamond. It is purely about what a consumer is willing to pay based on their individual preferences and the scarcity of the object.
And the marginalists didn't just philosophize about this. They brought in heavy, intimidating math to prove it. Alfred Marshall, specifically, borrowed heavily from Newtonian physics and calculus to create the concept of equilibrium.
Marshall loved the precision of physics. He argued that the market is a self-correcting mechanism. The forces of supply, driven by the costs of production, and demand, driven by marginal utility, operate like physical forces. They push and pull against each other until they reach a peaceful, optimal balance, an equilibrium point where the price settles.
He even used the Latin phrase naturata non facit saltum nature does not make leaps. It was a direct intellectual counterattack against Marx.
Yes, capitalism wasn't a violent, volatile class struggle prone to revolutionary leaps. It was a smooth, self-correcting mathematical machine.
I have to stop and ask about the implications of this. Because if we accept that price equals value, then the velvet rope disappears entirely. If I can legally trick someone or run a brilliant marketing campaign to convince someone to pay me $1 million for a literal piece of garbage, have I mathematically created $1 million of value for the economy?
According to strict marginalist and neoclassical theory, yes.
Wow.
If a transaction occurs voluntarily and someone pays the price, their utility has been satisfied and value has been created. The production boundary becomes completely malleable. If an activity commands a price in the market, it is by definition inside the fence. You are productive.
This is a mind-bending shift. It means the size of the financial sector or the pharmaceutical sector's profits aren't signs of extraction. They are, by definition, signs of massive value creation.
It fundamentally rewrites the structure of society. Let's look at the consequences. First of all, the concept of social classes completely disappears from economic models. There are no capitalists exploiting workers or landlords squeezing capitalists. There are only individual utility calculators interacting in a neutral market.
Everyone is just a rational actor maximizing their Mars bars.
Exactly. Secondly, the idea of exploitation vanishes entirely. According to marginal productivity theory, everyone earns exactly their marginal product, meaning in a competitive market, you are paid exactly what you are worth to the system.
Wait, let me make sure I'm hearing this right. So if a CEO earns 500 times what a janitor makes, it's not because of rigged corporate governance or power dynamics or union busting. It's simply because the mathematical model has calculated that the CEO is literally 500 times more productive than the janitor.
That is the theoretical justification, yes. And perhaps most importantly for our deep dive, the entire concept of unearned rent disappears. Remember how Smith and Ricardo hated landlords just sitting there collecting money for doing nothing?
The sponge.
The sponge. Well, in neoclassical economics, rent is no longer viewed as a parasitic extraction. It's just treated as a market imperfection, a temporary friction that competition will eventually smooth out over time. The idea of taking wealth without making it basically ceases to exist in the economic textbooks.
Which is incredibly convenient for the takers. If I am a monopolist or a rent seeker, the marginalist revolution is the greatest PR victory in human history.
It provided a perfect, mathematically dense intellectual justification for the massive inequalities that were developing in the Gilded Age and beyond.
And the craziest part of all of this is that this highly subjective, totally theoretical idea of marginal utility didn't just stay in university textbooks. It became the literal mathematical foundation for how every government in the world measures the wealth of nations today.
It birthed the ultimate dashboard GDP.
Gross domestic product. It is arguably the most powerful metric in the world. But it didn't exist until quite recently. It emerged out of the dual crises of the Great Depression in the 1930s and the urgent need to mobilize for the Second World War.
Governments realized they were flying blind. They had no idea how deep the Depression was or how many tanks they could afford to build. They needed a dashboard to tell them how the economy was doing.
But there was a massive philosophical fight over what that dashboard should actually measure. On one side, you had a brilliant economist named Simon Kuznets. He was tasked by the U.S. government with creating these national accounts. But Kuznets wanted GDP to measure actual welfare. He wanted it to measure whether life was actually getting better.
Kuznets had a very classical view of the production boundary. He said, look, We shouldn't count things that don't improve the human condition. He explicitly wanted to exclude illegal activities, harmful industries, and financial speculation.
He even wanted to subtract what he called the inflated costs of urban civilization.
What did he mean by that?
He argued that having to pay union dues or the cost of commuting on a subway or paying for a bank account, these didn't make life better. They were just the necessary, annoying friction of living in a complex city. They were expenses, not wealth, so they shouldn't count toward growth.
That is a fascinating way to look at it.
But Kuznets lost that argument. He was defeated by the sheer geopolitical pressure of the moment, led by the ideas of John Maynard Keynes.
Keynes argued that in the middle of the Great Depression, and with a world war looming, the government didn't have the luxury of debating philosophy, morality, or welfare.
Right, they needed tanks.
Exactly. The government needed to know the total output of the economy, the raw spending capacity, so they could figure out how to tax and borrow to fund the war effort. They needed to count every bullet, every bomb, and every financial transaction.
So Keynes won. GDP became a measure of total economic output, heavily influenced by the marginalist idea that if it has a price, it counts. But translating that philosophy into a massive spreadsheet created some absolute absurdities.
It really did.
And I want to dig into the mechanics of these absurdities, starting with how the government itself is valued.
This is a crucial point, and it directly relates back to our production boundary. How do you measure the value of government in GDP? Government services like public schools, roads, the fire department, environmental protection are usually free at the point of use.
Because they aren't supposed to be businesses. They're public goods.
Right. But because they don't have a market price, and because they don't generate a profit margin, the national accountants were stuck. If price equals value, how do you value something that has no price?
That is a huge problem.
So they adopted what's called an inputs equal outputs approach. The value added by the government is calculated as being strictly equal to the salaries of the public sector employees.
Hold on, let me get this straight. In the private sector, if a company makes a widget, the value added is the wages of the workers plus the profit margin the company makes.
Correct.
But for the government, it's just the wages. Because there is zero profit margin assumed, the government mathematically looks less productive than the private sector by default. It's rigged from the start.
It is structurally biased. Furthermore, almost all government spending is categorized in the national accounts as final consumption. This completely obscures how government provides intermediate inputs for business.
What do you mean by intermediate inputs?
When the government spends billions building a highway network, that is an essential input that allows a private trucking company or Amazon to deliver goods and make a massive profit.
Ah, I see.
But the GDP accounts don't recognize the government as a producer of that intermediate value. It just looks like the government is consuming tax dollars, while the private trucking company claims all the mathematical credit for the value added.
It's maddening. It forces a narrative that government is just a drain on the private sector. But the quirks of GDP get even weirder. Let's talk about the magic trick of research and development. Before 2008, how was R&D treated in the accounts?
For decades, R&D was treated as an intermediate cost for a business. It was an expense, like buying raw materials, which meant it was subtracted from the final value added.
But in 2008, the international accountants updated the system of national accounts. They decided to reclassify R&D from a cost to an investment. And overnight, magically, $400 billion was added to the U.S. GDP.
The physical reality of the economy didn't change one bit. Not a single new invention was created that day. Just a stroke of an accountant's pen, and the economy appeared massively richer.
And then there's the tragedy of housework and caregiving. Unpaid domestic labor raising children, caring for elderly parents, keeping a home running, cooking meals is entirely excluded from GDP. The architect of the first British GDP rules, a man named Richard Stone, actually said it would be too embarrassing to try and measure it and too administratively hard to figure out the principles.
The absurdity of this is profound, and it highlights the deep flaws of the marginalist approach. If you stay home and watch your own kids, you are generating massive societal value, but GDP registers it as zero.
Right.
But if you pay your neighbor $100 to watch your kids and they pay you $100 to watch their kids, GDP goes up by $200.
Nothing real has changed in the world. The kids are still being watched. But the metric says the economy has grown. I look at the system and it feels like wearing a Fitbit that counts eating a donut as a workout just because you moved your arm to your mouth. Like, how can we steer a global economy with a dashboard this broken?
Well, wait until we discuss how GDP handles housing. This might be the most unintuitive part of all. It uses a concept called imputed rent.
Imputed rent. Explain the mechanics of this because it sounds made up.
It essentially is to avoid statistical imbalances between countries with high homeownership, like the U.S., versus countries with high renting, like Germany. The national accountants treat every homeowner as a business that is renting their house to themselves.
Wait, I am renting my own bedroom to myself.
Yes. The Bureau of Economic Analysis looks at your house, looks at what similar houses rent for in your neighborhood, calculates an imputed rent, and adds that imaginary money to the national GDP as if real cash changed hands.
That is insane. So during the massive housing bubble leading up to the 2008 crash, U.S. GDP looked like it was booming, largely because of this fake phantom money that homeowners were hypothetically paying themselves as property values artificially skyrocketed.
Today, imputed rent makes up roughly $1 trillion chunk of the U.S. GDP. It is an illusion of growth based on asset inflation.
$1 trillion of imaginary rent. And what about the environment? This is perhaps the most dangerous flaw. If a chemical company dumps toxic waste into a river, destroying the local ecosystem and making people sick, the environmental destruction doesn't subtract a single dime from GDP.
No, because it is considered an externality. It happens outside the market pricing mechanism.
But if the government then has to step in and pay a private cleanup crew millions of dollars to dredge the toxic sludge out of the river, those wages and contracts add to GDP. The economy mathematically looks like it is booming because we're spending millions cleaning up a disaster that never should have happened in the first place.
If we synthesize all this, the danger Mazzucato was warning us about becomes very clear. Politicians, the financial media, and the general public treat GDP as if it is an objective physical law of nature, a thermometer of our wealth.
But it isn't.
No, it is a highly subjective social convention built on the shifting sands of arbitrary accounting choices and political compromises made in the 1940s.
Because we have decided that price equals value, extractive activities like speculative finance, dividend recapitalizations, or polluting industries artificially inflate our growth metrics. Meanwhile, truly valuable foundational activities like public education, basic scientific research, and caregiving are rendered mathematically invisible or inherently unproductive. We are navigating a ship through a storm, and the compass is rigged to only point toward the iceberg.
We have to bring this back around to the big picture.
Let's recap the journey we've been on. We started in the 1600s with the mercantilists who thought hoarding gold was the only way to create wealth. Then we moved to the physiocrats who thought it was all about the metabolic power of the soil.
Then the classical economists, Smith, Ricardo, Marx, shifted the focus to human labor and the factory floor. And crucially, they warned us about the dangers of rent, of unearned income bleeding the productive economy dry. They warned us about the sponge.
But they were overthrown by the marginalists, who panicked at Marx's conclusions and decided that value is totally subjective. If someone pays for it, it has value. Period.
Right.
And that philosophy birthed the deeply flawed GDP system we use today, a system that flatters the takers in finance and monopolies while ignoring many of the true makers in our society.
So why should you, the listener, care about the history of economic thought? Why does an argument between William Petty and Gregory King in the 1600s matter to your life today? You should care because these old theories are being used to shape your reality every single day.
Every time you hear a politician on the news talking about the urgent need to cut red tape for wealth creators, or every time you read about a CEO justifying 10,000 layoffs while taking a $50 million bonus, they are hiding behind this distorted subjective theory of value. They are using the ghost of marginal utility to say, the market rewarded me with a high price, therefore I am a creator, do not question my wealth.
Words matter. The way we measure the economy dictates the rules of the game. It dictates who gets taxed, who gets subsidized, who gets rich, and who gets left behind. If we can't distinguish between extracting wealth and creating it, we can never build an economy that actually works for everybody.
We have to stop accepting the dashboard as gospel.
I want to leave you with a final thought to mull over. If markets aren't physical forces of nature, if they are just the outcomes of decisions made in business, government, and civil society, driven by the stories we tell ourselves, then the economy isn't the weather. We don't just have to put up an umbrella and survive it. We built the current production boundary. So if you were handed the pen today...
If you were the bouncer at the velvet rope.
Exactly. What activities would you throw outside the fence as extractors? And who would you invite inside as the true wealth creators of the 21st century?
Would the private equity managers stripping companies for parts be out on the curb? Would the teachers, the public researchers, and the caregivers be in the VIP lounge? It's a question that completely changes how you view the world. Think back to Goldman Sachs and BHS. We need to remember how to tell the difference between the people baking the bread and the people who are just standing at the cash register taking a cut. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive. Keep questioning the dashboard, keep looking past the price tags, and we will see you next time.
So, if you just stop and look at nature, right, you notice that everything stops growing eventually.
Right, yeah.
Think about a redwood tree or, a colony of bacteria in a petri dish, or even just the human body.
Exactly.
If a biological organism just doesn't stop growing, well, it either collapses under its own weight or it just consumes its entire environment and dies.
It's a fundamental law of physics and biology, really.
Right. But then if you open up the financial pages right now or, listen to any economic summit, the entire stated goal of our human civilization is infinite, relentless, compounding growth.
Yeah, which is crazy when you frame it like that.
It is. We have basically built this entire global operating system on what is essentially a mathematical impossibility.
Yeah.
So today, for you listening, we are asking one really massive question. Are we driving the global economy straight off a biological cliff?
I mean, it really is the defining paradox of our time. We're living inside this economic engine that demands endless expansion, but it's placed squarely inside a planet that has very, very strict physical boundaries.
Totally.
And reconciling those two realities, well, that's going to dictate the survival of our current social order.
So to figure out how we actually navigate this, we are unpacking the whole architecture of our global economy in this deep dive.
Yeah, we're pulling together concepts from some of the most influential economic and systems thinking books of the last 50 years.
Right, so we've got Kate Raworth's concept of donut economics, Vaclav Smil's massive study on the physics of growth.
Which is just a brilliant book, by the way.
Oh, absolutely incredible. And then we have Jason Hickel's historical breakdown of extraction, Danelle Meadows' legendary MIT modeling in Limits to Growth.
And Tim Jackson's framework for redefining prosperity.
Right, plus Mariana Mazzucato's total teardown of how we actually define value. So 6 huge groundbreaking books.
Yeah, it's a lot to cover. But before we jump in, it's probably important to frame exactly how we are approaching all this material today.
Definitely. Just a quick note for you listening, because, these historical models and the data we're looking at, they offer some really profound, often harsh critiques of modern financial systems and capitalism.
Right. And to be clear, we are not here to endorse any specific political side or ideology.
Exactly. We aren't taking sides at all. We are simply exploring the underlying mechanics of these systems, mapping out how these authors argue we arrived at this ecological and economic precipice.
Yeah, the goal is just to lay out the internal logic of their arguments impartially, so you can sort of examine the scaffolding of the economy for yourself.
Beautifully said. So let's start with Kate Raworth, because she uses this incredibly simple, striking image in her work that I just love. She asks the reader to imagine a standard yellow pencil.
Just a normal pencil.
Yeah. And she calls the pencil the most powerful tool in economics.
Which, sounds ridiculous at first.
Right. You'd think it would be like a supercomputer running algorithmic trading models or something.
Yeah, but her point is that with a pencil, you can redraw the world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can just erase the old assumptions that have been drilled into us since birth, and you can sketch out something entirely new.
So we are picking up that pencil today.
We are. And the very first thing we have to sketch out is the actual physical reality of growth itself. And to do that, we are drawing heavily on Vaclav Smil's exhaustive research.
Yeah, so Smil, he takes this massive step back and just looks at the universe, and he establishes that growth is everywhere. It's omnipresent.
Right. It governs the multiplication of cells, the expansion of empires, the sprawl of megacities.
But the critical distinction he makes is that in the natural world, growth follows what mathematicians call a logistic curve, or an S-curve.
An S-curve. Let's really break that down for the listener because it is so foundational to everything we're talking about.
Sure.
So if you chart a human life, right, a baby grows incredibly fast. That line on the graph points sharply upward.
Right, that's the bottom part of the S.
Exactly. But as that person reaches their late teens, the growth slows down. The line starts to curve, and it flattens out into a plateau. They stabilize.
Yeah, because if a human simply kept compounding their physical mass year after year, I mean, their skeletal structure would eventually shatter.
Right. Their heart couldn't pump the blood. They would die.
Exactly. Growth in nature is a phase of life. It's not a permanent state. It's just the mechanism an organism uses to reach maturity.
And once maturity is reached, the organism transitions from growing to maintaining.
Right. It focuses on resilience and reproduction and complexity. But, the economy we have engineered completely ignores this biological mandate.
It totally ignores it. Human economic systems are built on exponential growth.
Yeah.
And when we talk about exponential growth, we aren't just talking about, adding a little bit more each year. We're talking about compounding.
Compounding, right.
Yeah.
Which is a tricky concept for the human brain to grasp intuitively.
It really is. Like a 3% annual GDP growth rate is treated as this really modest, healthy target by almost every central bank in the world.
3% sounds like nothing.
Right. It sounds so reasonable. But mathematically, a 3% growth rate means the entire global economy doubles in size roughly every 23 years.
Wow. Every 23 years.
Yes. So in 23 years, we need twice the energy, twice the raw materials, twice the total output just to maintain that modest 3%.
And then 23 years after that, it doubles again from that new massive baseline.
It's terrifying when you actually do the math.
It is. And this is exactly where Donella Meadows and the team at MIT come into the picture.
Oh, man. Limits to Growth.
Yeah.
Such a monumental book.
Yeah, so back in the early 1970s, they built this computer model called World 3.
Right.
And they basically wanted to see what mechanically happens when you place an economic system programmed for infinite exponential growth inside a physically finite system.
Meaning planet Earth.
Exactly, the planet. So they tracked the interactions between things like population, industrial output, and food production.
But the most crucial variables in the World 3 model were the environmental constraints, right? The sources and sinks.
Yes, sources and sinks.
Let's define those for the listener, because they basically dictate the physical boundaries of the entire planet. So sources are the physical things we pull out of the earth.
Right. Timber, fresh water, topsoil, cobalt, oil, all the inputs.
And sinks are the planetary systems that absorb the waste generated by extracting and using those sources.
Right, like the atmosphere acting as a sink for carbon dioxide, or the oceans acting as a sink for agricultural runoff and plastic.
So the World 3 model essentially runs the tape forward to see what happens when that compounding exponential line of economic output finally hits the hard ceiling of finite sources and finite sinks.
And the result in the model is this phenomenon called overshoot.
Overshoot, yeah.
Overshoot is this really fascinating mechanical concept because it explains why ecological or economic crises seem to happen so suddenly.
Right. It feels like they come out of nowhere.
Exactly. And Meadows points out that ecological overshoot requires 3 specific ingredients.
Okay, what are they?
First, you need rapid compounding growth.
Which we obviously have.
Right. Second, you need a physical limit to that growth.
Which the Earth obviously provides.
Yes. And the third ingredient is the real trap. You need a delay in the signal that tells the system it has hit the limit.
Oh, that is so crucial, the delay.
The delay is the killer. Because, our economic institutions, they operate on quarterly earnings reports.
Right, or 4-year election cycles.
Exactly. But ecological systems operate on timelines of decades and centuries.
They move so slowly.
Right. So when a forest is overlogged or an ocean is overfished, we don't get an immediate catastrophic alarm bell ringing in the stock market.
Actually, the market might show record profits right up until the moment the ecosystem totally collapses.
Exactly. Because the timber companies are pulling in huge revenues right up until the last tree falls.
It's like driving a massive cargo ship toward a coral reef.
Oh, that's a good analogy.
Right. So if you're in a little speedboat and you see the reef, you could just yank the steering wheel and change direction instantly. Yeah. But a massive cargo ship has thousands and thousands of tons of momentum. Even if the captain sees the reef on the radar and cuts the engines entirely, the physical momentum just carries the ship forward for miles.
Yeah, you literally can't stop it in time.
Exactly. By the time the political or economic system actually registers the ecological limit, the momentum of our infrastructure and our consumption patterns pushes us right through the boundary anyway. The ship crashes into the reef.
An overshoot guarantees a crash. In the World 3 model, when the system overshoots the carrying capacity of the environment, it doesn't just gently correct itself and plateau.
It doesn't just transition nicely to the top of the S-curve.
No, it results in a sharp, involuntary decline in industrial output and
Not
population.
collapse.
Total collapse.
I know a lot of people listen to this, and they hear about the MIT World 3 model, and they think, well, they didn't account for human ingenuity.
Right, the tech argument.
Yeah, we hear this all the time in the finance and tech sectors. Like, if oil gets scarce, the price goes up, the market reacts, and we invent cheaper solar panels.
Or if we run out of arable land, we just invent vertical farming and genetically modified crops.
Right. The prevailing belief is that human technology allows us to essentially outsmart the S-curve. We just innovate our way out of the limits.
But what's so fascinating is that Meadows actually modeled that exact scenario back in the 70s.
Wait, really? She put that into the computer model.
She did. They ran versions of World 3 where humanity suddenly invents perfect pollution control, or we double agricultural yield overnight, or discover massive new reserves of resources.
And what happens?
The model shows that technology expands the limits temporarily.
Oh, I see.
Right. It gives you a slightly bigger ocean or maybe a slightly larger cargo ship.
Right.
But it does not solve the core mathematical problem of exponential compounding.
Which is eventually it doubles again, and you hit the new limit.
Exactly.
You know, this connects directly to something called Jevons paradox.
Ah, yes.
So for you listening, William Stanley Jevons was this 19th century economist. And he noticed that when we invented much more efficient coal engines, we didn't actually end up using less coal overall.
Which is what you would logically expect, right? More efficient engine equals less coal.
Right. But we actually used vastly more coal.
Right.
Because the new efficiency made coal power so incredibly profitable that we started putting steam engines in literally everything.
Right.
Technology creates efficiency, which lowers prices, which simply drives up total consumption.
Yeah. So if you rely solely on technology without fundamentally changing the underlying economic mandate for endless expansion?
You don't prevent the overshoot.
No, you just delay it. And by delaying it, you actually allow the entire global system to grow even larger and more complex.
So when the crash finally does come, it happens from a much higher precipice,
Right.
making the collapse significantly more severe.
Exactly.
Okay, so the physical reality here is pretty clear. The mathematics of the S-curve dictate that endless exponential growth in a finite space leads to collapse.
Yeah, the math doesn't care about our economic theories.
Right. But if that is a verifiable physical truth, we really have to ask how human societies built an entire interconnected global paradigm around a mathematical impossibility.
Right. How did we get here?
Exactly. And to understand that, we have to transition away from physics and look at psychology and history. And this is where Jason Hickel's book, Less is More, just blows my mind. He breaks down how humanity fundamentally changed its relationship with the living world.
Yeah, Hickel points out this crucial context that is incredibly easy for us to forget today.
What's that?
That the way we live right now, this hyper-extractive, growth-obsessed paradigm, it is an absolute anomaly.
An anomaly.
Yes. For roughly 97% of human history, which is nearly 300,000 years, humans did not operate on an engine of endless accumulation.
Right. For most of our existence on this planet, we operated under a worldview that anthropologists broadly call animism.
Right.
And, you know, animism gets reduced in pop culture to, like, believing that rocks and trees have little ghosts or spirits in them.
Right, like a cartoon.
Exactly. But Hickel explores it as a really profound, sophisticated psychological understanding of ecological interconnectedness.
Yeah, he quotes an Inuit elder who described the early times as a period where there was actually no fundamental difference between humans and the rest of the living world.
Wow, no difference.
Yeah. They viewed themselves as part of a single, continuous community of life.
Which is mirrored almost exactly in the philosophy of Spinoza centuries later.
Right.
Spinoza argued that God, humanity, and nature are not these separate, distinct entities, but they are all one unified substance.
And if you hold that mental model, if you view a forest or a river not as an external object, but as a relative, or literally an extension of your own living substance, you interact with it based on reciprocity.
Right. You take the calories and the materials you absolutely need to survive, but you manage the relationship to ensure mutual flourishing.
Exactly. You do not try to maximize your extraction, because extracting from the forest would be akin to extracting from your own body. It would be insane.
So the shift from that mindset to modern capitalism wasn't just like a gentle, natural evolution of trade and bartering.
Not at all.
Hickel frames the rise of our current economic system as a violent creation story. It required humanity to undergo this massive psychological severance.
We had to stop viewing nature as a relative, and we had to start viewing it as an object.
Just a dead resource waiting to be dominated, measured, and monetized.
Yeah. There's this quote by the philosophers Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno that captures the tragedy of this shift just perfectly.
What do they say?
They wrote, "Animism had endowed things with souls. Industrialism makes souls into things."
Make souls into things. That is chilling.
It really is.
But how does a society practically go about making souls into things? Like, mechanically, how did that happen?
Well, Hickel details the specific historical levers that forced this shift, and the most devastating one was the enclosure of the commons.
The enclosure of the commons. Let's really unpack this, because I feel like this is the missing puzzle piece for so many people trying to understand capitalism.
Yeah, it's absolutely central. So if we go back to Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries, peasant communities survived largely outside of formal markets.
Right. They weren't going to a grocery store.
No, they relied on the commons. And these were massive tracts of shared land where literally anyone could graze their cattle, forage for food, grow vegetables, and gather firewood.
Now, they didn't own this land with a deed.
No deeds. But they had these generational, customary rights to use it, provided their subsistence and, crucially, their independence.
They were self-sufficient.
Exactly. But as the early capitalist class began to form, wealthy elites and aristocrats looked at this shared land and realized it represented trapped wealth.
Wealth they couldn't access.
Right. So they initiated this centuries-long process of enclosing the commons. They literally built fences, claimed absolute private ownership of the land, and used state violence to evict the peasant population.
But just imagine being a peasant in that era. Your family has sustained itself on this specific piece of land for maybe 500 years, and suddenly a literal fence goes up.
A fence goes up, and there are armed guards telling you to leave.
You can no longer feed yourself. You are abruptly, completely destitute.
Yeah.
And if you cannot survive off the land anymore, you are forced to sell the absolute only thing you have left, your own physical labor.
Exactly. The Enclosure Acts systematically manufactured scarcity. They forced millions of self-sustaining people into the newly forming brutal labor markets of the Industrial Revolution.
Because they had to work for meager wages just to buy the food they used to grow themselves for free.
Right, and this initiated the modern cycle of perpetual accumulation. The elites accumulated the land, which they used to generate capital, while the displaced, desperate populations became the fuel, the cheap labor necessary to run this new engine of continuous growth.
You know, I have a hard time completely buying the idea that this is all just a recent engineered phenomenon.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm playing devil's advocate for the listener here. But look at human history before capitalism. Didn't early humans hunt the woolly mammoth and other megafauna to extinction?
Yeah, they did.
Aren't humans just biologically predisposed to be greedy, extractive creatures when given the chance? Like, isn't it just human nature?
That is probably the most common defense of the current system, the idea that capitalism is just the purest expression of human biology.
Right.
But Hickel addresses this nuance really well. Yes, early humans absolutely altered their environments. They used fire to shape landscapes, they overhunted certain species, and they caused localized ecological damage.
Sure.
But there is a massive structural difference between human error and systemic design.
Like, a localized tribe might overhunt a specific valley, but they didn't fundamentally alter the chemical composition of the global atmosphere.
Right, or acidify the entire ocean.
Exactly the distinction.
The current multi-front ecological crisis is not the result of an inevitable biological destiny. It is a feature of a highly specific economic operating system.
Capitalism.
Yes. Capitalism, as it evolved through the enclosures and industrialization, was explicitly designed to require domination, extraction, and perpetual expansion just to avoid collapsing.
So blaming human nature is really just a convenient way to let a specific engineered historical system off the hook.
That's exactly it.
Okay, so we transition from reciprocity to this extractive machine, driven by the privatization of the commons. But this brings up a glaring issue for me.
What's that?
This extractive system produces staggering inequalities. A tiny, tiny fraction of the population accumulates vast wealth, while the massive majority struggle to just secure basic needs.
Yeah.
How did the architects of this system convince the world that this wasn't just a brutal power grab? how do they convince everyone that it's actually a morally correct, efficient way to run a society?
Well, they did it by pulling off what is essentially the ultimate intellectual shell game.
A shell game.
Yeah. Mariana Mazzucato, in her book The Value of Everything, argues that we justified this extreme inequality by completely redefining the word value.
Oh, this part of the research completely shifted how I view the news. Because if you ask anyone on the street what value is, they'll just say it's what something is worth. But economists have basically waged an absolute war over the definition of this word for centuries.
And Mazzucato introduces this concept called the production boundary.
The production boundary. Okay, let's unpack that.
So imagine a literal fence drawn around the economy. Inside the fence are the people and the activities that actually create wealth. They are the makers.
Okay.
Outside the fence are the people and activities that simply extract, transfer, or consume that wealth. They are the takers.
The makers and takers, got it.
Now, the entire history of economic theory is basically a battle over who gets to decide where that fence is drawn.
Right. And for a long time, the fence was drawn based on physical reality.
Yes.
Classical economists. And we're talking about people who violently disagreed on almost everything else, like Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and Karl Marx.
Right.
They all basically agreed on an objective theory of value. They subscribed to the labor theory of value. They believed that value was determined by production.
Specifically, they argue that the value of a good or service is derived from the amount of human labor, time, materials, and physical effort required to produce it.
So in the classical view, the inherent value of an object determines its price in the market.
Exactly. So think of a handmade dining table.
Okay.
It's valuable because a carpenter spent 20 hours selecting the wood, cutting it, sanding it, assembling it. The labor imbues the table with value, and the price reflects that labor.
So if someone tries to sell that wooden table for $1 million, the classical economists would say that price is a distortion.
Right. They'd say the table does not hold $1 million of value.
Right. But in the late 19th century, economics went through a massive paradigm shift.
Yeah, a total revolution. Economists wanted their field to be viewed as a hard, objective science, like physics.
They wanted mathematical formulas.
Exactly. So a new school of thought emerged called the marginalists, and they entirely flipped the script. They argued for a subjective theory of value.
Okay, subjective theory.
The marginalists declare that value is not determined by labor or time or production at all. Value is determined purely by price.
Just the price.
Right. Whatever someone is subjectively willing to pay for something on the open market at any given moment, that is its exact value. Price determines value.
The mechanism of this shift is incredibly dangerous when you really think about it.
Oh, it's totally toxic.
If price determines value, it creates a perfectly circular, unassailable logic. If you earn a massive amount of money, you must, by mathematical definition, be producing a massive amount of value.
Right. Under the marginalist framework, the concept of unearned income or rent extraction completely vanishes from the economic vocabulary.
Okay, we need to define rent extraction clearly for the listener.
Sure.
Rent extraction is when you make money not by creating anything new, not by improving a product or providing a service, but simply by controlling access to an existing asset.
Exactly.
A classic example is a toll booth on a bridge you didn't even build. You just bought the rights to the bridge, and now you extract wealth from everyone trying to get to work.
Right. You aren't creating value at all. You are just skimming it.
But under subjective value theory, if that toll booth makes $1 billion, you are hailed as a billion-dollar wealth creator.
And Mazzucato uses staggering real-world examples to show how this exact circular logic justifies modern inequality.
She really goes after the financial sector.
She does. She brings up Lloyd Blankfein, who was the CEO of Goldman Sachs during the aftermath of the 2008 global financial crisis.
Oh, wow. 2008. Let's remind everyone that crash was fueled by reckless financial speculation.
Totally.
Banks were packaging toxic mortgages, placing massive bets on them, and blowing up the entire housing market. It destroyed trillions of dollars of wealth in the real economy and required massive taxpayer bailouts.
Right. Millions of people lost their homes.
Yet, in 2009, Lloyd Blankfein publicly stated that his investment bankers were among the most productive people in the world.
How could he possibly claim they were productive after they nearly brought down the global economy? Because he was using the marginalist definition of value. His employees were pulling down massive salaries and generating huge internal profits for the firm through complex trading fees and derivatives.
So because they were making so much money, the economic theory dictates that they are incredibly productive value creators.
Exactly. The fact that their activities actively destroyed wealth for millions of homeowners doesn't even factor into the equation for them. The scoreboard says they won, so they must be the most valuable players.
It's just wild. And, I was reading Mazzucato's breakdown of the pharmaceutical industry, and it operates on the exact same logic.
Oh, the pharma example is brutal.
It really is.
Yeah.
She highlights a concept the industry uses to set prices, literally called value-based pricing.
Value-based pricing.
Yeah. She cites Gilead Sciences, which is a massive pharmaceutical company that developed a genuinely revolutionary, life-saving drug for hepatitis C called Harvoni.
Right, a great drug.
But when they released it, they priced a standard 12-week course of the pills at $94,500.
94 grand.
Yes. And the cost to manufacture those pills was a tiny microscopic fraction of that price.
So how did they justify it?
Gilead justified the $94,000 price tag by arguing that curing hepatitis C saves the healthcare system, the long-term costs of liver transplants and hospitalizations and ongoing care.
Wow. So they weren't pricing the drug based on the labor to make it?
Nope.
Or even the research and development costs to discover it?
Not at all. They were pricing it based on the societal cost of the disease.
They were essentially capturing the financial value of the patient's alternative suffering.
Yes. It's exactly like a firefighter showing up to your burning house, evaluating that the house is worth $500,000, and saying, well, I'll turn on the hose for $450,000. It's value-based pricing. Think of how much money I'm saving you.
That is the purest form of value extraction.
It really is.
And Mazzucato points out another layer of this shell game in the tech sector.
Oh, right.
Because tech companies are widely heralded as the ultimate engines of value creation, she uses Apple as a primary case study.
Apple? I mean, they make brilliant, highly desired products.
They do. But Mazzucato asks us to look at how they structure their wealth accumulation.
Right, because Apple has historically utilized really complex legal loopholes and subsidiaries, like Apple Sales International in Ireland, and a company called Brayburn Capital in Reno, Nevada.
And they use these specifically to shield their profits and avoid paying billions in taxes to the governments of the societies where they operate.
Now, tax avoidance is common, obviously. But what makes it so egregious in Mazzucato's framework is the massive hypocrisy regarding who actually funded the innovation in the first place.
Exactly. Apple actively benefits from public sector-funded technology.
Huge amounts of it.
Almost every core component that makes an iPhone a smartphone traces its roots back to government-funded research.
Right. The internet was developed by DARPA.
GPS was a military project.
The touchscreen display and the voice activation for Siri Both were funded by state research grants.
The public sector, the taxpayers, took the massive early-stage financial risks to develop the foundational technologies.
Right. And Apple brilliantly package those technologies into a consumer device.
Which is great. But then Apple uses offshore tax havens to avoid paying the public sector back for that foundational investment.
They extract the wealth generated by public risk.
Exactly. And this leads to Mazzucato's most vital warning. Because we have accepted this broken definition of value, we view public sector through a completely distorted lens.
The narrative is that the government is just a plodding, bureaucratic, value-destroying tortoise that only consumes wealth through taxes.
Right. Meanwhile, private companies are viewed as the fleet-footed, innovative cheetahs creating all the wealth.
But this narrative hides the historical reality that the state is often the primary investor and the biggest risk taker.
And by culturally devaluing the public sector, we make it incredibly easy for private entities to extract the wealth that public money helped create without facing any pushback.
Because the scoreboard dictates the rules of the game. If market price is the only metric of value, then whoever is making the most money gets to dictate the policies of the state, regardless of the ecological or social damage they cause in the process.
Yeah, that's exactly where we are.
Okay, so let's look at the map we've drawn so far. The physical S-curve proves that endless exponential growth leads to collapse.
Right.
Human history shows we violently engineered a system to pursue that impossible growth anyway, starting with the enclosures.
Yes.
And we use a subjective, broken definition of value to justify the massive inequality and rent extraction required to keep the system moving.
It's a pretty grim picture.
It is. We are trapped in a machine that is literally destroying its own fuel source. So if endless GDP growth is basically a suicide pact, what is the alternative? We clearly need a completely new compass.
And this is where Kate Raworth's Donut Economics and Tim Jackson's Prosperity Without Growth provide the blueprints for a new system.
Thank goodness for some blueprints.
Right. So Robert starts by saying we have to scrub out the old economic graffiti that has been painted onto our collective consciousness.
Economic graffiti. I love that term.
It's great. And the most damaging piece of graffiti is the concept of the rational, selfish, economic man.
The idea that humans are inherently isolated, calculating calculators whose only biological drive is to maximize their own financial profit.
Which Hickel's historical analysis of animism in the commons proves is a cultural construct, not an innate biological truth.
Right, it's just the story we've been told.
So Raworth replaces the old goal of the endless upward line of GDP growth with a new visual model.
Donut.
The donut.
Yeah, it consists of two concentric circles.
The donut is brilliant because it instantly visualizes the physical boundaries we talked about with meadows. So the inner ring of the donut represents the social foundation.
Right.
These are the absolute basics of human dignity. Access to clean water, adequate food, health care, education, political voice, and social equity. We cannot let anyone fall into the hole in the middle of the donut, because that hole represents severe human deprivation.
Exactly.
And then the outer ring of the donut represents the planetary ceiling. These are the ecological limits.
Right. And Raworth relies on the planetary boundaries framework developed by Earth system scientists like Johann Rockström for this.
Yes. These limits include climate change, biodiversity loss, ocean acidification, and chemical pollution.
If we push beyond that outer crust, we destabilize the life support systems of the Earth.
So the goal of humanity, our new metric for success, is simply to live in the dough.
To thrive in the safe and just space between the social foundation and the planetary ceiling.
But getting into that space requires a profound shift in how we define prosperity. And this is the trap that Tim Jackson identifies in his book. He calls it the dilemma of growth.
The dilemma of growth.
Yeah, Jackson exposes the brutal catch-22 of our current system. The dilemma is this. Our capitalist economy is structured so that continuous growth is required for basic social stability.
Wait, say that again?
If the economy stops growing, it doesn't just happily plateau and stabilize on an S-curve. It collapses into a recession or a depression.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Because when growth stops under our current model, companies panic.
They lay off workers.
Unemployment spikes. People can't pay their mortgages, so banks foreclose on homes.
The tax base shrinks, so the government cuts funding for schools and hospitals.
A lack of growth causes immense human suffering.
Exactly. Growth is structurally required to prevent social collapse. But, as the physics dictate, continuous exponential growth on a finite planet ensures ecological collapse.
We are damned if we grow and damned if we don't.
We are locked in an iron cage.
So how do you break out of a trap like that?
Well, Jackson argues that the only way out is to fundamentally redefine what it means to prosper.
Okay.
Prosperity cannot simply mean the endless accumulation of more material stuff. Prosperity must be redefined as the ability to flourish as human beings.
Flourishing.
Yeah, flourishing means meaningful participation in society. It means a deep sense of belonging, a connection to community, purposeful work, and physical health.
Right.
And Jackson argues that to achieve this, we must dismantle what he calls the sacred canopy of consumerism.
The sacred canopy. We really do treat consumption like a religion.
We do. It is the primary way modern citizens are told to find meaning, identity, and status.
We buy things we don't need, using credit we can't afford, to project a status to people we don't even know.
Exactly. But Jackson's data points out that beyond a certain baseline of meeting our physical needs, acquiring more material goods provides absolutely zero increase in human happiness or well-being.
Not at all.
So the transition Jackson is calling for is a shift from quantitative accumulation to qualitative depth.
You know, I have to admit, when I first read about planetary ceilings and living within limits, my immediate reaction was resistance.
Really? Why?
It just sounds like austerity. It sounds suffocating. We're culturally conditioned to associate limits with deprivation.
Right. Nobody likes being told what they can't do.
Exactly. People want freedom. They want abundance. They want to dream big. Telling humanity they have to live inside a strict boundary feels like a regression.
That is the major psychological barrier to this entire transition. We have completely conflated infinite material expansion with human freedom.
Yes.
But Jackson brings in a perspective from the American essayist and farmer Wendell Berry that completely shatters that conflation.
What does Berry say?
Berry argues that our human and earthly limits are not confinements, but rather inducements to fullness of relationship and meaning.
Inducements to fullness of relationship and meaning?
Wow.
That reframes the entire concept of a boundary.
It does. It means that accepting physical limits doesn't mean the end of human progress.
Right.
Think about the S-curve again. When the human body stops growing taller, it doesn't mean the human stops developing.
Not at all.
The energy shifts. The brain develops complex neural pathways. The person acquires wisdom, emotional intelligence, and deepens their relationships.
It's like a marriage. You don't measure the success of a marriage by exponentially increasing the number of spouses you accumulate every year.
No, you definitely don't.
You measure it by the depth, the complexity, and the resilience of that single relationship. You grow deeper, not wider.
Right. The S-curve stops you from getting physically larger, but it forces you to become infinitely more complex.
So acknowledging ecological limits is what forces humanity to finally mature. It's a transition from an adolescent species that just consumes and expands to a mature adult species that focuses on balance, maintenance, and wisdom.
Exactly.
Okay, so we have the destination. We want human flourishing within planetary boundaries.
Right.
And we understand the traps we have to dismantle, the extractive definition of value and the suicidal math of exponential growth.
Yes.
The final overarching question is implementation. How do we practically transition a trillion-dollar global economy off its addiction to growth without plunging the world into a massive depression?
Yeah, that is the trillion-dollar question. And this requires synthesizing the macroeconomic solutions from all 6 of these authors. It is a systems transition across every level of society.
So where do we start?
Let's start with how Raworth and Hickel address the mechanics of the economy. They argue we need a system that is distributive and regenerative by design.
Distributive and regenerative. Okay, let's contrast that with what we have now, because the 20th century economic model was entirely reliant on the promise of growth to solve problems.
Right. The idea was always just grow the overall pie and eventually the wealth will trickle down to the poor.
Or just grow the GDP. And eventually we'll have enough surplus capital to clean up the polluted rivers.
But Raworth points out that this trickle-down promise is a total mathematical failure. We cannot wait for growth to fix the damage it causes.
The system must distribute wealth fairly as it operates.
Exactly. This means fundamentally changing corporate ownership. It means scaling up worker-owned cooperatives where the profits are shared among the people actually doing the labor, rather than siphoned off to distant shareholders.
It means implementing a universal basic income, or universal basic services, guaranteeing that the inner ring of the donut housing, health care, food is met for every citizen, regardless of their labor output.
And it must regenerate nature by design. We have to move away from the linear take, make, use, lose supply chains.
Where we extract materials, make a product, use it for a year, and then throw it in a landfill.
Right. A regenerative economy operates circularly. The waste output from one industrial process must literally become the raw material input for another.
Hickel pushes this further by introducing the concept of degrowth.
Ah, yes.
Degrowth. It's a highly provocative term, and it gets weaponized a lot in political discourse. People assume degrowth means forcing everyone to live in caves and turning off the electricity.
Right, but Hickel is incredibly precise about the mechanics of degrowth.
What does he actually mean?
Degrowth does not mean intentionally shrinking GDP just to cause a recession. A recession is the chaotic, destructive failure of a growth-dependent economy.
Right, we established that.
Degrowth is the planned, democratic reduction of material and energy throughput in high-income, over-consuming nations.
Okay, but how do you actually shrink energy throughput without killing jobs and causing suffering?
By fundamentally changing what we produce. Hickel advocates for deliberately scaling down ecologically destructive rent-extracting industries.
Like what?
We scale down fast fashion, the production of single-use plastics, the military-industrial complex, and the advertising industry that fuels artificial consumer demand.
Okay, so we shrink those sectors.
Right. And by shrinking those sectors, we free up massive amounts of physical resources and human labor. We then redirect that labor and those resources into scaling up the public goods we actually need to flourish.
Like universal health care, high-speed public transit, renewable energy grids, and education.
Exactly. They are essentially saying we must become fundamentally agnostic about GDP.
If GDP goes up while we expand public transit, fine. If GDP goes down while we eliminate fast fashion, fine.
GDP ceases to be the scoreboard.
And Donella Meadows' prescriptions from Limits to Growth align perfectly with this. She stresses that we cannot wait for the invisible hand of the market to orchestrate this transition.
Because the market responds to short-term price signals, not long-term ecological survival.
Exactly. She argues for immediate strict sustainability policies. We need aggressive global caps on carbon emissions and pollution. We need policies aimed at stabilizing industrial output per person in the wealthy nations.
We have to physically throw the engine of a cargo ship into reverse before we hit the reef.
But if we cap industrial output, we run right back into Jackson's dilemma. How do we keep people employed if the factories aren't expanding?
Well, Jackson tackles this macroeconomics problem directly. He says we have to share the work.
Share the work.
Yeah. If the economy is no longer growing exponentially, there may be less total paid work available. To prevent mass unemployment, Jackson suggests reducing the length of the standard working week.
Like moving to a 4-day work week.
Or even a 3-day work week. This spreads the available labor across the population, preventing unemployment while simultaneously giving people the most valuable resource for qualitative flourishing.
Time for family, for community building, for political participation.
Right. He also targets the absolute core of the system, how money is created and how investment works.
Right, because currently most money is created as debt by private banks when they issue loans.
Yes. And this debt requires interest, and paying back interest structurally requires economic growth.
So Jackson argues we need to rethink the role of the money supply itself. We need state banks and public investment vehicles that channel funds not into speculative finance and rent extraction, but directly into ecological restoration and social infrastructure.
We have to design an economy that protects employment and social stability entirely independently of GDP.
Okay, I have to step back for a second because this is a staggering amount of structural change.
It really is.
We're talking about re-architecting global finance, redefining corporate ownership, rewriting tax codes, and shifting global supply chains.
Yeah.
It is easy to feel completely paralyzed by the scale of the transition.
Yeah, it feels impossible.
So I want to bring this right down to you, the listener.
Yeah.
How does a macroeconomic shift of this magnitude apply to the person listening to this deep dive right now?
It is the most vital question. Look, macro systems, no matter how intimidating they seem, are ultimately just aggregates of human behavior, human choices, and human beliefs.
Right.
A system cannot survive if the individuals within it no longer believe in its core mythology. The transition begins with changing our personal mental models.
It starts by picking up our own pencils and redrawing our own internal maps?
Yes. It requires recognizing that the relentless, gnawing pursuit of the feeling that you always need the upgraded phone, the bigger house, the newer car, is not an innate law of your biology.
It is a heavily engineered cultural narrative.
Pumped into our brains through billions of dollars of advertising, explicitly designed to keep the engine of extraction running.
We have the agency to step outside the sacred canopy of consumerism. When you actively change how you value your time, you are altering the system.
Yes.
When you choose to repair a broken appliance instead of buying a new one, you are shrinking the material throughput of the economy. When you vote for policies that prioritize public infrastructure over private tax cuts, you are dismantling rent extraction.
And when you define your own success by the depth of your relationships rather than your purchasing power, you are attacking the demand side of the extractive machine.
You are proving in real time that human flourishing does not require exponential extraction.
Exactly.
Wow. Let's consolidate this entire journey. We started with Vaclav Smil and Donella Meadows establishing the undeniable physical reality. Exponential growth on a finite planet violates the mathematical laws of nature. It leads directly to overshoot and systemic collapse.
We then explored the historical psychology with Jason Hickel, uncovering how the violent enclosure of the commons forced humanity to abandon animist reciprocity and embrace a system of perpetual engineered extraction.
We exposed the intellectual shell game with Mariana Mazzucato, seeing how the subjective theory of value allows speculative finance and rent extractors to masquerade as wealth creators, justifying massive inequality while hiding the foundational investments of the public sector.
And we mapped the alternative with Kate Raworth and Tim Jackson, a path that abandons the suicidal dogma of endless GDP growth, aiming instead for the donut.
Achieving true human flourishing within the strict ecological limits of our planet, by prioritizing qualitative depth over quantitative accumulation.
It is a radical, necessary reframing of what it means to live a successful human life.
But I know you have a final thought to leave the listener with a concept that builds on the necessity of limits.
Yeah, I do. We have spent this entire deep dive establishing that physical growth must inevitably follow the S-curve. We must accept material limits on our land, our oil, our timber, and our atmosphere.
Right.
But there is a massive silver lining to this constraint. What if there is one thing in the universe that actually does operate exponentially? What if the human imagination is unbound by the S-curve?
How does that change the equation?
Think about the mechanics of creativity. What if, by definitively capping our material extraction, we don't stifle human progress, but we actually focus it like a laser?
Oh, wow.
What if, by standing at the edge of the donut and saying no more to the endless expansion of our physical footprint, we force our exponential creativity inward?
That's incredible.
Imagine an unprecedented explosion of art, philosophy, of scientific understanding, of complex relationships, and vibrant community building. An explosion of human brilliance that doesn't require a single extra drop of oil or a single extra inch of land.
What if the hard physical constraint of the material world is the exact catalyst we need to trigger the infinite expansion of the human spirit? An infinite expansion of the human spirit flourishing inside the boundaries of a living planet. That is the new map. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. We've explored the architecture of the system that surrounds us, and the message is ultimately one of immense agency. The economic laws that govern us are not physical gravity, they are just ideas. And ideas can be rewritten. Grab your pencil, the paper is blank. It's time to start redrawing your world.
So, this critique explores a comprehensive manuscript that synthesizes the limits of continuous economic growth, and it attempts to redefine value creation by drawing on diverse ecological, biological, and economic perspectives.
Right.
But let's just pivot immediately to the feedback. Integrating multiple, sweeping economic frameworks requires a clear hierarchical structure to prevent the models from competing for the reader's attention.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a key theme running through this material seems to be the ambitious integration of Kate Raworth's donut economics, Donella Meadows' systems thinking on the limits to growth, and Mariana Mazzucato's production boundary.
It's a lot of theory.
It is a ton of theory. And giving a reader all of these massive paradigms side by side feels a bit like handing a traveler a topographic map, a political map, and a heat map all at the exact same time.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it.
Right? Because each one is highly accurate. But without a guide on which layer to read first, the traveler just gets completely lost in the overlapping lines.
That's clearly laid out. I wonder, though, if we've considered the immense cognitive burden this flat presentation places on the reader.
Oh, for sure.
The weakness here is that these, world-altering paradigms are presented as equal peers without a clear meta-narrative to organize them. When the reader is forced to juggle Vaclav-Smil's biological scaling laws in one paragraph and then instantly switch to Jason Hickel's degrowth theories.
Or Tim Jackson's post-growth stuff in the very next paragraph.
Exactly. It creates severe cognitive overload. Because the models are all fighting for primary dominance on the page, the core argument risks being heavily diluted. I mean, the reader is spending all their mental energy just trying to understand how these theories physically coexist.
It becomes so disorienting. If the text treats biological scaling and national accounting standards as parallel ideas, the reader just doesn't know what is foundational and what is downstream.
Right, they get tangled up.
Yeah, so to untangle the subway lines from the power grid, we need to establish a definitive nesting structure. Instead of laying these frameworks out laterally, the author really needs to build them vertically.
Build them vertically. Make them stack.
Exactly. We have to choose one overarching framework as the foundational reality, and then use the remaining frameworks as specific diagnostic tools operating strictly within that container.
I love that. And looking at the materials provided, I think the most logical bedrock to use as that foundational reality would be Vaclav-Smil's biological and logistic growth curves.
Oh, definitely. Start with the physics.
Right, because Smil's work focuses on the absolute physical limits of the planet. The thermodynamics, the energy transitions, the fact that, in biology, nothing grows perpetually without eventually collapsing or hitting a logistic S-curve.
Right, it just flattens out.
Yeah, so you establish early on that nothing in the human economy can defy these physical constraints. That is the non-negotiable base reality.
And then, operating directly on top of that physical bedrock, we can position Mariana Mazzucato's concept of value extraction, right? And the blurring of the production boundary as the operational mechanism.
Okay, so that sits inside the physical limits.
Exactly. Her work explains exactly how modern capitalism artificially attempts to bypass those physical limits we just established. The production boundary dictates what activities are counted as contributing to GDP and what activities are just, moving money around.
Rent-seeking, basically.
Right. So when you place Mazzucato inside Smile's physical limits, her critique takes on a completely new weight. You are showing how the financial sector artificially inflates value to maintain the illusion of perpetual growth, even when the biological reality is flatline.
That is so much stronger. The models are no longer competing. They are demonstrating cause and effect. Smile defines the unchangeable physical constraint, and Mazzucato defines the accounting mechanics used to deny that constraint.
Yes.
And then finally, you take Kate Raworth's donut economics, which has that inner ring of social foundation and the outer ring of ecological limits, and you use that as the specific solution space.
The policy framework.
Exactly. It becomes the framework for actually living within the thermodynamic boundaries Smile defined, while correcting the extractive accounting errors Mazzucato identified.
That nesting structure completely transforms the reading experience. I mean, it moves the text from being a literature review of interesting theories into a propulsive, inevitable argument.
It really does.
But, building a cohesive model is really only half the battle here. If this text wants to actually take down the dominant growth paradigm, it has to anticipate the counterattacks.
Oh, absolutely.
A robust critique of the mainstream growth paradigm must actively engage with and dismantle its strongest counter-arguments rather than solely citing allied perspectives.
Right, because right now, the material makes a strong case for shifting away from GDP obsession by highlighting thinkers like Hickel and Jackson, to forcefully dismantle neoliberal growth.
It does.
But it kind of assumes the reader already agrees that GDP is inherently bad. It largely ignores why the traditional growth model was so widely adopted in the first place.
Yeah, focusing solely on the detractors absolutely overlooks the historical momentum of the growth paradigm. Is there a risk here of creating an intellectual echo chamber?
A massive risk, yeah.
By heavily relying on authors who inherently agree with each other on the perils of growth, the material dismisses the traditional GDP focus without confronting its historical successes in raising global living standards over the last century.
It treats the pursuit of growth as a simple, malicious mistake, rather than, a highly complex system that served a profound purpose for a very long time.
It honestly feels like criticizing a medieval fortress for being dark and damp without ever acknowledging that its thick walls successfully kept out invaders for 300 years.
That's a great analogy.
If you don't validate its historical function and why people retreated inside it in the first place, your critique of its architectural flaws loses its bite.
Right. The skeptical reader might just conclude that you don't actually understand what a fortress is designed to do.
Exactly. So we have to dedicate specific, prominent space to actively steel-manning the pro-growth defense before tearing it down. Present the absolute strongest possible version of the opposition's argument, engage directly with the historical justifications for continuous growth.
And you start building that fortress by looking at the early classical economists mentioned in the source material, like Adam Smith and David Ricardo.
Bring them right to the front.
Yeah. Outline the genuine, historically validated belief that growth is the primary vehicle for poverty alleviation. I mean, in the context of the 18th century, escaping feudal stagnation required immense capital accumulation.
It was literally life or death for most people.
Exactly. You have to validate the heroic narrative of the wealth creator first. Show the reader that the capitalist entrepreneur genuinely acted as the engine that lifted society out of agrarian poverty. Build up the neoclassical defense of price equals value until it sounds entirely reasonable and historically necessary.
Because once that strongest pro-growth argument is built and the capitalist hero is established, then we use modern failures to demonstrate exactly where and how this mainstream defense inverted on itself.
The turn.
Right, the turn. You don't just broadly complain about capitalism. You specifically contrast modern financialization against Adam Smith's heroic entrepreneur. Take the collapse of the retail chain BHS under Sir Philip Green.
Oh, that is the perfect example.
Isn't it? Green used a mechanism called a dividend recapitalization. He basically took out massive loans against the company's assets, paid himself and his shareholders millions in tax-free dividends, and then just let the company slide into bankruptcy.
Leaving the public to clean up a massive pension deficit.
Exactly. That stark contrast is exactly what the text needs. Sir Philip Green produced no new goods. innovated no new retail strategies, and created absolutely no new wealth.
He just used the legal structure of modern financialization to extract existing wealth.
Right. By setting up Adam Smith's productive entrepreneur first, the BHS example proves that the mechanism of wealth creation has been legally inverted into wealth extraction. You are showing that the wealth creator morphed into the wealth extractor, not because the original theory was malicious, but because the system became highly financialized.
And by steelmanning the history first, the transition to degrowth or post-growth models feels like a necessary evolution. It's driven by the collapse of the old mechanics, rather than just an idealistic, utopian rejection of modern markets.
It makes it pragmatic instead of ideological.
Exactly. And that breakdown of financialization actually brings up another crucial, dense piece of the manuscript, which is the historical evolution of value theory.
Oh yeah, that section is a beast.
It is. Abstract economic theory must be anchored in highly tangible contemporary case studies to maximize the reader's engagement and understanding of the stakes.
Let's look closely at the section discussing that deep history. The manuscript spends a vast amount of time tracing the evolution from the objective labor theory of the physiocrats.
Where value was thought to come strictly from agricultural land.
Right, to Marx's labor theory and eventually to the subjective marginalist theory, where price equals value based entirely on subjective utility.
It goes even further, culminating in the Cambridge Capital Critique, where economists in the 1950s fundamentally argued over how we even measure the physical reality of capital if its value is just based on future expected prices.
It's just so dense.
The historical narrative tracks the definition of value changing over time to protect incumbent wealth. But, the deep historical evolution of this theory is highly academic. It risks alienating readers who want to know how this directly impacts today's economy.
Yeah, reading through centuries of these philosophical shifts feels a bit like reading the blueprints of an engine when the reader really just wants to know why the car is actively on fire.
Yes, the philosophical shift from objective to subjective value is beautifully detailed, but the practical, devastating fallout of that shift is buried far too deep beneath layers of academic debate.
It really is. It's like watching the rules of a casino being rewritten in real time. It's interesting history, but the reader sitting at the table just wants to know how the house is currently, legally stealing their chips.
Exactly.
The theory is solid, but the stakes aren't clear enough, fast enough. We have to immediately couple every single abstract theoretical shift with a high-stakes, modern example of value extraction. The history has to constantly justify its presence on the page by illuminating the present.
And the mechanism for doing that is to take the subjective theory of value, the idea that price alone determines value and whatever the market will bear is inherently justified, and pair it with something visceral.
Right.
The author leaves it in the realm of 19th century marginalist theory, but it needs to be paired instantly with the pharmaceutical giant Gilead.
Oh, the hepatitis C drug.
Yes. When Gilead acquired the hepatitis C drug Harvoni, they didn't price it based on the cost of production, which was relatively low. They priced it at roughly $94,500 for a 3-month course.
Wait, $94,500?
Yeah. And the way they justify that cost is the crucial part. They used value-based pricing.
Which sounds entirely reasonable until you unpack it.
Exactly. They literally calculated the economic cost to the healthcare system if the disease wasn't treated. So the cost of future liver transplants, the cost of emergency room visits, the lost productivity of the patient.
And then they just captured that societal surplus as their private price.
Yes, they argued the drug was valuable because of the immense pain and cost it avoided. That is the exact mathematical application of the subjective theory of value.
Wow. By showing that mechanism, the reader instantly understands why a 19th century economic theory actually matters right now. It is the exact logic used to drain public health systems of capital today.
You take that same anchoring technique and apply it to the concept of the production boundary being manipulated. The production boundary is the theoretical line economists draw to separate productive activities that create wealth from unproductive activities that just siphon it.
Which, historically, has moved quite a bit.
Right. The text details how the financial sector successfully lobbied to move themselves inside the production boundary so that their fees and unearned rent were officially counted as GDP. But to ground that in reality, apply that abstract shift to Apple's tax avoidance strategies in Ireland.
Right. If you look at how Apple utilizes its international subsidiaries, you see the production boundary being gerrymandered in real time.
Completely.
I mean, much of the core technology in the iPhone, the GPS, the internet, the touchscreen, was originally funded by public taxpayer money through government research agencies like DARPA.
So the public took the initial risk.
Exactly. Apple commercialized it, but then, to avoid paying taxes back into the public system that funded them, they utilized legal structures like shifting their intellectual property to subsidiaries in low-tax jurisdictions.
Like Ireland or Nevada?
Yeah, they charged themselves exorbitant licensing fees completely legally, moving profits out of taxable zones and reporting them in tax havens.
Which proves that the abstract theory of the production boundary isn't just an academic debate about who counts as a maker and who counts as a taker.
Right.
It is the precise, practical tool modern corporations use to extract value from the public sector while legally classifying that extraction as productive profit. When you anchor the abstract history of the Cambridge Capital Critique or the Marginalists to recognizable modern realities like Apple and Gilead, the reader's engagement just skyrockets.
They realize this dense economic literature is actually giving them the vocabulary to understand exactly how their own modern economy functions.
It proves the theory shaped the physical world. Apple and Gilead are just the logical endpoints of the theories being debated in the manuscript.
This has been such a great deep dive. We've covered some incredibly dense structural ground here today. To briefly recap our core feedback,
let's hear it.
First, to fix the issue of completeness and focus, nest the heavy economic frameworks hierarchically. Use Smile's physical limits as the non-negotiable base reality, Mazzucato's value extraction as the mechanism attempting to bypass those limits, and Raworth's donut as the actionable solution space.
A solid foundation.
Right. Second, to improve the angle and originality, dedicate serious space to steelmanning the pro-growth arguments of the classical and neoclassical economists. Build up Adam Smith's capitalist hero so that your takedown of modern financialization, using examples like BHS, proves the system has fundamentally inverted.
And third, to highlight significance and relevance, you must anchor the dense history of value theory in urgent modern case studies. Don't leave the subjective theory of value in the 19th century.
Yeah, drag it into the present.
Tie it directly to the exact mathematical mechanisms Gilead uses for value-based drug pricing, and connect the theoretical shifting of the production boundary to Apple's intellectual property tax structures.
Absolutely. The most immediate, actionable step for the author is to sit down, map out the current structure of the manuscript, and physically assign each framework and historical theory a specific modern role.
Foundation, mechanism, or solution.
Exactly. We warmly invite you to implement these structural and argumentative changes and submit the revised material back to the critique for further exploration. Because ultimately, if you want your readers to navigate a radically new economic landscape, you can't just hand them a stack of overlapping theories and wish them luck.
You really can't.
You have to actively connect the history to the present and draw them a clear, undeniable path out of the chaos.
Welcome to The Debate. Usually, when we talk about success in modern society, there is an unquestioned expectation of, well, upward movement. If you walk into a corporate boardroom and look at a chart, the line goes up and to the right, and everybody cheers. Up means good, up means prosperity.
Right. We've basically internalized this idea that endless economic expansion is the fundamental law of human progress. It is incredibly comforting to assume the pie is always getting bigger.
It is. We have built our entire political and social architecture around the premise of infinite expansion. But then you step out of the boardroom and into the world of biology or physics, and that upward line takes on a completely different meaning.
Yeah, it becomes a structural paradox. We are demanding infinite material expansion on a finite planetary substrate.
Exactly. I mean, in a biological organism, a cell that just grows and grows without ever hitting a limit isn't a success story. It is the literal definition of cancer. When you apply the laws of thermodynamics to our economy, that endless upward trajectory looks less like prosperity and more like a terminal diagnosis.
And that brings us to the core of our discussion today. We are interrogating the ultimate taboo in modern economic thought, the end of growth.
Yes. Are we hitting a physical wall where we must deliberately shrink our material footprint and shift toward a post-capitalist steady-state economy? Or, and this is what we'll be arguing about today, is our crisis simply a massive accounting error where we misallocate value?
Right. And we're drawing on a really robust collection of source material to untangle this. Texts like Limits to Growth, Donut Economics, Prosperity Without Growth, Less is More, The Value of Everything, and Growth, from microorganisms to megacities.
So, to lay our cards on the table, I hold a position that continuous economic growth is fundamentally incompatible with planetary limits, necessitating a deliberate shift toward degrowth and a post-capitalist steady-state economy.
And my position is that our crisis stems from a misallocation of value and a failure to account for material realities, meaning we must redefine the production boundary and actively steer value creation while remaining entirely agnostic about growth.
Okay, so to really get to the bottom of this, we have to look at the DNA of our current economic obsession. If you trace the logic of infinite expansion back, you find yourself in the Enlightenment.
The philosophical fork in the road.
Exactly. Europe faced a choice. On one side, you had thinkers like Spinoza, who argued that humans were deeply interwoven with nature, that we were part of a single substance. On the other side, you had Descartes, who promoted a strict dualism. Descartes argued that humans are subjects and nature is merely an external object.
And Descartes won that argument, historically speaking.
He did, and as Jason Hickel argues, that dualism institutionalized the conquest of nature as the unquestioned logic of capitalism. Nature became an inert warehouse of resources, just waiting to be extracted. But physics doesn't care about our 17th century philosophy.
No, it certainly doesn't.
We are currently in a state of severe ecological overshoot, a concept Donella Meadows made very clear. The mechanisms of the Earth system, the carbon cycle, nitrogen runoffs, biodiversity, they are breaking down. True prosperity requires an emergency brake on the relentless pursuit of GDP. No amount of technological wizardry can circumvent fundamental planetary limits.
Let me pause you there. Because while I agree that the Cartesian dualism you described is historically accurate, the problem we are facing today isn't the physical reality of growth per se.
How is it not physical?
Well, it's about how modern economics measures and rewards the concept of value. Over the last few decades, we have allowed the takers in our economy to masquerade as makers. Mariana Mazzucato lays this out brilliantly. We replaced an objective theory of value where value is tied to actual production, labor, and utility with subjective pricing.
Right, marginal utility.
Exactly. Today, the logic is simply that if a transaction fetches a high price, we assume it is valuable and therefore it contributes to GDP. This has created a massive distortion. Yes, Václav Smil's historical analysis shows that the physical scaling of any system has absolute limits, but human ingenuity within those physical limits does not require this rigid, almost punitive ideological commitment to degrowth.
Punitive? I don't think recognizing physical limits is punitive.
But the framework of degrowth can be. Instead, Kate Raworth's Donut Economics offers a better path. We need to focus on designing an economy that distributes wealth and respects ecological boundaries. If we do that properly, we can simply let the aggregate metric of GDP fall wherever it naturally may. We must be growth agnostic, not explicitly anti-growth.
I hear you saying we need to redefine value, but I really want to push back on the idea that this is just a measurement problem. You're talking about subjective pricing and takers versus makers, which frankly sounds like an accounting issue.
It's a structural issue.
But how does changing an economic definition stop the physical extraction of resources? If we just redefine what's valuable, the machinery is still running.
It changes everything because the accounting dictates the behavior. The crisis we are in really accelerated structurally in the 1970s when what economists call the production boundary shifted.
Right, the line between what is productive and what isn't.
Exactly. Think of the production boundary as a conceptual fence drawn by national accountants. Historically, activities inside the fence were considered productive. They actually created new wealth. Activities outside the fence, like banking, finance, and real estate, were seen as necessary but unproductive intermediaries.
They just moved existing wealth around.
Yes, but in the 70s, the financial sector successfully lobbied to be moved inside the fence. Suddenly, making money from money was counted as GDP growth. It is like taking a massive dose of steroids and calling it health. Sure, your body mass is getting bigger rapidly, but your internal organs are shutting down.
Which is why we have a completely financialized economy today.
And look at how that actually works in practice. Take the collapse of the British retailer BHS a few years ago. A private equity firm bought it, extracted hundreds of millions in dividends and loan interest for themselves, and then left the company bankrupt with a decimated pension fund.
Right. A complete stripping of assets.
And the tragedy is, in our current metrics, that massive extraction of wealth was recorded as financial services and counted toward GDP. Or look at Apple's incredibly complex tax avoidance schemes. They shift their intellectual property to subsidiaries in Ireland or Nevada purely to avoid taxes.
Which is value extraction.
Entirely. They extract immense value from the societies that funded their foundational technologies, and our GDP praises this extraction as creation. If we redraw the fence and fix the accounting of what is actually valuable, we change the trajectory of the entire economy. We stop rewarding extraction.
That is a great example of financial parasitism. I completely agree that the BHS case is toxic, and reclassifying banks as creators was a massive mistake. But, and this is a big but, fixing the spreadsheet doesn't stop a chainsaw.
I wouldn't call rewriting the rules of global finance fixing a spreadsheet, but go on.
My point is, you cannot audit your way out of physical limits. Let's step away from the financial sector and look at the physical metabolism of the economy. We have to look at biological scaling laws, like Foklov's SMILE talks about. As an organism scales up, its volume and metabolic demands increase exponentially.
Right.
And those demands increase much faster than its surface area's ability to dissipate heat and absorb resources. If it doesn't stop growing, it collapses on its own metabolic weight. Our global economy functions the exact same way. It's a physical, metabolic system governed by thermodynamics. Every action requires energy, and every conversion of energy creates entropy, waste.
I understand the analogy, but human economies aren't purely biological organisms. We innovate.
We innovate, yes, but we still exist within the laws of physics. Jason Hickel makes this point very clearly. The pursuit of surplus inherently demands the subjugation of both nature and labor. An economy reliant on accelerating material extraction cannot simply be reaccounted into sustainability.
But why assume the material extraction has to accelerate?
Because that's what growth is. Think about a timber company clear-cutting an old-growth forest. It doesn't matter if our national accountants classify their profits as rent-seeking or value creation. It doesn't matter if we tax them differently. The forest is still gone. The physical metabolism of a global system that insists on producing 3% more output every single year is the root cause of the overshoot.
Okay, but what does a steady-state economy actually mean in practice then?
When we talk about a steady-state economy, as Tim Jackson outlines in Prosperity Without Growth, we aren't talking about a stagnant, frozen world. Think of an adult human. You stop growing taller at age 18, but you don't stop developing.
Right.
You keep learning, you adapt, your cells renew, your neural pathways deepen, you improve your quality without expanding your physical footprint. That is what our macroeconomic structure needs to do.
Well, I love the metaphor of the adult human, but I think it actually works against your argument for explicit degrowth.
How so?
Because the adult human doesn't wake up every day and say, I must actively shrink. They just focus on health. And this brings us to how society governs enterprise, specifically the role of the state. The timber company is only clear-cutting the forest because the market is structured to reward short-term extraction over long-term stewardship.
Because of capitalism.
But if the state takes an active role, we can guide innovation towards sustainability without declaring war on growth.
But capitalism itself is structured exactly for that extraction. The rise of casino capitalism and the obsessive, pathological drive for maximizing shareholder value, MSV, isn't a bug in the system. It is the system operating exactly as designed.
I think you're conflating current financialized capitalism with all forms of market exchange?
I don't think I am. We don't just need better regulations or a more active state. We need an entirely different macroeconomic structure. Tim Jackson argues that investment has to be fundamentally redirected, away from relentless labor productivity, which just creates a need for more consumption to prevent mass unemployment, and toward a regenerative economy.
I simply don't buy that the state is a helpless bystander in all of this, or that capitalism is entirely irredeemable. For decades, we have bought into this completely false narrative that the public sector is a clumsy, bureaucratic tortoise and the private sector is a nimble cheetah.
I mean, that is the dominant narrative.
But when you actually look at the history of innovation, that is a myth. Mazzucato's work shows that the public sector shouldn't just be stepping in to fix market failures or regulate the timber companies. It should be a bold, mission-oriented investor.
Okay, but give me an example where that fundamentally changes the material throughput.
Well, think about the sheer hypocrisy of Silicon Valley. Tech billionaires claim to be the sole wealth creators. But what makes a smartphone smart? The internet, GPS, touchscreens, the voice recognition algorithms, every single one of those foundational technologies was funded by state research.
I'm not denying the role of state funding.
But it is crucial to the solution. Look at Big Pharma. Pharmaceutical companies charge extortionate, value-extracting prices for drugs where the highest-risk foundational research was funded by public health organizations. The state took the risk, and private capital took the reward.
Right.
If the state stops acting like a passive facilitator and steps up as a confident market shaper, meaning it takes an equity stake in the risks it funds and sets strict environmental conditions on the technologies it develops, we can fundamentally restructure the market. We can direct human ingenuity towards solving climate change without needing to abolish capitalism or force degrowth.
Wait, hold on. Let's break down what that actually means. I understand pointing the finger at Silicon Valley, and yes, the public sector funds the research. But if we create this mission-oriented state that heavily invests in green tech and smart infrastructure, aren't we simply perpetuating the exact same Enlightenment fantasy of technological domination?
It's not a fantasy if it's guided by ecological metrics.
But think about the material reality. If the state takes over and decides we need to build hundreds of millions of electric vehicles, massive wind turbines, and smart grids, we still require staggering amounts of lithium, cobalt, copper, and rare earth metals.
Transition materials, yes.
But we are still tearing up the earth. We are still massively expanding our material footprint. How does changing the driver of this system change the fact that we're heading off a cliff? If the state takes the reins of innovation, aren't we still driving the same vehicle toward the cliff of ecological overshoot, just with a different driver?
Because you're assuming the only way to meet human needs is through massive material throughput. We are only driving toward a cliff if we assume the engine of human nature demands infinite material consumption.
It demands quite a bit.
But does it demand infinity? This brings us to the psychological and social frameworks required for a new paradigm. If someone listening to this right now hears the word degrowth, their mind probably jumps straight to austerity.
Which is a misconception.
Maybe, but they picture losing their job, rationing heat in the winter, and forced deprivation. That fear is based on what Kate Raworth calls the economic graffiti drawn on our minds. Since the late 19th century, economics has been haunted by the phantom of Homo economicus, the rational, selfish economic man.
Right, the idea that we are all just utility-maximizing machines.
Exactly. We are taught that human beings are inherently greedy, calculating, and insatiable. But anthropologists and behavioral scientists know this is entirely false. Human nature is profoundly cooperative and socially driven.
I completely agree that Homo economicus is a toxic myth.
Right, and if we discard that myth, we can look at better frameworks like the donut economy. Imagine a donut. The inner ring represents our social foundation, the minimum requirements for human well-being: food, housing, healthcare, political voice.
The essentials.
Yes, and the outer ring represents the ecological ceiling, the absolute planetary limits: climate change, ocean acidification, biodiversity loss. The goal of humanity is to thrive in the sweet spot between those two rings. The dough, if you will.
It's a powerful visual.
And if we focus on policies that actively nurture our cooperative human nature, fostering our intrinsic motivations, our desire for community and purpose, we can build an economy that is deeply satisfied by meeting that inner ring. We don't need infinite material desires, and therefore we can be completely agnostic about growth.
The donut framework is brilliant for visualizing the safe operating space for humanity. And you're right to bring up how our psychology is manipulated. For decades, people misinterpreted Richard Dawkins' biological thesis of the selfish gene to mean that humans are genetically predetermined to be selfish capitalists.
Right, which Dawkins himself didn't even mean.
Exactly. Empathy and altruism are just as hardwired into our biology as self-preservation. We are a profoundly social species. And here is where your argument falls short for me. You cannot simply nurture this cooperative nature while leaving the machinery of growth and capitalist accumulation intact.
Why not?
Because the current economic model actively manufactures positional anxiety and artificial scarcity.
Artificial scarcity? We produce absolute material abundance. We produce more calories and consumer goods than at any point in human history.
Yes, we have absolute abundance, but the system manufactures psychological scarcity. Let's look at the mechanics of inequality. As Wilkinson and Pickett outline in their work, massive wealth disparities cause profound psychological damage because they turn consumption into a zero-sum battle for social status.
Okay, I see where you're going.
This is positional anxiety. If you are bombarded every single day with billions of dollars of advertising, telling you that your worth as a human being is inextricably tied to the brand of your car, the size of your house, or the logo on your phone, your biological drive for social belonging is weaponized against you.
I agree, the advertising industry drives artificial demand.
But it's more than just ads, it's the structural requirement of the economy. If we stop buying things we don't need, the economy crashes and people lose their jobs. That is why explicit degrowth is required. We have to forcefully and structurally dismantle the industries that create planned obsolescence.
But forcefully dismantling industries is exactly what scares people about degrowth.
But we have to cap extreme wealth accumulation that drives this positional anxiety. You can't just be agnostic about growth when the entire system is actively weaponizing our biological drives to compel continuous extraction. That is why degrowth isn't about austerity, it's about liberation from the treadmill.
I understand the desire to dismantle that machinery, I really do. But explicitly branding this as a political project of degrowth runs the immense risk of alienating the exact working-class coalition required to build a sustainable economy.
I don't think we should hide from the physical reality just for branding purposes.
But words matter. When you say degrowth, people hear unemployment. That is why redefining value is so much more politically and practically powerful. If we redefine the production boundary like we discussed earlier, we start legally and economically valuing care work, community building, and ecological regeneration.
Sure, valuing care work is essential.
And we stop valuing high-frequency trading and speculative real estate. The shift in what we consider valuable naturally changes what we produce. The donut framework doesn't wag its finger at people and say you must shrink. It says you must thrive in balance.
But thriving in balance requires a massive reduction in material throughput in the global north. You can't avoid the math.
Yes, but historical data on energy transitions shows us that technological efficiency, when it is correctly guided by strong state policy and proper value metrics, can actually decouple human well-being from massive material throughput. We can have high living standards, excellent healthcare, and rich social lives without endless material scaling. And crucially, without declaring an ideological war on the concept of growth itself.
Well, as we bring this discussion to a close, I think the fundamental tension in our worldviews is pretty clear. Based on the material reality of our planet, I have to reiterate that acknowledging absolute thermodynamic limits is the only baseline we can start from.
Right.
We cannot out-innovate the laws of physics. Transitioning to a steady-state economy, deliberately scaling down our destructive material footprint, is the only scientifically and morally sound response to the crisis of overshoot. It is the only way to cure the artificial scarcity that is tearing our social fabric apart.
And I maintain that the crisis is one of human design, not an inescapable physical trap. The path forward relies on rigorously redefining what we consider valuable, We must expose the takers and elevate the makers.
We definitely agree on exposing the takers.
If we restructure the state as a confident, mission-oriented market shaper, and if we nurture our intrinsically cooperative human nature, we can build a thriving society that remains entirely agnostic about the aggregate metric of economic growth.
What is genuinely fascinating, though, is where our perspectives converge. Despite our disagreement on the framework, we both fundamentally agree that the current metrics of success, this blind, unthinking worship of GDP, is driving human society toward ruin.
Absolutely. Conflating value extraction, like financial speculation, pension rating, or patent hoarding, with actual wealth creation is a fatal error. We both agree on the absolute necessity of intellectual charity here, and the need for a root and branch overhaul of how we govern enterprise.
So we return to where we started. When you look at a system expanding infinitely, you have to ask what kind of growth it really is. Are we a mature forest, complex and balanced, operating in a vibrant equilibrium? Or are we that runaway cell, endlessly expanding, consuming the very host that keeps us alive? We'll leave it to you to decide.